recent
Drink
FNAF
water.
book. Even though it's set in the Pizza
Praise the
West and
Lord.
focuses on characters we know like Gregory and Cassie, its biggest reveals are actually based much earlier in the franchise's history, and may reveal something very interesting about our favorite Urple killer.
Not Urple.
Hello internet! Welcome!
Today we're going to be reacting to a casual geographic video called Why I Would Throw a Cactus Before I Go in the Ocean. Let's go and check this out.
Most terrifying thing you'll ever see in the ocean. Big fin ever caught was a juvenile, and since no adults have ever been captured, it's possible they can be even bigger than we thought. This sea slender man's arms are covered in tiny suckers, meaning once it grabs something, there aren't a lot of things strong enough to break free.
Bro.
Those arms can be over 90% of their total body length, and they hold it at a 90-degree angle, which makes this violation against nature look like it's T-posing. As technology improves, we might have a chance to learn more about them. Which isn't a good thing, they need to stay in hell. Whale facts, but they slowly get more and more disturbing.
Alright.
Blue whales can produce 400 gallons of baby batter, but only 10% of it makes it to the female, meaning 360 gallons get dumped back out. In case you're wondering, that's 8.5 bathtubs of whale maker. Gray whales will go 3-player with 2 males and a female. While the first male is getting his rocks off, the second wing whale will swim underneath the female and help hold her in place for a process that can last up to an hour. And friendly reminder, almost every sea monster story ever told was really about a whale's penis, and I will never let y'all forget it. Sperm whales are so loud that their sound can vibrate you to death by either causing your lungs to collapse or an air bubble to form in your brain, which would instantly take you off the senses. Blue whales are big, but not a lot of people understand how big. You can hear a blue whale's heartbeat from a little more than 2 miles away. They can swallow almost 500,000 calories at once. Allegedly, a whale's fart bubble can enclose a full-grown horse. And because I am who I am, I have to tell you that the largest blue whale penis was about 16 feet long and weighed anywhere from 700 to 900 pounds. Blue whales don't spray water out of their blowholes the way you see in movies. It's actually warm air being forced out of the lungs. It's basically its breath. It's one of the most unholy smells that can ever assault your nose. Like burning rubber in a fish cemetery. Because of that video, there's now people that believe the ocean is salty because of whale sperm. And I'm not gonna lie, I wish it were true because of the look on people's faces when I tell them this is free therapy, but it isn't.
Bro, how did you come to that conclusion, bro? Oh no, dude. That's so grim, bro.
The ocean's salt comes from rocks on land because when acidic rain hits the rocks, it erodes them and causes them to release salt. The salt gets carried out in streams and rivers where it eventually reaches the ocean. The reason the ocean is so salty is because this has been happening for millions on billions of years. Some of the salt also comes from hydrothermal vents at the bottom of the ocean, but most of the time when you taste seawater, the salt came from a rock, not a whale that already has. So yeah, you don't have to worry about salty seawater. Besides, you should probably be more concerned with the fact that your perfume used to be made from whale vomit. The more you know. Fish you should be most afraid of isn't the shark. It's the stonefish because it can deliver venom powerful enough to cause crippling pain and toxin that activate your life insurance in less than 2 hours. This fish is armed with a venom called verrucotoxin, and as a neurotoxin, it shuts your body down from the inside. If you got stung, you would first feel incapacitated, pain, swelling, and eventually numbness. But no worries, it gets worse. It always gets worse. If you don't get medical attention fast enough, the poison would destroy tissues in the body, cause uncontrollable twitching and shaking, and eventually paralysis. Meaning it would get harder and harder to breathe until you eventually black out. Victims describe the pain as getting continuously hit with a sledgehammer all over the body, and even if you survive, you could still walk away with permanent nerve damage and muscle atrophy. But there's 2 big reasons why this Satan guppy might be the most dangerous fish on Earth. One is this picture. Because the stonefish looks like a stone, it's so easy to accidentally step on one, and when you do, those spines would get shoved up your foot, and the harder you step, the more poison gets pumped into you. And number 2, they can survive outside of water for up to 24 hours, meaning they don't have to be underwater to put you underground. Because Australia is the only place where mistaking a fish for a stone can get you the death penalty. You should never pick this shell up because it's actually one of the most venomous things on the planet. That's because the cone snail can shoot you with a harpoon at 400 miles per hour. That would be like getting struck by 14 Usain Bolts, because ironically this snail is one of the fastest animals on the planet, being able to hit you almost as fast as you can blink. That's not the only thing fast about them, because this murder slug was nicknamed cigarette snail because according to urban legend, if you got hit by one, you had enough time for a puff puff pass before you puff puff pass away. If you got stung, you would immediately feel extreme pain, swelling, numbness, and vomiting. But don't worry, it gets worse. It would escalate to muscle paralysis, double vision, and difficulty breathing. And once you get to that point, you can go ahead and start printing out shirts because you finna be on one. And even though the cigarette thing was an exaggeration, it could take only 5 to 8 hours for them to connect you to God's Wi-Fi. Now the problem with these snails is that they use venom to paralyze unlucky prey, and they'll even put them to sleep with a toxin that's 1,000 times more powerful than morphine, which works on fish and stupid people that pick them up. They don't just use one though, like Tyson, they call them combos. They can have 50 different toxins in their venom, which is why there is no antidote. The only cure is to try not to die and become a Snapchat member.
Your child can visit steamy jungles, grassy plains, and the dark depths of the ocean.
I should probably explain what the hell this is. That was an angel shark. That's the worst Call of Duty player you'll ever meet. The angel shark will lie motionless for days waiting for anything bite-sized to accidentally pass above its head so it can take its life. Sounds like a cheat code, but there's no referee in the ocean, so this camel shark stat pads kills like
no rules, man.
But you don't have to worry about them snatching up your
that's ugly, bro.
Crustaceans and mollusks like squid. That being said, angel sharks are a lot like electrical power sockets. They're only dangerous if you're stupid enough to poke them. Now you would think that's common sense, but because these sharks stay perfectly still, scuba divers think it's a good idea to touch them, and that makes these sharks go from mannequin challenge to homicide. Luckily, attacks are rare, and as long as you're not an idiot, this won't fade you. Good thing too, because there's a shark in this picture, and he may not be an angel, but he'll turn you into one. Reasons why this is your new favorite fish. Even though they can be up to 23 feet, over 3,000 pounds, they're 100% perfectly harmless to people because they only ever eat plankton and small shrimp. Unlike stingrays, they're not venomous. This giant placemat couldn't hurt you if it wanted to. They're smart enough to understand mirrors because manta rays were seen waving and blowing bubbles at their own reflection, something they wouldn't do if they thought it was another manta ray. Manta rays will launch themselves out of the ocean, and they do it to get rid of parasites or to avoid predators, but sometimes it seems like they do it just for fun. They have the largest brain of any fish, making them arguably the smartest things in the ocean that don't also belong on a list with Cosby. That isn't a TV guide. Baby manta rays are called pups, and the mother will give birth to 1 or 2 pups every year. They're normally black, a dark brown, or a grayish-blue, but there are pink manta rays out there. No, this is not edited. This pink manta ray was found off the coast of Australia on the Great Barrier Reef. That country is both a national treasure and Satan's jungle gym. They're smart enough to form strong emotional bonds with each other, and they're smart enough to ask for help. One repeatedly approached the diver until he realized that she had a fish hook stuck under her eye, and she waited patiently as he removed it. Once he removed it, she swam off. What would happen if you took one of the meanest animals in the ocean and gave it legs? Well, 2 things. 1, you'd have one of the most violently aggressive animals on Earth walking on land, and 2, I know this because it technically happened and they exist. It's a known fact that the biggest menace to society in the ocean are dolphins of any kind. They jump sharks for no reason, slapbox their babies, and they have a rap sheet longer than Drake's. And the worst dolphin of all actively tortures other animals for sport. Dolphins and whales are part of a group called cetaceans, which basically happened because this guy decided he wanted to test his luck out in the ocean and evolved to become semi-aquatic and then fully aquatic. But funny story, there was a group of these land animals that actually stayed on land, and about 54 million years ago they split up, with the animals that would become whales and dolphins heading out to sea. The ones that didn't follow them out into the ocean stayed on land, and after millions of years of plot development, they went on to become one of the most vicious animals in the world. In case I haven't made it obvious, I'm talking about hippos. The African homicide is actually the closest living relative of whales and dolphins. One's a bipolar tank with Roy Ridge and a devil's overbite, and the other's a pufferfish abusing.
Nah, bro. What's that photo, bro? Why is my guy, getting plowed by that dolphin, bro? Nah, that's sus, bro.
Assaulting sea quagmire, and that is evolution. Remember that dolphin sound effect from SpongeBob that was supposed to be like a sensor? You know what the I'm talking about. Well, that sound didn't actually come from a dolphin. It was actually the sped up laughter of the kookaburra. It's a kingfisher bird found in Australia that sounds like a guy trying way too hard to laugh at a cucumber.
Like the roar from the MGM movies or something like that. AMG movies.
You may not be able to hear it, but
the lion roar, it's a tiger.
You can hear the sound that cartoons made you swear was
it's not a lion. Oh yeah.
Moral of this video, every dolphin sound effect you've ever heard on every TV show is really just an Australian crack tweetie.
Yeah. I would rather eat cactus, bro, than go down to the deep seas, bro. It's mad out there. But shout out Casual Geographic, man. The dude's insanely talented. He's super charismatic. I love him. I love his content. He's amazing. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed this type of content. If so, I will bring much more content of this because I love the animal kingdom and stuff. I love these curiosity type videos. I love this. And it's really easy to watch. And I hope your weekend was amazing, man. Mine was so-so, but we moved to this week is gonna be great, I'm sure of it. And I hope your week is amazing as well. If it isn't, bro, relax. You got always next week, and thrive for your goals. Follow your ambitions, man, and never quit on your dreams, man. Tips from Gonzii. I'm doing it. You should do it as well. Like everybody else, say I'm gonna do it and go for it and don't stop and never look back. So yeah, man. If you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
Damn, I'm on red alert. How she went up in the dirt, man. I don't wanna hurt, man. Nah, I don't wanna hurt. Champagne popping, how I wanna let it rain, and they know that I'm on red alert.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, this time called Why Orcas Are the Most Disrespectful Animals on the Planet. So yeah, man, let's go check this out. Bro, for no reason, bro.
I've been trying to tell y'all, killer whales are just waterproof black Air Forces.
Yeah, man.
Their entire personality is bullying every name on the ocean census for no reason at all. Let me explain why this video is way worse than you actually think. It's actually well known that orcas will tail slap.
Yeah, that video is nuts.
It's the fastest way to make a seal join the Air Force.
Bro, look at that. Look how high that seal is, bro. This here, there, bro, It's a seal, my boy. And the orca's down here. Bro, for no
This video was
reason.
filmed in Mexico, and there were actually 6 of these hood dolphins taking turns slapping the stingray. And after getting bodied the first time, the stingray was too weak to get away, so the orcas just kept violating it. And this went on for an hour and a half. Scientists watching this thought the orcas would just eat the stingray afterwards. Instead, when the stingray finally became past tense, all 6 orcas just watched it lifelessly sink to the bottom of the ocean. This wasn't about food or survival. Nah, these homicidal Oreos spent 90 minutes jumping a stingray.
Homicidal Oreos, bro.
Orcas don't operate on survival, they live off malicious intent. They're one of the few animals that will go out of their way to torture and murk other animals for fun. They'll literally spend hours violating seals, penguins, and stingrays and not even eat them in the end, and that's another ballpark of disrespect. One scientist watched an orca chase a penguin for half an hour, snap its neck, and then leave its soul-divorced body floating on the surface. Moral of this video, sharks don't run the ocean.
Nope.
Steroid zebra guppy does.
Yeah.
The only reason they don't go after people is because they see themselves in. Y'all starting to push from a suspended animation is water. Apparently an excavator. So what did we learn today? This fish can breathe air and water and put its own life on pause for up to 5 years. Meanwhile, us humans got back pain and anxiety because evolution's a...
Yep, pretty much.
I don't know what that is. That's the end of the video. I don't know if y'all think I just know everything about everything, but I promise you I don't. But if I had to guess, it's probably a CNM... This thing. Even though they look like plants, this thing whose name I refuse to pronounce is actually an animal. As part of the Cnidaria phylum, they're also related to jellyfish. And some of them like to remind the world that they're not plants by moving just like this. So what I'm guessing happened here is the water receded and exposed the sea anemone at the bottom. And as an animal, them shrinking away is probably just a defensive reaction to being touched. And here you can see a green sea anemone doing the exact same thing, curling up to protect themselves from what they think is a predator. I think I'm on a list now.
That doesn't look good,
that's my best guess. Well, I just watched Hank Green and apparently the video's upside down. This actually makes more sense. If you value your mental health, do not watch this video. This is the only warning you're gonna get.
Oh, king crabs, bro.
Crab.
Yeah.
Photoshop. This is real life.
Yeah.
They're related to hermit crabs, but everything about them is
massive, bro.
They can grow to 3.5 feet long from tip to tip and weigh 9 pounds. Now the biggest problem with this hellspawn with claws is they believe in the worst type of equality, meaning they eat the worst one. When Amelia Earhart crashed, a lot of people believe the reason her body was never found was because a group of these crabs turned her corpse.
I know that theory as well.
And considering these crabs are scavengers that will eat literally anything dead, it's a possibility.
Straight possibility.
The whole page is really just turning into What's That Pokemon, where I'm just a breathing Pokédex.
That looks like Chewbacca, bro.
This little guy is a pygmy marmoset. It's a type of New World monkey found in the Amazon. And at 3.5 ounces,
oh, that's a cute boy. That's so
one
cute.
One of the smallest primates in the world, and in a jungle full of ops, they stay alive by going everywhere as a group and by hiding up in the trees. But never up in the canopy. That's a good way to become a harpy eagle's happy meal. When a baby marmoset's born, different family members will take turns watching it, including its older siblings. Babysitting their little brother or sister is actually how the older ones learn how to be parents. They normally get along, but when threatened, their first instinct is to proudly display their genitals and let the intruder make the next move. You wouldn't want smoke with a crazy naked dude, and that's probably why it works. Also, these aren't big grapes, that's literally how small they are. Like, they're so small they act as insects to insects, and of course the insects don't even see them as a threat. And because I know there's going to be that one person, technically you can have them as pets, but they're high maintenance, biting, screaming anuses that die if you look at them the wrong way. Marmosets are good pets if you know what you're doing, but for the most part they're like celebrities. They're a lot more fun to be around when they're behind a screen. Here are some things you can do in Australia that you simply can't do anywhere else.
Pikachu in real life,
you can meet Pikachu. This is a yellow brush-tailed possum. They're one of the most widespread marsupials in Australia, so widespread that sometimes they break into people's homes. And getting Kool-Aid by a living Pokemon is definitely something you need in your life. Number 2, you can watch a blue penguin parade. The blue penguin is the smallest of its kind, and if you're on Phillip Island at the right time, you can watch hordes of them emerge from the sea and waddle single file like children towards their nesting sites. Like, you can actually sit and watch them waddle past you. And if you can sit here and tell me this doesn't make you smile, either you sold your soul or you just weren't born with one to begin with. Number 3, you can get a patamelon. It's basically the kangaroo's smaller, less clouded cousin. And like roos and wallabies, they get to where they gotta go by hopping. They're just really cute about it. Number 4, you can witness Aurora Australis, aka the Southern Lights. It's the result of a disturbance in the magnetosphere caused by solar wind, which causes particles to release color activity from ions. In simple terms, it's nature on LSD. And number 5, of course, you can meet the world's happiest animal. Technically found off the coast of Australia, it's like Rottnest, but it still counts. They smile to cool off, and they've lost their fear of humans, which is why this exists. In Quokka, we trust. Here's some animals that have a worse birthday than you. Rabbits, because if a mama rabbit gets pressed in any way, she'll turn her children into kids' meals. If she's afraid or there's predators, she'll eat her babies to protect them from predators that want to eat them. Literally, just pop a balloon around a rabbit and watch how fast she becomes a carrot-fueled Casey. Tasmanian devils are born into the Hunger Games, because even though there can be up to 50 babies called joeys, the mother only has 4 nipples. So the blind babies the size of a grain of rice have to crawl around to find them. The first 4 get to live, the rest either starve or get eaten by the mother. Giraffes, and for the simple fact that they get dropped on their head when they're born. They're lucky if that's all that happens, because if the mother gets tired and sits down before the baby's out completely, she could accidentally crush it. If they survive all that, it takes them about an hour to learn how to walk, and every minute that baby's on the ground is a minute they're closer to getting put to sleep by lions, hyenas, or wild dogs. The mother will use her dinner plate-sized feet to kick at predators, but there's also the chance she accidentally kicks her baby and breaks its neck. Last is the barnacle goose, because they have two choices. They can jump off a 400-foot cliff or starve. Basically death or death in slow motion, and half the chicks that jump become past tense by the end of the day. This is one of the smartest animals in the world, and it's also one of the biggest menaces to society.
Bro.
The Kia is a large bird found in the mountainous areas of New Zealand.
Menaces as well.
The Kia is smart enough to solve complex puzzles in order to get
menaces in Australia, bro.
Because they've gotten used to humans, this bird will literally take cars apart with their beak.
Yeah,
Every year in New Zealand, this parrot causes thousands of dollars in damage by destroying cars, and they do it just because they feel like it. This felon Tweety will also open and search through backpacks and purses, steal
great menaces,
and
bro.
dare you to do something about it. If this parrot steals your wallet and flies off, that's very much a you problem. They're not just an op to people. The Kia will use that razor-sharp beak to hole punch sheep just so they can eat the fat from the back of the animal. Nobody really knows who taught the birds to act like this, but it used to happen so often that the farmers started putting the birds on shirts in order to protect their sheep. Since the Kia is now protected by law, they get to act up with no consequences. They'll also steal eggs from shearwater nests and turn an entire nursery into an omelet, because not even other birds are safe from the audacity. Moral of this video, this bird is proof that the smarter you are, the more of a phallus you are to everyone's way of life.
Menace, bro. Bro, orcas are the worst, though. Kias are ruthless, yeah? But they are doing it because they associated cars to food. Because as humans are always around our car, and we see a Kia land, and we give him a cookie or something, and they, through years and years of evolution, they saw that as a pattern. They were like, oh, okay, we can get food this way. And if they don't give us food, we destroy the car. That's basic. But orcas, bro, they are just Stop is as fun as the journey is to me right now. I'm enjoying the heck. Stop is as fun as the journey is to me right now. I'm enjoying the heck out of it. I've been much happier. I am in a phenomenal place mentally, and I'm just so eager for the future, man. But always enjoying the present and enjoying the journey that I am on. I'm loving each and every single second of my life, and it's amazing. I just hope that you guys, whatever you guys are going through, yeah, it will get better. Look at me, for example, it will get better. And I'm not even at my peak yet, man. Which is incredible to think about. Man, I'm enjoying the heck out of this, man. I'm doing something that I love more than breathing. That is posting content, and man alive, I'm having so much fun, and it's incredible. So yeah, man, thank you guys so much. I love you guys, and we're gonna keep going, man. But for now, if you're here, you don't know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, man. I love his content, I love these type of videos. You guys seem to be enjoying them as well by the feedback I've been getting from you guys. So we're going to keep doing it, and today we're going to be reacting to the terrifying truth about chimps. I just watched the new chimp documentary on Netflix. It was amazing, a 4-part series. Go watch that, and it's incredible. I really recommend it if you enjoy wildlife documentaries and stuff. It's really good, man. So yeah, man, let's go and check this out. Go.
One of the world's scariest animals just got a whole lot scarier, and Planet of the Apes is slowly becoming non-fiction. Because apparently chimpanzees are out here murking gorillas.
What?
Scientists in 2021 witnessed a troop of chimpanzees basically jumping a family of gorillas. And when I say gang, we're talking about almost 30 chimps pressing a family.
Whoa!
Keep in mind, a silverback can weigh up to 400 pounds and could probably bench press your car.
Damn.
And according to witnesses, the silverback was eating chimps left and right like they were paper mache. But eventually the chimps overwhelmed the bigger silverback and even kidnapped a baby gorilla.
Damn.
I'm not going to tell you exactly what they did, but that family of 5 became a party of 4. And it wasn't even the last time, because later that year, scientists watched the same group of chimpanzees do the same exact thing. Square up with a family of gorillas, kidnapped a baby, and erase its name from the gorilla's census.
Oh my god.
And it's not like we didn't know chimps were about that. They often hunt bush babies and vervet monkeys, and we've even seen them use weapons like spears to do it.
Yep.
But it's one thing to hunt something that weighs like 5 Skittles. Going gorillas is another tier of Black Air Force activity, which is why I'd rather
going rogue,
a jaguar than a chimp. Because at least a jaguar gonna make it quick. That's exactly right. Chimpanzees have been known to hunt using spears, and the way they do it is not pretty. So what you gotta remember is these sociopaths share about 98% of their DNA with us, and
True.
they have more in common with humans than just thumbs. They're part of the special class of animals that can create and use tools, and chimps are probably the best at it. They'll take twigs, stick them in mounds, and literally go fishing for termites. They'll use stones as hammers to
They're really
so
smart, man.
it's actually a lot harder than it looks. They'll use leaves as sponges to drink water, sticks to steal honey from bees. Some have even been seen making and using stone flakes, which are really close to what early humans used to make back in the day.
Yep.
But yeah, chimps also use spears by breaking...
I saw a Natural Geographic article that said the chimps are now on the Stone Age because they are using stone tools to get food and stuff. So yeah, man.
A stick sharpening one end with
it's really cool,
and
actually.
Shoving it into the hollow part of a tree trunk. Because they know that's where bush babies sleep. Scientists watched them stab bush babies and force them out of their hiding spot in trees, where they proceeded to tear them apart and eat them alive. So they don't actually yeet the spear the way a lot of people probably thought, but they're definitely too smart for everyone else's good. Also, fun fact, out of all the animals I've talked about, a chimp was probably the closest to ending my entire way of life. But that's a story for another video. Alright, so here's a story of how a chimpanzee nearly ended my entire way of life. So this was in Senegal, that little country right there. I was visiting for a couple months, and me and some family decided to go to a zoo that, looking back, was way too rundown to be called an actual zoo. The only thing separating the chimps from the general public were prison bars that are wide enough to stick your hand through. And before you even think it, no, I did not stick my hand into the chimp cage. I was 7, but I wasn't stupid. Now, if you wanted to see stupid, you'd have to look at the people around us. But some of them thought it'd be funny to throw things inside the chimp enclosure.
What?
Not to like hurt it, but I guess to scare it. Either way, nobody in that zoo was winning an award. Especially when someone started tossing rocks in there.
Oh my god.
Yeah, let the stupidity marinate. I just remember watching the chimpanzee just sit there and take it. Until the people ran out of rocks. It wasn't until the chimpanzee started picking the rocks up that the people realized just what they did.
Yep.
They just gave an animal with thumbs and no regard for anything human ammo. So yeah, as you'd expect, the chimp started fastballing the stones back at the crowd, and all we could do was run and take cover. And I vividly remember crouching behind a bench, and when I got up, a rock flew past not more than 4 inches past my right eye.
Oh
I was
my
really just
God.
bad luck away from either doing this video with a glass eye or not doing this video at all. Look, you can say size matters all you want, but 4 inches made a difference that day. This picture might look cute, but it's actually one of the most disturbing things you'll ever see. I'm about to tell you one of the most messed up stories you've never heard of. So this guy, Dr. Kellogg, had the question I'm sure all of us have had at least once. What would happen if you raised a human without teaching it a language or having it around any other humans? Like a nature versus nurture kind of thing. It's one thing to think it, it's another to be on CPS's watch list. So this guy had a human son, Donald, that he raised with a female chimpanzee he adopted named Gua. So he treated 10-month-old Donald and 7-month-old Gua the same in ways that would have had CPS, PETA, and the Geneva Convention pulling up. The experiment was weird. He would tap on both of their heads with a spoon just to hear the differences in the sound of their skulls.
Bro,
he would purposely make loud noises and provoke them just to see who would react first. At one point, he even spun Donald around on a high chair until he started crying. It got really dark really fast, especially when the human Donald started acting like his surrogate chimp sister, walking on all fours, being overly aggressive, and even biting people. It's a shame the Pikachu meme didn't exist back then. Donald would bark like Gua when he wanted food and refused to walk on 2 feet even though he could. Eventually, the man who somehow graduated with a doctorate in psychology from Columbia realized that he was ruining his son. So he called the experiment off. The chimpanzee that they treated like a daughter and was part of their family, they packed her and sent her away to be part of another experiment, where she was unalived by pneumonia a few months later. As for Donald, he grew to be an adult and eventually became a doctor, until he deleted himself at the age of 42. And to add insult to whatever seasoned hell this was supposed to be, if you go over to Dr. Kellogg's Wikipedia, he was described as a guy who had no tolerance for those who were unethical.
Oh, of course.
Moral of this video, Thanos should start a GoFundMe. I'm starting to think he was onto something. Some stories just make you want to go off the grid and avoid humanity completely. And while that may not be an option for you with NordVPN, your internet can. Yeah, not
get the bag, bro.
I'll be better. Here's why you should never give a chimpanzee Xanax. Sounds like
this story. Disclaimer: the story's fucked up. You have been warned. Why?
Travis was a 13-year-old, 200-pound walking life lesson that lived with his owners in Stamford, Connecticut. He spent his entire life around people and was basically treated as one of them. He would do things like use the family computer, watch baseball on TV. He knew how to open doors with keys, and sometimes he'd drink wine out of a glass after a long day. Everyone knew him, and he would even greet police officers whenever he would see them around in the neighborhood. I want you to remember that for later. Travis even drove a car, and he did it more than once. It's like if this dude was an actual member of society.
I didn't know that part.
In 2009 wasn't out of nowhere. The red flags were there. He once climbed out of his owner's car and held up traffic for hours looking for a man that threw an empty bottle at the car. And there was one incident where Travis bit a woman's hand and tried to drag her into a car. But none of that was as bad as 09. I'm not gonna make any jokes because this was honestly one of the most traumatizing things I've ever seen. Because one day in 2009, Travis left the house with his owner's keys and the owner and her friend Charlotte Nash tried to get him back. The only problem was Nash used his Tickle Me Elmo to try to bribe him back into the house. And seeing someone else hold his Elmo pissed Travis all the way off. Travis brutally mauled Nash, tearing out her face and limbs and not even stopping when his owner hit him over the head with a shovel. And as the attack got worse, his owner had no choice but to literally stab him in the back. And a literal butcher knife to the back only made Travis angrier. Eventually police were called. Yeah, the same police from earlier. It took multiple bullets just to get Travis to stand down. Travis limped back to the house, went to his cage, and passed away. The victim survived the attack, but Travis had ripped over 90% of her face off. Her lips, eyes, nose, they were all gone. And I am telling you right now, do not Google that if you have a weak stomach.
Don't Google
those pictures personally me up for days when I first saw it. At the time, we didn't really know what set Travis off. Some sources said it was because Charlotte Nash was holding his Elmo. Others say it was because Nash had a different hairstyle that day and that freaked him out. But a toxicology report confirmed that Travis the chimpanzee had Xanax-laced tea the day of the attack. Travis's owner obviously got sued, but then she died of an aneurysm just a year later. It was just bad for everyone involved. But at the end of the day, the lesson here is the chimpanzee never went crazy.
No, the chimp, man.
Just went chimp. This man was attacked by an animal with a name that might just get me cancelled. This is the work of Trombiculidae. But they're also known as, guidelines you better not homie, chiggers. A word that sounds like it has
wow, that's a dangerous word.
Ethnicities.
That's dangerous.
Not to be confused with a species of parasitic flea known as jiggers. And honestly, I don't know what sounds worse. Chiggers, or chiggas, which is apparently less offensive, is a type of mite found all throughout the world, but the most infamous ones are found in the southeastern US, Midwest, and Mexico. Low-key forgot the warning, so if you don't like bugs, this might not be the video for you.
That's ugly, my boy.
Chiggers don't really bite. They'll actually just burrow themselves into your skin, make a little hole, and then spit out enzymes that break down skin cells. Which is exactly where the swelling and irritation comes from. The worst part is, you usually don't start itching until after the larvae falls off you. It's like you're not allowed to suffer until they're done with you. And once they are, they fall to the ground where they end up becoming their harmless adult forms. And normally the bumps they leave heal on their own. Also, the chiggers in North America usually don't carry disease. They're just really annoying to be around. But yeah. I can't tell you who named them, but I can tell you they did not have a good home life.
Ugly boy.
I feel like someone owes me reparations for making me say it. So somebody sent me this, and I actually think there's a right answer here, but first, I'm actually curious. Which one would you choose? Like, which one do you think you'd have the best?
In order to receive $37 million, you have to survive 37 minutes in a one-bedroom apartment, no windows or doors, with one of these guys. I think this is easy. The gorilla, what I would do in that instance is I wouldn't show them my teeth. My head would be always down. So yeah, gorilla for sure. Gorilla.
Off rip, we can go ahead and eliminate the rhino. For a couple reasons. Rhinos have really bad eyesight and even worse anxiety. Mostly because they have to
they get really agitated really quick.
Balls first. Life is multiple choice and rhinos consistently choose battery.
For Pumbo,
so if this anxiety-riddled warhorse has a panic attack near you, you will be a chalk outline. The Komodo's an instant game over too.
Yeah,
because Komodos don't flatline their prey with bacteria the way we thought they did. This homicide gecko is actually venomous. And they've been known to dig out human graves and eat the corpses, so don't think you can't get meal prep too. One bite and it's credits, and there's nowhere near.
They are giant, bro. They are massive.
Assault weapon can't get to you. Now the jaguar is actually an interesting one. Jaguar attacks on people are really rare. They're usually in self-defense. So you'd actually have a better chance of surviving in a room with a jaguar as long as you don't provoke it or do anything to make him think you're food. However, jags are solitary, and in a one-bedroom apartment, if that jaguar feels like you're in its space, it could be lights out.
Exactly.
Which is why your best shot is actually with the gorilla. They're natural pacifists that won't waste the calories attacking something that they don't view as an immediate threat to them.
Exactly.
So as long as you don't look him in the eye, or smile at him unless you're trying to be Harambe's roommate, your best chance at winning and
I got it, bro. I got it.
Is with the gorilla.
Come on.
I want to show y'all something. So I made a video on this, and a lot of people are commenting how they choose the Komodo since all they'd have to do is climb a counter, just wait there for 37 minutes. Some even said they can manhandle the leather assault weapon if they needed to. I'm not going to talk about how Komodos can be nearly 10
Look at the size of that boy.
I'm not going to mention the fact that young Komodos can climb trees. And I'm certainly not going to acknowledge the fact that out of all the animals here, Komodos are the only ones that will actively eat humans.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not going to talk about any of that. Instead, I'm going to show you this.
Bro, you're not surviving, man. People are dumb. Think you can survive that? People are dumb.
No further comment.
Yep. People actually think they would survive in a room with a Komodo dragon. Bro, like LA Knight would say, bro. Mena! Komodo dragons are menaces, bro. You don't want that. You don't want that smoke, my man. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Before I go, I just gotta tell you guys why they wasn't in the video on Friday. Because YouTube blocked 2 of my videos. It was a Lil Durk song, by the way, the first one. Then uploaded, blocked. And I'm like, oh no, bro. Waited a couple hours for the appeal to see if they could help me. Of course, really tiny channel. They didn't do anything. And I was like, okay, I have to upload though. So I went to record another song that was trending, blocked again. And I'm like, yeah, bro, it's just, I appealed both. And till this day, I haven't received anything. So I deleted, just before I started recording, I deleted the videos that were blocked. And therefore, there wasn't a video on Friday. But there's a video today. Hopefully, we can keep the channel momentum going despite missing a day. But if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called How to Not Get Unsubscribed from Life by Animals. Let's go and check this out, man. You know I love this type of content, so let's go. Okay, big bison. Oh no.
So if you're a long time subscriber, there's a couple of videos I want to bring you.
Bro.
One of them might be the very first video I ever made. It's still up today, but considering it was a TikTok compilation I slapped together and it was back when I used Apple headphones as a mic, the quality is trash. In fact, rewatching that video nearly made me cringe myself into a
bro. I have the same thing, bro. I know we started in September. Like it's crazy.
Or the Bundy Hornets. Whatever happened to them? Well, with the recent upgrade in the production quality of my channel, I figured why not remake the video that probably got you here in the first place. So here's how to survive a moose attack. You don't actually.
You don't
have a choice in the matter. You see, the key word here is attack. The road to getting a moose aggravated.
They are so cool, man.
Life. And honestly, you're probably safer in front of a bear than a 10-foot tank of antlers. With predators, you can convince them that you're not worth the effort. But there is no negotiating with something that thinks you're actively trying to turn into calories. So the best way to survive a moose attack is to not even let it get to that point. So here are some signs that a moose is considering turning you from one of a kind to another in a pine. If a moose stops eating or drinking and suddenly stares at you, you got the moose's attention and it's in your life's interest to give it back. If a moose shows you the whites of his eyes, soon you'll be seeing the sight of God's skies. And if the ears are pinned back, his mind's on attack. And this goes for pretty much all animals. Once the ears go flat, then the next few seconds are going to be very crucial to continuing your way of life. And I don't entirely know why, but if a moose urinates while looking at you, it's a sign of ill intent.
That's
I'm guessing it's like
crazy
a
disrespect,
thing, wherever you came from is where you need to be heading. And if a moose lowers his head and starts approaching you, that is likely the last warning that doesn't come with a hospital bill. Of course, none of that really matters because a four-legged armored truck with it.
Bro, why are they so close to the freaking moose, bro? Idiots. People are idiots.
Ability to make conscious choices. You could just choose to
bro, why do you have your kid close to the moose, bro?
That the Messiah is gonna follow. At
which
point, your options are limited, but you're gonna want to get into a car, a shed, or a building, or at the very least, put something between you and the moose, like a tree or even a mailbox or something. And if violence is inevitable, you're gonna want to go to a
poor guy.
Vital organs and forgive those who may have wronged you in the past, so the hate in your heart doesn't weigh you down.
That was a fake charge, bro.
Most important,
a mama with her
don't
cups.
Get up right
don't
after
get
the moose
close.
stops trampling you, because that could motivate the moose to star in the sequel of your assault. Basically, the whole make yourself look bigger thing, do the exact opposite with a moose. Don't stand your ground because at the moment it's not yours. You're dealing with the Lord of the North, and nothing short of a magazine with no words or a freed willy is stopping him. You can expect more than 10% off when a moose is involved, especially when it's a mother with a calf or a male in rut. And for those of you that already know what rutting is, I'm 90% sure I know how you know, and I'm 90%
I don't know what it is, to be honest.
However, the moose usually isn't trying to hurt you, so the less of a threat you are, the less danger you're in. Can't really say that for these guys though. Here's how to
saw that already, man. Chimps don't play.
About that. Either
chimps
you
don't
or you
play, boy.
Look, if you already follow me, then you already know what chimps are and what they're capable of. People think they're cute because they look like humans when they should be scared because they act like them too. I actually have a list on how to survive a chimp attack, but if you're in a position where you can get touched up by one, then you've already ignored steps 1 through 5. Step 6 is to lease a coffin. But let's say you effed around and now you're trying not to find out. Don't smile or show teeth since this can be
never show your teeth, bro. Never.
It's their
That's
version
rule
of
number
flashing
1.
Peace. Eye contact with a chimp is a good way to make contact with your ancestors, since this can be directly seen as a challenge. However, if a chimp is already coming at you with violence, then it might be time to pick a color for your casket. There is one weakness chimps have that might just save you. Because chimpanzees are built like Michelangelo statues, they're relatively low body fat and top
Bro,
body composition.
Bro.
Chimps can't really swim.
They don't lift,
if you happen to be near a body of water, diving into the deep end where a chimp can't follow you might be the only thing that saves you. Now here's a video of a chimp doing exactly what I just said they couldn't. So I guess the real advice here is be an organ donor, because at least whatever they find left of you can go on to benefit someone else. It's not like you're gonna need it. Now let's talk about bears. You've probably heard the popular rhyme for bear safety, and that's if it's black, fight back, if it's brown, get on the ground, and if it's white like a cloud, you're gonna die. But there are some misconceptions with this, and some of those misconceptions could get you put on a shirt. So we're gonna talk about it bear by bear. With black bears, you're gonna want to fight back. But that doesn't mean just start throwing hands at the bear, because a bear of any kind is
make it talk big and scream.
But what you want to do is make yourself look like a threat. Stand up tall, talk loud and firmly, and if you have a bag or a jacket or something, raise it over your head to make yourself look bigger. Black bears seem to constantly forget who they are and instead choose to identify as overweight raccoons, so they can be intimidating. Now with brown bears, you're going to want to get on the ground, but not for the reason some people might tell you. Some people say to play dead, since bears don't like to eat prey that's already past tense. Bears will eat literally anything, including other baby bears, so they're not about to miss out on free protein just because the expiration date might be off. But also, bears aren't stupid. You see, playing possum works for possums because they're not playing. They actually pass out and go into a panic coma where no amount of pushing or prodding wakes them up. Also, they'll drool and release a foul smell to really sell the bit. So unless you plan on committing to the role that hard, it's not going to help you. Why you actually get on the ground is to look as unintimidating and non-threatening as possible. So basically, none of the things you do with a black bear.
Never show your teeth as well.
Clasp your hands around your neck.
No eye contact as well.
Make it harder to flip you over. But the most important thing, and I cannot stress this enough, do not run. A bear can keep pace with a horse over a short distance. So all running does is guarantee you get made into a member sooner. Especially since bears are the largest terrestrial predators on the planet, while also having the endurance of a CrossFit junkie. And sometimes the bear will test their instincts by charging. Most charges, however, are bluffs, and the worst thing
mama with 4 cubs. Yeah, you don't want that smoke, boy.
Also, whoever said bears can't run downhill was actively trying to sell the human race. Yes, they can, and thinking they can't will be your downfall. But the best way to survive a bear attack is to avoid one in the first place. So if you're ever hiking in bear country, you're actually going to want to make noise. Which sounds counterintuitive, but making a lot of noise actually tells the bear where you are and allows it to avoid conflict in the first place. Also, since bears have a hypersensitive nose and sense of smell, carrying bear spray can be the difference between going home in peace and resting there in pieces. Bear spray is said to save people from serious injury in bear encounters 98% of the time.
Wow!
God bless you.
I didn't know that.
There is a catch though. Everything I just said applies to territorial encounters with bears. If a bear comes at you on predatory timing, then my only advice is to make peace with the higher being of your choosing. Predatory bear attacks on humans are rare, but when they do happen, someone gets put on the news. And that's why if the bear in your presence is a polar bear, then it's up. And by it, I mean your time on Earth. Polar bears are hyper carnivores, so
they just eat meat, they don't eat nothing else.
And since polar bears can
you don't gotta shuttle a polar bear, bro.
By the time you see him, just know he's been plotting on you. There is one tip that says polar bears have ADHD, and undressing and tossing articles of clothing will distract it long enough for you to escape. But unless you have like an unlocked car or a bear-proof house, all you've done is guarantee that you now die naked and cold. And if the bear somehow doesn't get you, whoever finds your body gets to see exactly how your life ended. Now, half the reason I work out is so that if I ever suffer an untimely death, then I can leave behind a respectable corpse. But considering this is probably happening in the ice-chilled Arctic, they'd probably just assume I was compensating for something. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
If it's black, fight back. If it's brown, you better hug the ground. And if it's white like nose powder, then it's finna be your final hour. And speaking of final hour, here's how to survive a hippo attack. No, you're not going to.
You don't.
If you're disappointed by that, then that's a failure of your own expectation.
It's a hippo, bro.
We're like halfway through the video. If you click genuinely looking for hippo advice, then I'm
size of that bastard, bro.
Data plan. Hippos are the heaviest things on 4 legs without a trunk or a horn. They divide crocodiles without a calculator and subtract an estimated
they don't care
from the population.
They don't care.
It's probably
show
me someone who survived the hippo attack, and I'll show you someone you should get lottery numbers from. So my only advice to surviving this whale Karen throwing a fit is to uninstall yourself so he doesn't get credit for the kill. Unless you're exercising the right to bear absolute heat, in which case I hope he likes seafood because he finna eat some shells. Then again, since hippos are as close as you can get to being bulletproof, self-deletion might be the easiest way out. Ironically, in this entire video, the cougar might be the most...
By the way, hippos kill more people in Africa than lions. Let that sink in.
Survivable out of any animal here. The rules for survival are pretty simple. Try to travel in groups, avoid being out at dawn or dusk, and if one tries to offer you a drink, just remember nothing in this life is free. Now when surviving the actual cats, the rules are a little different. You see, cougars are actually naturally wary of people and are perfectly happy avoiding humans. So if a puma ever presses you like in this video, it's likely you accidentally stumble into some cubs and now you gotta see the mama about it. Back away slowly. All running does is tell the cougar that you're something worth chasing. Also,
Don't turn your back.
Hunters, the worst thing you can do when a cat confronts you is turn your back to it, because that makes it more likely to pounce. You're gonna want to stand up tall and back away slowly while speaking in a loud, firm voice.
Yep.
It doesn't matter what you say. You can recite the entire script for the B movie, as long as it's loud enough for the cougar to hear you. In tiger country, it's often advised to wear a backwards mask to convince the ambushing big cat that it's already lost.
Or glasses on the back of your head as well.
Tiger attacks on the rise, it's likely the striped demons are calling the bluff. Bluffing's probably your only option against a kangaroo.
Come on, kangaroo, bro. You're not as shredded, bro. Come on. That boy's big. That boy was big.
And you do that by avoiding eye contact and not facing the macropod directly. And if a kangaroo starts
get in the hands, what?
You're gonna want to curl into a ball, take the hits, and pray.
Show him the hands.
If a kangaroo hauls off and kicks you, you're probably not getting back up. If you want a kangaroo cheat code, lower your head, keep your hands close to your body, and cough.
That's so sick.
Cough is similar to the sound weaker
males
make to submit to a bigger, stronger alpha-roo. It's basically giving the kangaroo the right of way. As you can see, this woman failed to cough and now she's
that woman got the mean right, bro. Come on.
You can either have a coughing fit or be fit in a coffin. But you don't have options when you're dealing with the most dangerous animal humanity's ever seen. And that's because it's humanity itself.
Oh, yeah,
so if you ever happen to wake up and find out you're a wild animal, here's how to survive a human attack. First is to understand that you are likely screwed, and any outcome that doesn't end in one less of you likely will end in something worse. And the sooner you can accept that, the sooner you can be at peace. Now, humans may look like the light work of the great ape group, being significantly weaker than orangutans, gorillas, and chimps. But they make up for it. The same way that bullied kid makes up for years of torment with a suspiciously shaped duffel bag in the intent of lighting up the school like a Christmas tree. You can try to run, but the Homo sapien race used to literally chase their prey into heat stroke, since they're able to sweat and cool down while actively running you into the ground. Of course, that's when they hunted with spears. Now they use their father's boomstick to blow you off the senses, while still being too far for you to
now they cheat like
make no mistake, without claws, venom, or a strong
cowards
an unarmed human might seem like an easy W. Until you realize that
animal.
Humans work as a massive monkey mafia, where if you hurt or murder one of their own, they exterminate your entire family. And honestly, that's the nicest thing they'll do. Because the other option involves being captured and taken as a spectacle in their society.
I hate it.
Where they will imprison you,
break
you down,
it's
and punish
disgusting.
you for being yourself.
I can't even watch, man.
When the deuces
it's so disgusting.
They'll blame you for being what you've always been. They'll slaughter hundreds of millions of your kind and then gaslight you to convince themselves that you're the problem. All while actively destroying the natural order that existed billions of years before them. Because humans aren't God, but they sure love to play it. So the only way to survive a human attack is to readjust your goals and just enjoy the show before a hairless oppression monkey with a superiority complex comes by and cancels. But that's gonna do it for this video. For more consistent content, be sure to follow my Instagram and TikTok. I try to post daily on both. And if you haven't already, be sure to check out
back, bro.
100 deadly animals that can RSVP your place in the cemetery.
That book looks sick.
If you'd like to support this channel beyond just subscribing, my Patreon's also going to be
get the bag, my boy. You deserve it, bro.
Hug your mother and be safe out
there. Hug your mom and
drink water. More of a menace than the animal behind the cage is the one outside it.
Ah, yeah. The one outside of the cage is the worst one, by far. Yeah, man, nothing but facts in this video. We literally kidnap animals from their natural places to put them in cages and pens and aquariums the size of this room with a giant animal, and we say, yeah, man, I hope you enjoy it. Now you are people's amusement. It's so disgusting, man. Since I saw the Chimp Empire, the documentary, bro, I realized how much they travel. They travel all the time. They go in patrols to the borders of the territory, man. They travel a lot, and there they are closed down on a small space. Like, zoos have a purpose, I get it. Besides people's amusement is to protect endangered species of animals. That's why when pandas and everything have to be in the zoo, it's the only way they can reproduce sometimes. And I get it. Endangered animals, I fully understand it. But don't put orcas in aquariums. Don't put dolphins in aquariums. Don't put chimps in cages. Come on, man. Use your brain, yeah. But yeah, guys. Thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. If you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na, 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called When Stupidity Goes Viral, with a wholesome twist at the end. So yeah, man, let's go. And man's fresh, bro.
Come on, look at the trim, big man.
That's my barber, bro. Let's go. Okay. Yeah,
I
boy.
tried to tell you about orangutans.
Monkey strong.
I
Orangutan.
did say if something like this ever flips a
Look at
switch, it's
the
gonna be a
size of
bad
that
time
boy.
for everyone.
Nah.
But it took this ginger gorilla getting his lick back on camera for y'all to believe me.
Yep.
But like all jokes aside, orangutans aren't aggressive,
Nope.
like at all.
They're
Like,
really
thank
friendly,
God we
actually.
designed them for that because it would be terrifying. But orangutans almost never choose violence, not even with each other. The only time you'll see an orangutan get active is if a male runs into another adult male, and even then it's a bunch of bluffing and displaying and just being loud to prove a point. Hands rarely get thrown. In fact, there are no recorded cases of a wild orangutan killing a human. They're just plus-size pacifists. So one of two things happened here. One, that's an orangutan trying to play. Or two, and I'm willing to bet money this is what actually happened. The man was provoking the orangutan like an idiot and getting in his face, but the person behind the camera didn't hit record until the orangutan decided he had enough.
For sure.
And in situations like this, I'm always going to look at the guy outside the cage before I look at the animal in it.
Yes.
And also just personally, I don't love any article of clothing that much. I would have just negotiated my shirt, but you know, that's just,
take your shirt off, bro. Look at the strength of these animals,
update to
bro.
the whole orangutan debacle. Turns out I was right. Turns out this man, well, 19-year-old, hopped the enclosure fence and started taunting the big ape, literally for clout. Bro wanted to go viral, and the orangutan said, yeah, I can show you the way. Almost cost him an arm and a leg, but mans did numbers on Twitter. Not to mention the orangutan was on recruit difficulty, because I watched that whole video, and I counted at least 3 times where he could have gotten his folded. Jokes aside, this pissed me off for a lot of reasons. First of all, if that orangutan would have killed him, not even, if he would have broken his arm, what do you think the headlines would have been? Probably something like, vicious orangutan goes crazy and brutally kills
man,
man.
it's so
When
disgusting.
it really should be, wannabe influencer gets exactly what he asked for as wild animal goes wild animal.
Exactly.
Not to mention, if it got to that point, the zoo 100% would have taken out the orang to save the guy. Even though orangutans are endangered and dumbasses on the internet are kind of overpopulating.
Yep.
And I just know Harambe was watching from the beyond.
All
Like,
facts.
ain't that some bullshit? It takes years for keepers to gain the trust of an animal like that, and this man managed to destroy it all in less than 10 seconds. I'll say one thing though, he chose the right ape to try this with. If he would have tried the gimmicks with a gorilla,
try that with a gorilla with chimp, bro. See how it goes.
Yeah, none of us would have seen
Idiot, man. Take
or at least
that,
not
bro.
without a Tor browser, because this would have turned into
Poor
a small
animal,
film.
man.
Now, what if I told you someone managed to do something even stupider than this?
I believe you,
Warning,
bro.
this will piss you off. Meet this woman whose name I'm not going to say because I don't want to get sued. And she didn't just get too close to an enclosure. Nah, she decided to walk up in it like she paid rent.
Whoa!
So 2 things. 1, this was in Texas, so Florida you can
Of
punch.
course
And
it's
2, those are spider monkeys. This is a spider monkey. I don't know what kind of game she thinks she's playing, but she could have lost badly. One wrong move and they could have her looking like she could unlock Voldemort's phone. And if that weren't enough, which it obviously was, she even decided to feed the monkeys Cheetos. Not even like the original ones. Nah, she went flaming hot. I don't think I need to tell you why that's bad. Then again, someone like her is able to vote, so... Yeah, they tell you not to feed wild animals because the food we eat can make them violently sick, especially if it's flaming hot. The woman was kicked out of the zoo and allegedly charged with criminal trespass. She also lost her job at a law firm, which at first made me happy, but then made me seriously question just how she got that far.
Yep.
And I think about it, that's probably where she got her lawyers from. You know who the she is, I don't gotta say her name. And after going viral, she swiftly received the online spanking that comes with it. After all the backlash, she finally released a statement where she was actually apologetic and really seemed to understand the gravity of you know I'm lying, right? Nah, instead this woman who somehow survived 20 years.
Of course you did nothing wrong, you fucking bitch.
In her words,
fuck off.
Nobody got hurt.
Idiot.
I'm sure the monkeys wish they could have that one back. But she did learn at least one valuable lesson. To keep her Cheetos to herself. My mom doesn't like when I curse on the internet, so I'm gonna end it right there. If you've seen this tiger before, you've probably been lied to. This tiger went viral a few years ago for having Down syndrome, which caused obvious facial deformities. People love this pug-faced predator so much that they used him to spread awareness. Except, he never had it, and the truth was actually way worse. See, the thing is, white tigers are rare, like 1 in 10,000 type rare, and most don't survive longer than a year in the wild because if you can't camouflage, you're probably gonna starve. White tigers are also really popular for animal traffickers selling them on the very much illegal exotic pet market. Yeah, screw those guys, by the way. So the easiest way to breed white tigers is to have 2 white tigers hook up so their recessive genes can produce another white tiger. The problem is, well, there's a lot of problems actually, but the biggest one is that because Caucasian carnivores are so rare, the ones they breed are often related, which is how they get more inbred than a family reunion. Kenny the tiger didn't have Down syndrome. He was a twin-cest baby whose parents were siblings, and most of his actual siblings became past tense the moment they were born. The guy that bred him tried to lie and say he looked like that from smashing his face into a wall a bunch of times.
Yeah, sure, man.
Yeah. Kenny was rescued and taken to an animal sanctuary in Arkansas, along with his brother who was cross-eyed, because that's exactly the kind of thing that happens when you have an aunt, mom, and an uncle, dad. The sanctuary took care of Kenny for as long as they could until he eventually passed away at the age of 10 to melanoma. It's a sad story, but it could have been worse. R.I.P. Kenny, you deserved way better than you got.
R.I.P. Kenny, I'm getting chills, man. Rest in peace, Kenny.
A lot of people sent me this, so I just wanted to point out 2 things. So I'm gonna play it
That's
back and try and see if you can notice what it is.
Bring it back to me. It's a dance floor. I don't want to hate.
So that slow blink is actually the universal sign that a cat is relaxed and at ease. We've seen this with bigger cats like lions and tigers.
The chef, right?
Cats will use this as a gesture of trust. To the point where a lot of animal shelters will decide whether a cat's safe to handle based on whether it slow blinks or not. And it works both ways. You can pretty much slow blink at your pet cat and it's like their version of a smile. And the second thing is right at the end the jaguar rolled over on her back. The underbelly is the most vulnerable part of a cat, so them exposing it like that is the ultimate sign of trust.
Cat trusts
it doesn't always mean they want you to touch them, it's more them trying to tell you that they're comfortable around you. I don't know what you did, but keep doing it, because that cat loves you. So King Julian would actually be a queen. And not in like a yassified way, but in real life, ringtail lemur society is female dominated. Lady lemurs assert their dominance by bullying the low-ranking males at every opportunity. And they usually do this by chasing them around, grabbing them, and biting them. But their favorite way to flex on the males is by straight up snatching any food out of their hands. Or in this case, a stick. And they don't even have to be hungry, sometimes they'll go out of their way to do it just for the feminism of it all. Also, lemurs smell so bad that they manage to weaponize it. As in they'll rub their scent glands all over their tails as a way to build their ammo, and then pretty much just throw their body odor around. Also, they're much more homicidal than the movie wants you to believe. There was a study done on 1,000 animals to see which one was more likely to kill their own kind. Meerkats were number 1, since about 19% of meerkat deaths were caused by another meerkat.
Yeah, I knew that one.
Lemurs were not far behind, with up to 17% of lemur obituaries being co-signed by their own kind. And a lot of it comes from females kidnapping and abandoning babies and males straight up aborting them. Moral of this video, King Julian was a hyper-homicidal, child-endangering, BL-blasting drag queen. So you probably know the story of Harambe, but not the story of Jumbo. So this goes all the way back to 1986. 5-year-old Levin Merritt was excited to go to the zoo with his family. But when he got to the gorilla pen, bro got a little too excited. While leaning over to get a better look, he lost his balance and fell 20 feet straight down, breaking his arm, fracturing his skull, and knocking himself out cold. When Levin regained consciousness, he awoke to Jumbo, a 400-pound silverback gorilla looming over him. The kid understandably screamed, and that momentarily freaked out Jumbo, and witnesses thought this was going to end in the worst way possible. Jumbo protectively stood over the child and had been gently stroking his back as he was unconscious. Jumbo even kept other gorillas away when they got curious and tried approaching the boy. It became clear to everyone that Jumbo was protecting Levin like he was one of his 20 kids.
God, I'm getting chills,
Jumbo
man.
was like that. When Levin started crying, Jumbo calmly led the other gorillas to a small hut in the other corner of the pen, which was when paramedics were able to rescue the boy, who ended up making a full recovery. But the funny thing is, this incident might have saved gorillas in general, because back then people were terrified of and even hated gorillas. King Kong didn't help. But after the video of Jumbo looking after the fallen boy went viral, and this was back in the 80s, viral was a big deal. The public perception of gorillas did a full 180. Now you're probably wondering what was the difference between this and Harambe, and the answer is actually depressing. With Harambe, people were screaming, throwing objects to distract him, when all they were doing was freaking the big ape out even more. Harambe got agitated, and that's why they ended up doing what they did. Had the people not screamed at him, Harambe wouldn't have gotten so agitated, he'd still be alive, and the pandemic never would have happened. So I actually have a lot of thoughts on the Harambe situation. And
shout out Jumbo, bro. I'm getting chills, man. Fair play, Jumbo, bro. And people stop being assholes around animals, bro.
Probably not gonna like him. So if you don't know about Harambe, give the phone back to your mom. TikTok's no place for a 5-year-old. The Spark Notes version. Kid fell into gorilla pen. Gorilla goes up to the kid. Gorilla starts getting agitated. Zoo officials got a rifle and ended him. The gorilla, not the... Yeah. And the big question is, should they have murked Harambe, especially when he didn't seem like an immediate threat to the child? Here's the thing. They could have tranquilized him, but that easily could have backfired. Think about it. It's already a stressful environment. You got people screaming and throwing things at you, and that's after a child-shaped object just got airdropped into your living room. Getting shot with a tranq would only amp him up even more. I want y'all to watch this video.
Oh no.
Animals don't understand what a tranquilizer is. As far as they're concerned, you just tried them. And in the 5 minutes
you just shot at them,
Harambe could have raised absolute hell. And if a 400-pound Harambe seriously injured or even deleted the kid, that zoo is done for. Because technically the kid shouldn't have been able to get into the gorilla enclosure in the first place. It's stupid, but it's like a balcony. You shouldn't have to tell a fully functional human being not to jump off a balcony, but if one does and there are no rails, the owner of that building is still getting slapped with a violation. So if a 3-year-old managed to get into the gorilla pen and then got deleted while there are armed zoo officials present, that zoo is finished. The zoo would get sued to oblivion and all the animals would get relocated and have to find a new place. And as an animal with a human body count, Harambe would almost certainly get turned into a hashtag anyway. It sounds like I'm taking the zoo side here. I'm not. In a situation that messed up, there is no right answer. Someone was gonna lose. Just sucks that the someone had to be the animal whose only crime was literally just being an animal. But yeah, glad I didn't pull the trigger. You're absolutely right, and I was saving this story for last on purpose. This is Binti Jua. She's a western lowland gorilla which actually happens to be critically endangered. Also, she's the niece of this gorilla Coco. Didn't know that before. This story goes all the way back to 1996 in the Brookfield Zoo just outside Chicago. A small child was excited to see the gorillas and as a result, fell into the enclosure 25 feet straight down. How so many fetuses end up in gorilla pens is beyond me. The 3-year-old broke his hand, was knocked out, and was bleeding heavily out the side of his face. And while all the other gorillas seemed confused and unsure of what to do, Binti went right up to the fallen boy. To everyone's shock, Binti, who was already a mother at this point, cradled the injured boy in her arms and even seemed like she was looking around for someone to help. Then, with her own 17-month-old hanging on her back, Binti carried him across the enclosure over to a door where zookeepers could get to him and gently laid him down. But here's the part a lot of people don't realize. As a new mother, Binti had learned to hand off her newborn daughter over to zookeepers so they could get her examined by vets. Binti did the same exact thing here, treating this boy she'd never met before like he was one of her own. But there might be another reason why she did this. You see, Binti was actually abandoned by her own mother when she was born and had to be hand-raised by humans. And when Binti became a mom, it was those same people that taught her how to care for her baby by using dolls. This story didn't just go viral, it went mid-90s viral, and it almost single-handedly changed the way a lot of people see gorillas. And in case you were wondering, Binti is still very much alive in the same Brookfield Zoo where she turned 34 in March. As for the baby gorilla on her back while she saved the little boy, that was her daughter Kula, who's 25 now and has a baby of her own, which makes Binti a grandmother. God bless you, Binti.
God bless you, Binti. Jesus. Bro, Dav, I don't know if you can see. I think you can't. Bro, I'm full of chills in my legs and everything. Jesus. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, man. Another Casual Geographic banger. It's just incredible. Bro is awesome. And the last week's one, it's going crazy, bro. It's like what 150 views on something like that, bro. It's crazy right now. Thank you a lot so much out there, man. I love you guys. It's been incredible, the support, man. Like I've said before, I'm enjoying the journey more than I ever thought I would before I got my life together, bro. I was just focused on the destination, like how am I getting there? How? And now that I'm more laid back on life, I'm enjoying my life a whole lot more. Like it's not even comparable. I just love the way I am, the person that I am right now. I love my life. Oh man, it's just phenomenal stuff. All glory to God for being here and to allowing me to experience this change in my life. And thank you guys out there as well, man, because when I see a video go nuts like last week's videos, it's phenomenal whether they go or not. I can distance myself from that, but when they go nuts, I get even more happier than I was. So yeah, man, thank you guys so much. I love you guys. And if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii. Have a phenomenal week, and I love you, and goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called Should We Let Nature Finally Delete Pandas? No, pandas are sick. But yeah, let's see what Casual Geographic has to say. The GOAT! So man, let's go. Shout out! Oh no! Hey, Melly.
Are you coming up to chill?
Poor thing.
What's the plan, bro? Everything is awesome when you're a panda.
There are some animals whose entire existence proves that nature isn't about survival of the fittest. It's survival of just barely being good enough. If life was a class, it wouldn't be about passing with straight A's. It'd be about passing off your DNA before you become an F in the chat. And some animals are universally recognized as the remedial students of nature. Cheetahs are the red-headed stepchild of the cat world. Sloths are basically free calories served on a moss plate. And roasting koalas is considered low-hanging fruit only because they happen to share the same IQ. And also because they put the mid in chlamydia. And it seems that everyone can agree that pandas are egregiously bad at pandaing and that we as a society need to stop being this biracial Winnie the Pooh's crutch and just let nature finish what it's clearly started. But are pandas really that bad? Man. Did we successfully gaslight the barcode bears of the world? Or do pandas really profit off the most OP pretty privileged genjutsu nature's ever seen? To find out, first we gotta lay out all the factors that make the Try to Panda challenge virtually impossible. But before that, this video was sponsored by absolutely no one. Let's get it. You probably already know that the panda's biggest problem revolves around it being a bamboo sink. 99% of the things that meets this oversized equality hamster's gullet is bamboo. Despite clearly being designed with carnivore software. It's the koala problem of building your entire meal plan around something that gives you
Boy, just sleep, bro.
Which is why pandas can spend up to 16 hours a day eating something they can only digest 17% of. The very definition of injustice is that when you Google sloth bear, this monochromatic try-hard vegan doesn't show up, since their diet of scarfing bamboo often leaves them with very little energy for anything else. So to accommodate this
they should be eating meat, but they eat bamboo for some reason.
Relatively smaller sized organs, including, you guessed it, their brains. And something else, but we'll get to that. But yeah, being a bimbo for bamboo might have literally nerfed their intelligence in the process. And some of you may have asked yourselves why the breathing bamboo purses don't just hibernate, since hibernation is basically power save mode for animals, and if anyone needs to save energy, it's pandas. Well, one, bears technically aren't even true hibernators. But two, even if they were, eating like the vegan teachers now,
eating good, bro.
Are physically incapable of putting on the fat reserves required to hibernate for months at a time without also getting perma-slept to starvation. But honestly, the problems with their diet have low-key been overblown. If being a bamboo junkie was their only issue, they wouldn't be as chronically down bad. At their core, animals have two main goals: food, and another F word my mom doesn't like me to say. We see how they handle their meal prep, but it's their love life that really screws pandas over. Pandas
it is, man. It's a problem.
Bad at making more pandas. Off rip, their window to reproduce isn't even really a window. It's more like a hairline crack in the windshield. Female pandas ovulate 1 to 3 days out of the entire year. That's only 24 to 72 hours are open for business out of a possible 8,760. And since being bent on bamboo means they eat, sleep, and socialize like a stereotypical Reddit user, finding a possible partner is often equally as difficult for them. Even if he does manage to track a female down, he still has a high risk of fumbling the opportunity because males are apparently illiterate at reading signs. Male pandas often struggle to interpret the signs that a female actually wants to mate. Word. And when you only have hours on the clock, mistakes like that ensure that the only thing getting screwed is the future of your progeny. And even if the female's 100% with it, it's still not a—
Bro, what more do you need? Like, come on, bro. She's literally in your face. That's the definition of in your face, bro. And my boy just eating his bamboo, bro. Damn, bro.
Sure thing.
That's
partly
tough.
because male pandas struggle through the process of procreation in a way that is almost impressive, but also partly due to the panda's reportedly disproportionately tiny penis. Which is why pandacoitus is a lot like trying to get a 1/4-inch USB into a port blind, while also wearing a 200-pound fat suit. Oh, and try without using thumbs. Nature did this obese oppression raccoon 0 favors. Their mating habits are a big reason why the double-stuffed Ursus Oreos are where they're at. Pandas in breeding programs in captivity often show so little interest in their literal only job that researchers have resorted to showing them videos of pandas mating. Apart from pulling videos from Panda Hub, researchers have also resorted to giving them actual Viagra. Although you'd need a magnifying glass to see if it's working, because again, the P in panda does not stand for packing. And even though most pandas rely on the grace of God as a wingman, somehow the jihad of life doesn't end once they add new names to the roster. Pandas are some of the worst parents on the planet. You've probably heard that if a panda has twins, one of them is a guaranteed loss, since the mother panda will abandon half her litter and leave that one twin to die.
Bro.
Which is even worse when you consider that grizzly bears will allegedly disown their cubs, but they only do it when there's one, since they'd rather start over with 2 to 4 cubs than put all their hopes and stock in one. The chosen panda cub doesn't get off scot-free either, since the yin-yang colored chonk bears of China have the highest mother-to-baby size ratio of any mammal. To put it in perspective, humans are typically 20 times bigger than their babies. Mother African elephants are typically 45 times heavier. A mama panda is approximately 900 times the size of her newborn baby. And since they don't have pouches like marsupials, that puts the panda at a legitimate risk of being turned into a chalk outline by its own oblivious mother. Just another way nature set this glorified cow gerbil up for failure. It's not even like domestication is an option. A good reason is because, despite what the black and white bane of bamboo might tell you, it's still a bear, and a bear is a bear is a bear. And the black sheep of the bear brotherhood is still liable to absolutely
look at that.
Human.
Yeah, man.
Especially since the one plus of constantly crushing bamboo is a bite force comparable to big cats like lions. In case you thought this plus-size Oreo was sweet, one man nearly lost his whole leg after a giant panda walked onto his leg and crushed his leg like celery. Then there's the fact that a high-volume, low-efficient diet means the one-man bamboo processing plant known as a panda can poop a healthy 40 times a day. And of course, living in the chilly, mountainous forests of Asia, pandas figured out that they can stay warm by rolling around and covering themselves in fresh manure. So if you want to add a biting, eating, pooping, sewer-smelling dependent to your family, like I always say, you're better off having children. Because there are no tax credits for providing for pandas. In fact, the opposite. Pandas quite literally cost millions of dollars just to keep alive. But mostly that's because giant pandas are leased by the Chinese government at approximately a fat million a year. And if one of those pandas gets knocked up, that'll set you back a cub tax of about $400,000. which is why currently only 3 zoos in the US have a biracial bamboo munching beanbag of a bear on display. One of those zoos used to be San Diego. I say used to because one of the consequences of renting pandas is that gives China the ammunition to be petty. I'm not a political channel, I'll never be a political channel. I'm not implying any type of affiliation or bias. I'm just listing 2 things that happened. In 2019, Trump may or may not have fueled a trade war against China. And come May 2019, a mother panda and her son were recalled and sent back to China. Now you could argue the trade war had nothing to do with it and this was just the natural end of a panda loan. But 10 years earlier in 2009, Taishan the panda was deported not long after Obama met with the Dalai Lama. The Dalai Lama is, as far as China is concerned, an op. So my working theory is China uses pandas for diplomacy, but also as a vehicle of petty punishment. That's not really the pandas' fault, but at this point we might as well hold it against them too. We didn't even mention the fact that pandas aren't even really pandas. When zoologist Frédéric Cuvier first used the word panda in 1825, he was describing the red-headed raccoon we call the red panda. The furry orca known as the giant panda wasn't named until much later, and it only got its name because at the time they thought it had a lot in common with the red panda. Turns out they're not even close to being related. Meaning this overgrown zebra yogi isn't even the original panda. And the fact that its monochrome mugshot shows up first when you type panda and not live action sheep is one of the biggest injustices of nature. This is the OG panda, but the newspaper-flavored clout-guzzling frauds took up just enough space to convince the world otherwise. So obviously pandas have their problems, and you can argue that their best trait is being a luck merchant.
Keep eating, boy.
There is no other animal that gets carried harder by pretty privilege than the endgame of a sloth bear raccoon orgy.
They have pretty privilege, bro.
With black and white privilege. Because the reason giant pandas are the mascot of the World Wildlife Fund is literally because having a mascot with the same color patterns as 1940s TV saves you a lot of money on ink. Yo, that sounds like a joke, but I'm not even kidding. If pandas were black and yellow or black and brown, they might not have gotten the job. But that aside, consensus is that pandas are so bad at pandaing that we should just let the flex of China fade into oblivion the way nature intended. But is that really true, or have we just been doing giant pandas incredibly dirty this entire time? First thing to mention is that they're a specialist species, with that specialty being in binging bamboo. Being a specialist rather than a generalist means you can typically tap into a niche nobody else can. But that means they can adapt to changes in their environment, and that also means that they're only a couple things going wrong away from getting evicted from reality. Having a very particular set of skills might be great if you're Liam Neeson, but it can severely handicap you as a species. And the funny thing is, for all the crap pandas get, the biggest and arguably most intimidating land predator on the planet is a specialist. Polar bears depend almost entirely on sea ice to hunt, and if that goes away, then it's bye-bye ice bear. But for some reason, we don't on the polar bear nearly as much for being dependent on ice as we lampoon pandas for their life choices. Especially since it's habitat destruction and fragmentation that really had giant pandas down bad. You see, it's believed the panda bear once had more variety in his diet and was more omnivorous. But likely because there was just so much bamboo everywhere and virtually zero competition for it, eventually they shifted into primarily eating bamboo.
Makes sense.
It also turns out that the bamboo they eat is high in protein but low in carbs. So despite seeming like that one person that would bring a veggie burger to a cookout, weirdly enough, the giant panda's protein intake is actually close to that of wolves. They're also particular about the part of bamboo they like to eat and when. According to studies on radio-collared pandas, in the summer and spring they prefer to eat the protein-packed shoots found at higher altitudes. But during autumn and winter they migrate down into the valley and shift more towards eating bamboo leaves, which are high in vitamin C along with roots. And they just move from high to low to high again year in and year out. Something that's clearly worked for them since they've been just fine like this for thousands of years. So much so that the umami taste receptor, i.e. the one that lets you experience the savory taste of meat, yeah, theirs got turned off. And they even evolved a false thumb for no other reason than to help them hold bamboo. So clearly pandas had a process that worked. The problem is when you fragment the habitat they spent thousands of years in and separate them from the food, the result is less pandas. We love to say pandas are bad at life, but by receding their habitat like a middle-aged hairline, we haven't made living any easier. Also, the whole point I made about pandas being bad at making whoopee, turns out that might just be propaganda, because in a twist, the giant panda's reproductive rate really isn't that much worse than that of American black bears. And black bears, they're doing just fine. In fact, everything I said about pandas having negative riz really only applies to those in captivity. In the wild, female pandas do have a small window for baby making, but that's often after a selection process that involves at least 2 males running fades for her honor. In a process that can last up to and over a week. And we now believe that this process might just be what stimulates ovulation. You can't really replicate that in a zoo, and between that and a constant flow of people, that's probably the biggest reason why pandas in captivity become celibate.
Makes sense as well.
If you were forced into an arranged marriage and had to have an audience watch you consummate it, you'd be a little awkward too. There is no bigger indictment than the fact that a zoo in Hong Kong had been trying to hook up 2 pandas for the better part of 10 years. And it wasn't until a certain beer virus of 2020 shut down the zoo to the public that the 2 bears finally got it on. Roommates for 10 years, and all it took was a couple months of privacy for them to fornicate. But even with all this slander, pandas are actually in pretty good shape. And that is a problem. With about 2,000 pandas alive today, pandas were recently demoted off the endangered species list.
Nice.
Yet giant pandas still finesse a bulk of conservation
That's good, man.
simply because they're cute. Think about it for a second. Pandas have big eyes, big foreheads, and chonk physique. If they didn't remind us of babies, we wouldn't be this invested in their future.
They do.
There's like 400 blobfish left in the entire world. You probably
bro.
didn't know that because, real talk, nobody's buying their child a plushie that looks like a deflated sunfish fetus. Not to mention the animals that could legitimately destroy entire ecosystems if they go ghost, like bees or certain types of plants. They become an afterthought because, yeah, pretty gets priority. It's like that one gym teacher that ignores actually struggling students to help the attractive girls in class that don't need or ask for it. That's right.
True.
Pandas are hot girls. Side note, why does it always seem like the gym teachers on felonious timing? Pandas aren't perfect.
Exactly, bro. They were weird, man.
At the end of the day, we've done far more to them than for them. But that's gonna do it for this video. Be sure to check out my book for 100 animals that can absolutely
check it out, man.
Share a link in description. Drink
Go
water,
check it out.
Eat that stuff. Hug your mother. Tell pops you appreciate him.
Yep.
Might have to make a Father's Day video in the name of equality. But until then, I'ma see y'all in the next one. Now, for y'all that watch till the end, here's some panda ASMR.
Let's go. Oi, eat that bamboo, boy. Come on, man. That's cute, man. I could literally watch hours of pandas eating bamboo, bro. Yeah, I'm still watching. Yeah. That's cute, man. That's cute. Yeah. But yeah, guys, as usual, man, Casual Geographic with the bangers. And I didn't know a lot of this stuff. I learned a lot today, which is amazing. It's the amazing part of his videos is that he teaches you a lot. And this channel is phenomenal, as always. And like I said, drink water. Go hug your mom and your dad, yeah. Tell them you love them. And praise to the Lord as always. And if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called Why You Should Avoid Dead Elephants. So yeah, man, let's go. Let's check this out. Why? Let's go.
If you can't see it in 3 seconds, you're already dead.
I can't see it.
Time's up. Did you find it?
No.
Oh, not the lion. I meant the hyena inside.
Oh, I didn't see that, bro.
Is that lions actually steal from hyenas more than hyenas do to them. And lions hate hyenas so much that males will chase them down, snap their spines, paralyze them, and then just leave them to die.
Yeah.
And in return, hyenas turn any lion cubs they find into chalk outlines.
They do.
Lions and hyenas are like a Mormon couple before marriage. They do not with each other. So when one hyena was feeding on an elephant corpse and 7 male lions pulled up, he did the only thing you can really do. The hyena buried itself inside the dead carcass with 7 of his ops just inches away. And it hid there while the lions ate. And when the lions weren't looking, the hyena made a break for it as the lions chased him and made a break for his neck. Even though it was 1 on 7, the hyena managed to escape and hand the entire team an L. But if you're from Detroit, that's nothing new.
Hey bro, come on man, they are good, they will be good this year.
The most dangerous time to be around a pride of lions is during a storm, since lions are more likely to hunt when it's darker out. Lions are basically serial killers with night vision, and they know it gives them an advantage, so as ambush hunters, they'd much rather try to catch a body when they know they have the cover of darkness to hide under. On a similar note, man-eating lions are really rare. But a lion's most likely to turn you into a news article after a full moon, because that's when they're typically at their hungriest. Because the light of the full moon eliminates their element of surprise, they experience a lower hunting success rate, which is why a lot of documented predatory attacks on humans took place after a full moon when they're at their most desperate. Lions are typically more selfish than tigers, because where tigers in the wild are often more willing to share if 2 of them come across a meal, lions are much more cutthroat and will occasionally even snatch leftovers from cubs. Male lions don't always have manes, but sometimes females do. In 2016, researchers observed 5 lionesses that grew manes and started acting like males, even going as far as to start mounting other females. They would also frequently roar and mark their territory, 2 things that are more associated with lions rather than lionesses. And the reason was believed to be because of hormonal defects causing excessive levels of testosterone in the females. Oftentimes after a successful hunt, lions will leave the immediate area to give their prey a chance to let their guard down again, which increases their success rate for the next hunt. Researchers tracking African lions noticed that more than 80% of the time, the lions would travel more than 3 miles from the kill site. Basically, lions give their victims time to process and recover from the trauma just to give it to them again. Now that's tough. Here's the biggest lie you've been told about lions. The king of the jungle is really a queen. Because a lion pride is actually led by females, not the male. Lionesses are the ones that own a territory and will defend it together, while males typically leave after 2 to 3 years. Which means the females are the landlords while the males are just on leases. Sometimes that lease gets cancelled along with the male, because sometimes lionesses will gang up on elderly males and end both their time as leader and time on Earth if they feel like they're unfit to lead the pride.
Wow.
This male was jumped out by at least 10 of his women with what had to be considered homicidal intent. Safari workers did break it up with a fire extinguisher, but they were 100% going for blood. Doesn't get any better in zoos, in fact sometimes it's worse. In 2018, a lioness named Gonzii murdered the father of her 3 cubs, and zookeepers never really figured out why. When Lion King had Nala put Simba on his back, they weren't too far off.
No.
Lionesses are all a sisterhood, and they'll even get pregnant and give birth around the same time just so they can take turns babysitting each other's kids. It also means if you mess around and piss one sister off, you'll have to see them all. Moral of this video, turns out we've been spelling it wrong. It's actually Lion King, because Simba acting like he ran the show was nothing but cat. Did you know lions are kind of racist? Lions with darker manes are considered more attractive in lion society. It's because darker manes correlate to higher levels of testosterone and better overall health.
So true.
Basically, lion beauty standards mean Scar would have gotten more than he would know what to do. And according to research done in South Africa, lions with black manes reportedly healed better from injuries and survived longer than lighter manes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they got that part right. But it also means blonde and light
Oh, come on, not Mufasa, bro.
And that's the problem. Lighter manes are less attractive to females, meaning it nerfs their chances of having cubs of their own. And because higher testosterone makes better fighters, light manes are more likely to get bodied and vibe checked by darker manes. But dark manes don't got it easy either. Long dark hair might attract more females, but it also attracts more heat to the lion. Which is why lions with black manes are more likely to have defective sperm. Remember, the reason most animals have their baby factory hanging outside is because too much heat can handicap you. So because nature's a sick joke, the same thing that helps the lion get laid can also be the same reason they can't have cubs. They can spread the seed, but there's a chance nothing will grow. The more you know. Here's why trusting this monkey can get you murdered.
A baboon, bro.
This is a yellow baboon, and he's probably the biggest sellout in nature. Baboons have these alarm calls they'll make to warn others of danger. So if one baboon sees like a lion, it'll make the call and all the others will rush into the safety of the trees. And it turns out other animals like the antelope and the kudu have actually figured out the baboon's alarm system. So whenever they hear it and see the monkeys climbing into the trees, they take that as a sign to peace out too. Now there's 2 problems with this. The baboons know that the antelope rely on them to not get killed, but they also know that the safest lion is one that's already been fed. So now these baboons will play lookout, but instead of warning the others when they see lions hunting, not only will they stay quiet, but sometimes they'll even leave the tree and wander on the ground like nothing's wrong. That makes the antelope think they're safe. That's how they end up on Mufasa's meal prep. And just to make it worse, sometimes the baboons will actually sit and watch the animals that thought they can trust them fall into the trap and get hunted down. And as long as they keep sacrificing other animals, the baboons know the lions won't come after them.
Nah,
it's like being
bro, imagine you were a gazelle, bro, or antelope, yeah? And you see the monkeys just walking around, you're like, yeah, cool here, right? Those guys usually make sound if the lions are coming. We cool, yeah, we Gucci, bro. And then you see Bob, bro, get eaten right in front of you, bro. And like, come on, bro. I thought we are all on the same page here. It's childish from the baboons, bro. Childish.
When the police show up so you don't end up in cuffs. And since baboons historically hate big cats like lions and leopards, to the point where they'll kidnap and abort cubs because they're afraid of what they'll grow into, it's literally the animal version of working with the feds. Moral of this video. Y'all called him a rat when you really could have just called him a baboon buffalo. They can weigh 1,300 pounds, they delete about 200 people a year, and they're so homicidal they've been nicknamed Black Death.
Yeah, they are, bro. They are mad.
And I want you to remember that number. And that's because Cape buffalo are one of the very few animals that will actively
yeeted him, bro.
Others. When a Cape buffalo is wounded by a hunter, its first response is to retreat and hide in tall grasses or brush. If you're dumb enough to follow it, then 1,300 pounds of malicious intent will ambush you and knock you to the ground. Then they'll back up and then they just wait. Because if you manage to get back on your feet, then this black Air Force Appa will charge and gore you again. And they'll keep this up until you just stop moving. It gets really bad when you piss off a whole herd, because then they'll form a circle around you and completely erase the option of escape. They'll keep you in that circle until one sees an opening and attempts to impale you. And the same rules apply. If you're still moving, then their job's not finished until you are. Which is why one of the most vicious animals you can hunt is an African cow from the trenches. Which is why it has another nickname, Widowmaker. Because the fastest way to get out of a marriage is to tell your husband to go hunt one in the morning, because then you'll go to bed one human being lighter and one life insurance policy richer.
Stop hunting them.
Joe Exotic before Joe Exotic.
Idiots.
This is Mr. Antoine Yates. And in 2001, Yates was 31, he was a construction worker, and he was the owner of an 8-week-old kitten that he kept in his Harlem housing project. As a kid, he was obsessed with animals. Sounds familiar. And when he was 3, he got his first pet, which was a hamster. It only escalated from there. Fast forward to 2003, Harlem police were called to his apartment to follow up on a complaint. The complaint being that Yates had a 6-foot pet alligator named Al that he kept in a tank. But when police used the periscope to look inside his apartment, this is what they saw.
My guy had a tiger, bro.
It was actually a Bengal tiger cub that grew into a 450-pound assault weapon. His name was Ming, by the way. Antoine bought him from an animal park and was feeding him with raw chicken that he bought from a supermarket. And people didn't even start finding out about it until Yates went to a hospital with bite and claw marks and tried to say his pet pit bull did it. Here's where the story gets interesting. Apparently, Antoine had roommates in his 5-bedroom apartment that at first didn't know they were also rooming with a whole tiger. One woman said she was terrified at first, but eventually got used to having her life in danger every time she came home from work. When Yates eventually got busted, his mom got charged as well. Why? Well, it turns out she had been babysitting in the apartment at the same time that Shere Khan was still a tenant. And when his neighbors were questioned, they said he had had bear cubs, rabbits, monkeys, hyenas, snakes, 1 llama, weird that he only had 1, and even a lion cub.
Wow.
This started with a fucking hamster. The tiger was tranquilized and sent to Noah's Lost Ark in Ohio, where he lived until 2019. And Yates went on to sue the state of New York for the loss of his pets, only for a judge to curse him out of court. Moral of the story: no matter what Florida does, New York is never too far behind.
Never.
Okay, we're gonna
New
do
York
this
is
one
crazy,
last time,
bro.
then I will never speak about this again. The Black Panther, not an animal. Like,
nope.
It ain't real. Because panther can be any one of these right here.
Yeah,
because the word
that's true.
panther refers to panthera, which is a starting lineup of cats that includes lions, tigers, jaguars, leopards, and snow leopards. We good so far?
Snow leopards are so
any
sick,
one of these
bro.
cats can be called a panther. Now, black panther is just a word for any one of these cats that has a mutation that causes melanism, but it only affects 2 of them. So when you say black panther, you're really just talking about a dark-skinned leopard or jaguar, and it's probably a jaguar. Because the gene that causes these charcoal cats is
they're so sick in all black, bro.
But technically, if a lion, tiger, or snow leopard got this mutation,
an old black tiger as well.
Black panthers too. Because I already know I'm finna get that one smart-ass comment. Yes, some people call this a panther. But mountain lions aren't part of the panthera genus. In fact, they don't even qualify as big cats. Cougars are actually closer to your pet cat than they are to lions or tigers.
They are?
So yeah, what you call a black panther is really just an emo jaguar. And if you're close enough, you'll see that even though they're black, they still have the same spot patterns that the normal ones have.
Yeah.
If you're close enough to see that, you're probably going to see nothing but black next. I'm actually glad you said that because, fun fact, pink panthers do exist. This leopard has a super rare mutation that causes the coat to appear strawberry flavored, instead of the normal brownish orange with black spots. Remember the rule. If it's any one of these cats, it can be called a panther.
It can.
Now, this pink panther has a mutation called erythrism. And because it's so rare, we don't really know that much about it, but it's believed that it causes the body to produce extra red or pink pigments. This also happens in animals like raccoons and coyotes. Before an animal
looks
like
like cotton candy, bro.
Depends on being able to hide. It's even rarer, and he's right there, by the way. Though it doesn't really look pink, but it's like a pinkish hue. But since leopards qualify as panthers, that's your pink panther right there. Also, we got white panthers too. Not like a colonizer's response to Wakanda, but like an actual cat. This lion has a mutation called leucism, which causes partial pigment
all
loss.
White.
To be confused with being albino, which is total pigment loss. And one last time, because y'all keep making me say it, since they're one of these cats, you can call this a white panther and be factually correct. Then you have this white cougar that was found in a national park in Brazil in 2013. When I say rare, it was recorded 8 years ago and never seen again.
Wow.
But mountain lions aren't part of the panthera genus, so they have to sit at the little cat lunch table with cheetahs, ocelots, bobcats, and even pet cats. The more you know.
The more you know.
Listen, did you know that a polar bear's skin is black and their fur is...
Yeah, polar bear black skin, got it. Hey, go follow that guy, he's pretty cool. But listen, did you know that lions will roar as a pride to mark their territory? And these roars can last up to 40 seconds and travel for 5 miles. And since they do it together, cubs will try to join in even when they aren't old enough to roar yet.
That's cute.
It sounds something like this.
Like Simba, bro, in a movie trying to scream in an elephant graveyard, bro.
Yeah, you kind of have to have a good day after seeing that.
Actually, was sick. Actually, was really, really cute. Guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you guys had a great weekend. And yeah, man, some of you are already on vacation, bro, from school and stuff. So that's pretty neat. You can watch more videos now. And yeah, man, I hope you guys enjoy your vacations. If you're still at work, bro, keep grinding, big man. Keep grinding. You got this. And yeah, man, another great video by Casual Geographic, bro. Bro's awesome. It is what it is, man. But yeah, guys, if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video called Even the Babies Have No Respect, bro. Let's go and check this out, man. Let's go. I'm excited. Bro, what is he doing?
No, if disrespect were a sport, hippos would be Hall of Fame. Because a fetus hippo can treat a grown crocodile and get away with it because they both know the croc won't do anything about it.
Nothing, he won't do anything.
They'll groom and lick the tails of homicide in the form of a crocodile like a teething toddler. Baby hippos have no fear or respect for an animal that could probably one-shot them with those jaws. And that's because crocodiles might have a brain the size of a walnut, but even they're smart enough not to give a mother hippo a reason to catch a body. Because this is how that movie ends.
Yep.
So instead of turning the baby into past tense, the crocodile just has to sit there and take it.
Yeah.
There's actually a reason hippos do this.
The salt in it.
I just don't know what it is. I've known about this since I was 7, but I never found out why they go out of their way to violate them like this. My best guess is that hippos like the taste of the salt on the crocodile's tail and they just help themselves. Either that or hippos are so disrespectful that they don't even acknowledge crocodiles as living things.
Probably.
But normally crocodiles and hippos will tolerate each other's existence. And sometimes crocodiles will say,
that's sick.
African homicide horse. The crocs never get too out of line because again, this is the end game. Moral of this video. When your mama's big enough, you can get away with anything under the sun.
That's true. Hey, what's that, bro?
At this point, I'm not even gonna apologize. You know what you signed up for. And if my eyes have to bear witness, I'm bringing everyone else down with me.
Nah, that looks disgusting.
But you probably heard them also be called fairy slippers. Those fairy slippers are a rubbery covering that goes over the hooves of a baby horse to protect its mother from the sharp edges while it's still inside her.
Oh.
It's like a pair of house slippers that the baby horse wears until it finally joins the outside. And if you've never seen this before, it's because as soon as the epinicium touches air, it starts to dry and fall off, especially once the foal starts walking. And sometimes the mother horse will pull the rubber boots off the baby with her teeth. And of course, none of it's painful for the foal, it's only painful to look at.
It looks hideous though.
For 24 hours, most of the horse feathers are already gone. It looks bad, but it's actually for a really good reason. Baby horses have to be able to stand and walk as soon as possible, since the smell of a horse being born can attract predators. But having fully formed hooves could put the mother in a pack if one of the sharp edges cuts her and causes internal bleeding.
That's true.
This video, this is what compromise looks like.
What's that, bro?
I'm gonna hold you, that does look bad, but don't worry. It's worse than you think. Now, I could be wrong, I might be wrong, but if I had to guess, that is some type of eel, especially a snaggletooth snake eel. You can find this demonic fire hose in the Pacific Ocean.
Bro.
Apparently the biggest ones can grow to 3.5 feet. And I'm gonna go ahead and guess
that dude's so ugly, bro.
Bottom of the ocean, so when you bring them up to the surface, these deformed creations belonging to Satan. Which is probably why it looks like a possessed balloon animal, as a result of bleeding after death.
No.
And with those needles for teeth, we can guess that it eats small fish, crustaceans, and maybe even squid, and those teeth keep the struggling prey from escaping. And if that acid trip of a rough draft is anything like the moray eel, then they have a second set of pharyngeal jaws in its throat to make sure whatever goes in doesn't come out. But having a throat with a child lock does backfire when you choke yourself into an obituary. And I know I said snaggletooth before, but it could also be a fangtooth snake eel, especially since they're found deeper down. And as much as I genuinely love freaking y'all out, they're pretty much harmless and probably wouldn't bite you unless you did something to deserve it. So this thing's probably dead. But this is proof that nature has rough drafts and its trash bin is the bottom of the ocean.
Those are bones, yeah.
You see these bones? You want to know what made these bones? You don't want to know what made these bones.
I want to know.
This graveyard was found in the nest of one of the most homicidal things in the Amazon. Harpy eagle is a paralysis demon.
Oh yeah, bro.
Not only are they one of the largest murder tweets in the world,
they are beautiful though.
The claws of a grizzly bear.
Look at that,
Harpies
bro.
use those vice grips to crush the bones of their prey on the
Harpy eagles are different,
There's one
gravy.
important thing about them that makes them a special type of menace. The worst thing about this eagle are those wings. Nature gave harpy eagles short wings, meaning not only can they fly through the jungle to catch prey, it means no name on the census is safe. Which is why this steroid hell pigeon has one of the most disrespectful KDs out there.
In this
picture you can see monkeys, sloths, armadillos, and lizards that never made it home because this Air Bundy caught him slipping. That is literally how they hunt. They'll sit in a tree for hours just waiting for a chance to activate someone's life insurance. Yeah, Buckbeak don't be playing. Because you said please, here's 5 things you might not know about this black Air Force fairy. One of their main defenses involves flipping their
definition of don't giving a fuck,
Honey badgers are cousins with
Honey badgers don't care.
Just as ripe. They're reversible booty holes.
They want all the smoke, bro.
Stuns bees and stops them from attacking.
Damn.
This brings us to number 2. Honey badgers are not immune to bee stings. They are resistant, so they probably would last longer than you, but if enough bees get on their dome, they could end up being a pack. But since these hood weasels don't value life, not even their own, sometimes they'll actually sit there and keep eating while actively being stung by hundreds of bees. And because they are the way they are, sometimes they'll keep eating until they eventually get stung to death.
Damn.
Number 3, it's believed that cheetah cubs evolved to look like honey badgers so they could avoid getting harassed by other animals. Meaning this African bush ferret is such a case.
Oh yeah, they look as very
Number 4, in some parts of central India, they're called a name that translates to grave badger because apparently the honey badger has a reputation for digging out human graves and eating the corpses. And number 5, honey badgers aren't real badgers. Those are true badgers and the honey badgers all the way over there. So when you hear me call this a steroid felony weasel, I'm only half kidding.
That each other exists.
What, don't know they exist?
That meant
Sharks have no fucking clue that camels exist. And
Oh boy, do I have a story for you. So like fun fact, actually mildly disturbing fact, camels are one of those animals that have no business swimming but do it anyway, and they're unnecessarily good at it. And an animal whose home address is a desert being able to pull on you in the ocean is you, I do what I want moves from nature. There's a type of dromedary camel called karai that are so comfortable with water that they'll cross rivers and even shallow stretches of the ocean as they look for food. And that's because these overgrown water donkeys love eating mangroves on islands offshore, so much that they'll travel for hours to get it. There's actually a pretty good chance that at least one shark has seen one of these sand-loving hump jockeys out in the ocean. He told his friends. They did not believe him. Moral of this video. If you're ever on a boat off the coast of a country like Algeria, you better be prepared to say what's up to a camel. This is a picture of an alligator riding on top of a manatee in Florida. I've already explained how gators are.
Florida is so different, you know.
Oftentimes the same reptile that would tear your arm completely off gives manatees the right of way in the water. But apparently these two hang out as friends. Kind of. There's a couple reasons why this might be happening. Alligators are cold-blooded, so they love chilling in sunny spots. I guess it figured an aquatic breathing beanbag chair was as good as any rock or log, since manatees are basically the capybara of the water. Oh seriously, different animal but same vibes.
Capybaras are so sick, bro. They pull up. They pull up.
To somehow make it even more wholesome, alligators and crocodiles often give each other piggyback.
Yeah, that's sick.
I don't really know why exactly they do this, but since it doesn't do anything for them,
because it's fun, man.
You can assume they do it just because it's fun.
Yeah.
Probably a stretch, but there's a small chance that this is an alligator's way of playing with the manatee, and the manatee is just too unproblematic to stop him. Probably the first thing, but for the sake of my mental health, I'm gonna go with the playing. Let me tell you why this bird is the biggest menace to society.
Oh, it's a menace, bro.
This is a southern giant petrel. His nickname is a stinker because they have the same...
The war crimes on penguins is different from this dude,
This dumpster tweety takes all kinds of meat. Rotting, decaying, disease. It don't matter, they don't deserve
Bro, the war crimes on penguins,
when
though.
This overgrown corpse pigeon finds a carcass, it starts eating it ass first. They also delete and eat penguin chicks, and they've even been known to drown gannet chicks by holding them underwater until their soul gets evicted. Basically performing a baptism and an abortion for the price of one. Also, the giant inner name is because the biggest ones can have a wingspan of nearly 7 feet, meaning you're probably shorter than the length of its wings. It's not even the worst thing about them. If the petrel thinks you're too close, it'll projectile vomit the contents of whatever disrespect was marinating in its garbage disposal of a stomach. As if getting sprayed with half-eaten seal wasn't enough, it's actually so acidic that it can eat at the waterproof coating of seabirds' feathers. Some of the seabirds that get hit can't swim. Since they have sea literally in their name, that's a dick move. Also, the red faces because they spend so much time violating the corpses of other animals. They're basically seagulls on crack.
Oh my
God.
God.
The eyes of a bird that will never see heaven. Yeah, cheetahs aren't big cats, and you're right, I probably should have explained that. So when you talk about wildcats, you have two flavors of
cheetahs are cats that can cat, bro.
And you got Team Feline. Now, the Panther regenus has lions, tigers, jaguars, leopards, and snow leopards.
Yeah.
They all have one thing in common, is that they can all roar. Except the snow leopard, but they're so cool they get in strictly off clout. And these are what people call big cats, but you'll probably notice there's two big names missing. And that's because mountain lions and cheetahs can't roar, so they don't qualify as big cats, meaning they belong to the second group of cats. Which also includes ocelots, caracals, lynxes, and even the pet cat watching you watch this. Instead of roaring, these guys purr. Apparently, if you're a cheetah, you also chirp like a bird because of course they do. Also, the name big cat doesn't really refer to their size because the smallest big cat is outweighed by the biggest little cat. Basically, it comes down to if you can roar, you sit at the big cat lunch table.
Alright.
If you purr, you ride the little cat bus. And if you're a cheetah, you sit alone because honestly, what is this?
Bro, it's so weird, man. Thank you so much for watching the video, man. Another phenomenal video from our boy Casual Geographic, man. Dude's just incredible. I've already said this. I just gotta say thank you guys so much for the support on the channel. But let's pretend the FNAF movie trailer doesn't exist, yeah? Thank you guys so much for the support, man. It's been overwhelming and it's been incredible. As always, you guys are phenomenal. I hope you had a phenomenal weekend, man. I hope you have a great week. You know how it is, man. Some weeks are great, some weeks are awful, some weeks are just fine. And I hope you have a good one. If you don't have a good one, just remember, keep your head up, keep going, and don't ever quit. And yeah, man, I'm here for you like you are here for me, and I love you guys so much. But for now, if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video called The Biggest Mistake a Lion Can Make. So yeah, man, let's go! I just gotta tell you, 95% of you guys are not subscribed to the channel. So do it! Just click it, bro! It's just a button. It's red, bro. It's right there. Click that. Thank you. Love you. Get it.
You know what? Before I tell you, I'm just gonna show you.
Oh, damn. Oh! What the heck,
Explain every
bro?
way that lioness f***ed up. The average male murder horse can tip the scales at 3,500 to 5,000 pounds.
That's a
But the
lot
biggest
of
ones
weight.
can come in at 9,000 pounds. Or 4,082 kilograms for the non-Americans watching this. Hippos have a bite force of close to 2,000 pounds, strong enough to divide a crocodile in half.
Whoa.
It's not an exaggeration, it's actually happened. And hippos are one of the most homicidal things to ever have a heartbeat. And for something that most people think is a vegetarian, I've seen them take antelopes off the census for no reason other than malicious intent. Not to mention, every year they turn at least 500 people into a tiny section in
They
the
kill more
newspaper.
people than
Put it
lions,
all
bro.
together and you get a freight truck with an overbite and roid rage that can literally outrun Usain freaking Bolt and turn Simba
Yep.
into an orphan even faster. The only times you'll ever see a lion run a fade with a hippo is if the lion is starving and desperate, or if the hippo is injured, sick, or a light breeze away from becoming just a body. Other than that, a lion wanting smoke with a literal tank with teeth is just a Hannah Baker mission. Also, graphic warning, if you have a sensitive stomach, this is your cue to hide in the comments. This lion tried to test the hippo's hood and got her jaw snatched instead. And if
Damn.
you're a lion and you hunt other animals for a living, getting crippled by
That hippo
means you can go and
snatched
hunt
his
hunting
jaw,
because
bro.
If you can't hunt, it's really up for you.
Yep.
Moral of this video:
Damn.
hippos are like STDs. Nobody should be f***ing with them.
That's a fact.
Oh, I've officially
A leopard seal is a
You know,
menace,
that actually
bro.
reminded me of a really messed up fact. You know the leopard seal, right? The op of happy feet? The biggest threat to a penguin's way of life. Ask them where they want to eat, they'll say Popeyes. Yes, they eat penguins, but we already knew that. But you want to know what else they eat? You'll never guess it. Seriously, I'll give you time to comment, but you won't get it. Apparently, leopard seals have been known to hunt and eat platypus. And the ones in Australia have been recorded catching and murking live-action Perries. That is a crossover I am just not
Bro,
really
not the
right now.
Perries,
Honestly, it's
bro.
bad enough that this is probably the first time a lot of people are hearing that this thing's found in Australia. Some of these steroid seals end up wandering all the way up to Tasmania and Heron Island.
Damn.
It's an island in the southern part of the Great Barrier Reef, which is how the leopard seal can end up in the same area code as this duck rabbit. Also, they can grow to 12 feet long, weigh 1,300 pounds, and one ended a person's life after mauling her and dragging her underwater.
Oh my
Leopard seals
God.
are a menace that nobody has the balls to really acknowledge.
Bro, leopards, the war crimes the leopard seals commit on penguins is different, bro.
I wasn't edited. That's really what they sound like.
Damn.
This is a muntjac, but for obvious reasons, most people know it as the barking deer. This barking Bambi is found in Asia in countries
Beautiful,
like India,
bro.
Sri Lanka, Vietnam, and the forests of Indonesian islands. Muntjacs will scream when they're scared or to tell other deer where they are in case they lose them in a dense forest. It's like if you lost your mom at a store and just screamed like a banshee until she found you. They'll also stomp on the ground while barking in order to look more intimidating, which, you know, probably would work if they weren't like 2 feet tall. But like any
They're
physically
so
challenged person,
tiny,
they
bro.
overcompensate, and this deer will cut you. Muntjacs have fangs sharp enough to shank anybody
Damn.
who underestimates just what a deer with short person complex can do. They've even been known to run fades with dogs and send them to the vet.
Yeah, beautiful,
Also, like
though.
surprisingly, most deer, the muntjac isn't a herbivore. They'll eat grasses, herbs, and berries, but they'll also hunt and eat small animals and bird eggs. Also, fun fact, actually really, I don't know how this is possible fact, muntjac has less chromosomes than a fruit fly, with males having 7 and females having only 6.
Damn.
Friendly reminder, we have 46. So, we have a 2-foot-tall vampire of a deer that barks like Clifford, has less chromosomes than a fly, and the same attitude as any girl under 5 feet. This
Oh my
is
God.
nature's drunk text. This bird has a penis for a tongue, and I'm not even kidding. And it's all because of the way they eat. Flamingos filter out algae and shrimp from the water, and they do it upside down. They use their tongue to squeeze out the water and trap the food. But we found out while they do that, a bunch of erectile tissue in its mouth fills with blood and stiffens just like, well, you know.
The
And
more you
apparently
know.
Being bricked up in the mouth helps the flamingo keep its head
They get
stable as it
bricked
sticks
up,
its beak in the
bro.
water and eats upside down. All that erectile tissue sits at the bottom of its mouth and runs down both sides of its tongue. So whenever a flamingo eats, on command the blood rushes to the tissue and anchors the bird's head. It also makes the tongue harder than a man watching an Olympic long jump compilation on YouTube. We've all gotten those recommendeds, and we've all clicked on them. Moral of this video.
She got
flamingos
cake,
are
bro.
really f***ing
Jesus
also,
Christ.
those aren't its knees. It's bending its ankles. There used
Oh,
to be
no.
a nearly 20-foot bulletproof serial killer whose victims included humans and hippos. Gustav was a Nile crocodile from Burundi, and scientists estimated
Gustav was a
he
menace,
long,
bro.
well over 2,000 pounds. And with a bite force of 3,700 pounds, getting attacked by him was like getting assaulted by a sledgehammer with teeth.
Yeah.
Because Gustav was too big to hunt the usual victims like zebra and antelope, he instead put wildebeest and yes, even hippos on t-shirts. He also likely resorted to cannibalism if he was ever low on groceries. And he didn't stop there, because this overgrown Bundy gecko allegedly had a body count of about 300 people. And apparently
Yeah, man.
Gustav would tear his victim to pieces and not even eat the mutilated corpse. Bro was real life stat padding. And wouldn't you know, the bastard was bulletproof, since one of Gustav's defining traits was that he had 3 bullet scars on his body. But the scariest thing about him is how he would have gone about taking your life. Like all crocodiles and alligators, Gustav would have slowly creeped on you in the water with only his eyes visible. The rest of his body would be hidden in the murky water. Then he would have slammed his jaws on you with the force of a car, strong enough to tear muscle and break bone, and at this point you'd be 50 shades of With about 60 teeth buried into your flesh, 2,000 Gustav would have dragged you underwater and death
fucked up, man.
Lived would depend on where he got you. If he managed to get a hold of your arm, he would have effectively ripped it right out of the socket. If he got your midsection, he would have disemboweled you, meaning if you didn't straight up drown, you would have bled out. And if you messed around and let him grab your neck,
arm
he would
is
have barrel rolled your
finished.
head off. Remember how I said he turned 300 people into hashtags? Considering how violently crocodiles kill their prey, it could be more, we just haven't found the bodies yet. Scientist Patrice Fay spent months trying to capture him, but somehow a nearly 20-foot assault weapon managed to avoid them every time. Gustav allegedly died in 2019, but we don't know how, why, or who did it, and we don't know how many lives he took with him. Here's a fact you didn't know you needed to hear.
Gustav was a menace, bro.
Security coconut to use as extra protection.
I knew that already.
Octopus are one of the smartest things in the ocean.
They are.
The intelligence of a 3-year-old human. It's high-key crazy to think about. But they have no shell or armor, so some species will carry around 2 halves of a coconut to use as a travel-sized panic room to avoid predators or social interaction in general.
That's
this
just smart, bro.
Said nothing, yet somehow I completely understand. Some will even camp inside coconuts just so they can catch crabs slipping.
Damn.
You know, crabs really do be getting hoed by everyone. Might be funny to us, but that's low-key a messed up way to die. Coconuts aren't the only tools that these undersea aliens use. I remember this guy? That is the highly venomous man-o-war, which is toxic enough to put both fish and people in a pack. Which is why the blanket octopus will steal the venomous tentacles of the man-o-war to use as like a melee weapon to defend themselves.
I never saw that one
longer
before.
Than a year or two, they could probably do a lot of damage. Moral of this video: if you ever see an octopus carrying coconuts like it's luggage, you know why. No, we probably should be scared of how smart these guys are.
They are really smart, bro.
Used to live in an aquarium in New Zealand.
Inky.
And I say used to because Inky actually escaped by slipping out of his tank when no one was looking. Apparently, he noticed a small gap at the top of his tank and Shawshanked his way out. Then he slithered across the floor until he found a 6-inch drain hole, which he, of course, managed to squeeze through. Fun fact, octopus have no bones or swim bladders, meaning a 600-pound octopus
That's just impressive, bro.
The size of a quarter. Inky crawled to freedom through a 164-foot pipe of nastiness I don't even want to imagine. That's almost half the length of a football field until he reached the ocean. And nobody ever saw him again. The next day, workers noticed that the octopus was missing, and I like to think it went something like this. Only reason they even found out what happened was because Inky left a trail leading to the drain pipe, but when they searched it, he was gone. Bro watched that one Finding Nemo and decided he had enough of the gimmicks. Now, I'm not saying we should be afraid of them.
Look how tiny the gap is.
Tell me to say some ET shit. I can personally guarantee you're not ready for how big this animal actually is.
Jesus. Damn. That tortoise is massive,
that is an
bro.
Aldabra giant tortoise. The Aldabra part is because they're only found on islands on the Aldabra Atoll in Seychelles off the east coast of Africa. Giant part is because they're built like
I want one.
Legs. The biggest ones weigh well over 500 pounds and some run into the neighborhood of my 600-pound life. This breathing tank eats mostly grasses, leaves, and woody plant stems. They've also been known to feed on the corpses of other dead tortoises because of course they do. Some even started learning how to catch and eat birds like the lesser noddy. To be fair, if you can literally fly but get game overed by a boulder with cankles,
you deserve to die. Yeah,
overgrown shell jockey is such a powerhouse that they basically have the same job as elephants. Because while looking for food, Aldabra tortoises will often knock over small trees and shrubs, creating pathways for small animals the same way elephants do. Also, they basically never die. The oldest one was a tortoise named Adwaita who allegedly lived to 255 years old. Most people believe he was born in 1750, but nobody knows for sure because he just kept outliving the people taking care of him. Which means he was alive to witness some of the worst events in human history and said nothing, because if minding your business was a person, this would be his profile picture.
Nice.
A lot of y'all want to know how I know so much about animals and why I care so much, so in honor of us hitting 10 million, here's 10 reasons why I am the way I am. For one, zoo books. 90s kids might remember this commercial.
Your child can visit steamy jungles, grassy plains, and the dark depths
bro,
of the ocean.
I had all. No, seriously, call me Ash.
God,
I really did catch them all.
I had so many books of animals and stuff, bro, as well, and DVDs.
Number 2, this show was basically my Bible because I watched it religiously. I wasn't allowed to watch TV on weekdays, but since this was technically educational, I could get away with it. And if you watch this show and watch my videos, you can definitely see where I get a lot of it from. Number 3, this was the first game I've ever gotten. Basically, you just build a zoo, and for some reason, 5-year-old me couldn't get enough of it. Also used to set the lions free and then watch them violate the guests, so yeah. I might have been a psychopath at one point. Number 4, I think I was like 7 when I got this book. I had like hundreds of animal books, but for some reason this one was my favorite. I actually lost it for like a year and a half in somebody's house in another state, and my 7-year-old mind did not know peace until I got it back. Number 5, this thing. Wonder if it still works.
That's sick, bro. Bro, I was the same, man. I had everything. Like I had a 24 collection with books and DVDs
Basically, you're a vet
just of animals, bro. It was mad.
Hours doing it. I couldn't tell my left from right, but I could tell you how to check for tuberculosis in the camel or how to treat diarrhea in the chimp. Number 7, you already know who this is.
Yeah.
Number 8,
all the dogs as well.
Geographics for kids that I would get every month. Number 9, I once went to the Bronx Zoo when I was 4, and when I came back home, I told my mom I wanted to be a zookeeper when I grew up. And number 10, I really don't know. It's like, I didn't like animals because I had all those things. I had all those things because I already liked animals. I don't know where it came from. I was in these little animal books full of drawings when I was 3 years old, and I have no idea what made me do it. I think I was just a weird-ass kid, and some things just don't change. Thank you all for 10 minutes, and I hope all your pillows are cold at night.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, my boy. I remember growing up, obviously, every kid that's normal loves dinosaurs, right? Every kid. Every boy, nobody knows why. Nobody has been able to tell me why. But every kid, every boy at some point just is fascinated by dinosaurs, right? And I think that's where my love for animals came from. It's like, oh, this was the dinosaurs was the animals of the past. I want to know more about the animals now. And then I started getting all the books, all the DVDs. Every Sunday I would watch wildlife on channel 3 here in Portugal, for the despair of my brother and my sisters, because they hate those type of things. But being the oldest, bro, I get to choose one thing. I'm watching that, and unless it was bugs and birds, bro. Bugs and birds were never my thing. I loved the crocodiles, bro, because they were the more dinosaur-y like. Basically, if your animal had teeth and ate meat, I loved it, bro. Pause. But yeah, guys, another phenomenal video by Casual Geographic, man. Bro is a goat, man. It is what it is. I hope you had a phenomenal weekend, man, and I hope you achieve something this week. If you don't forget, you always have next week, man. Go a day at a time, focus on you, get better with yourself, and things will start falling in place. Don't worry about it. But never forget, keep God first. Drink water, go hug your mom and your dad, tell them you love them. And if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na, 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called How a Camel's Bad Habit Can Put You in a Coffin. So yeah, man, let's get it. I just gotta tell you, 95% of you guys are not subscribed to the channel. So do it. Just click it, bro. It's just a button. It's red, bro. It's right there. Click that. Thank you. Bye. We love Casual Geographic. So yeah, let's go.
Right, I'll just check the camera, yeah?
Oh man, I fucking hate these people. Trophy hunters, man, you are scumbags. Yeah. Go get him, boy.
You know, they say
I know it's CGI, but still.
183,671 people are added to God's recently deleted folder every day. Some of those people retired from life in some of the most outrageous ways possible. For example, vending machines and coconuts sell more real estate in cemeteries than the headliner of Jaws. But what if a can of soda was responsible for ending your way of life without you ever even drinking it? Well, Richard Molesky was the owner of the Tulum Monkey Sanctuary in Mexico, and yes, a can of carbonated diabetes is why I said was. Chicago-born Molesky was a natural animal lover who worked at the sanctuary for well over a decade, where he would become close with a lot of the animals, but especially a male dromedary camel whose name is never released to the public. And every morning while doing rounds, Richard would greet the hump jockey with a can of Coca-Cola. Like clockwork, Richard would show up and the camel would enjoy his favorite soft drink. Well, one day Molesky didn't have it, and from the way the camel reacted, you would think we were talking about a different kind of Coke. The camel proceeded to maul him and even sat on him, which likely suffocated him. It took a rope tied to a pickup truck to pull the steroid llama off of him, but as you can guess, by the time they did, he was, well, a was. Of course, we'll never know exactly what went down because it was between someone who can't talk and someone who won't. But there's a good chance a coked out camel can demand over some sugar water. And I believe it because camels 100% be on that kind of timing. Like they're chill 90% of the time, it's just that 10% where someone ends the day on the newspaper. Like one time in Rajasthan, India, a man was entertaining guests in his home when he realized he parked his camel outside in a brutal 110-degree heat. That's 43 degrees Celsius for the rest of the world. Well, apparently 6 hours of sun only breeds homicidal intent because as the man tried to untie the camel suplexed him and slammed him into the ground. The camel then proceeded to divorce the man's head from his body using his teeth. It took about 25 people and several hours just to get the camel to stop ravaging his own.
Bro got decapitated by a camel, bro.
That chews on cactuses like candy. Because some animals are very much capable of seeking revenge, and camels are very much on that list. Which shouldn't really be a surprise, since high intelligence means some animals have the capacity to experience every human emotion. Which includes putting the dick in vindictive. Even something like an ant can have as much of a revenge arc as a human. Kidnapping and slavery aren't foreign concepts to ants, as some species will regularly invade the nests of others, slaughter the workers, and abduct the larvae of the enemy. These captive ants are forced to bring food to their masters, care for the brood, and even defend the nest of the very ants that kidnap them. Well, in many cases, these slave ants grow up and proceed to destroy as many of the colony's babies as possible. Pretty much they Django a daycare's worth of the pupae of the ants that stole them. In some cases, up to 2/3 of the colony were relieved from life by the former slave ants. It's like I've always said, if ants had nukes, they'd end the entire world in a weekend. And if they were human-sized, our president would have 6 legs. And honestly, Ant Society is just a video of its own. We are talking about an animal that has a species that'll turn itself into a tactical just to stop the ops from succeeding. Ant Society is something out of a simulation. With a game like the Ants Underground Kingdom, you get a chance to experience it firsthand without the added risk of kamikaze.
Hey,
it's actually the world's first ant-themed
go get your bug, bro.
Millions of
Go get him.
Executing acts of revenge. Like you probably already know that crows can remember faces and carry grudges for up to and sometimes over 5 years. But they'll also pass down their prejudices to their children, so you could really catch a feathery fade over something you did to his crow father. The flip side is that crows also remember those who did right by them. So if I ever happen to get arrested, it'll likely be for using Wendy's fries to weaponize crows. But I'd advise you not to underestimate the carnage that comes with beefing with the Black Air Force of the sky. Once upon a time, a man named Shiva Kawat attempted to save a baby bird he found near his home. Despite his best efforts, the chick didn't make it. And even though his intentions were good, all the neighboring crows saw was a past tense baby crow in his hands, and that's when violence was selected. For the next 3 years, he'd get air jumped every time he left his house by a homicide of crows. Like to the point where he has scars and has to travel with a stick to protect himself against the aerial onslaught. So basically, if he would have let that baby crow expire, his quality of life would probably be higher.
Bro, 3 years of getting attacked every time you step outside your house? And there's still people out there, will tell me that dies by accident. It's so stupid, man. It's the classic humankind to think that we are the smartest ever, that we are... man, it's so disgustingly annoying, man.
Exploration of life is the only conclusion when you beef with a buffalo. I'm gonna keep this brief because I've talked about them before, but basically the Cape buffalo is a 1,200-pound jaundice.
Menaces, man.
Not only will injured buffalo literally die trying to drag you down with him, just like crows, the Cape buffalo will ride for theirs. In 2020, trophy hunter Claude Clay Hunts took down a massive male Cape buffalo. But as he and his crew started loading the soul-evacuated buffalo onto his truck, another buffalo from the same herd pulled up and gored him, in the groin no less.
You deserve that.
His femoral artery and sealed his fate. There have been reports of these trench cows chasing hunters into trees and then camping under the trees just waiting to cut them from Earth's roster. And like I said, it's not just humans getting hunted. Since Cape buffalo have been known to Uno reverse lions by waiting for the adults to go off on hunts just so they can turn the unsupervised lion cubs into wet spots. If elephants don't forget, then the Cape menace doesn't forgive. And you'd be surprised at just how many animals are smart enough to pay you what you're owed. Like, I bet you weren't expecting octopus to be in a video like this. Well, roll the tape.
Oh yeah, the fish punch, bro.
It turns out octopus and some fish will work together to hunt, and the Squidwards of the sea will occasionally uppercut their co-workers to keep them from cheating them out of food. It's also believed that the octopi that have been exploited in the past are more trigger-happy with their tentacles. Of course, there's also a good chance that octopi might Tyson fish purely out of spite, but punishing someone for someone else's crime technically still counts as revenge. Also, cephalopods can be just as spiteful with each other. Like here, where a female octopus got tired of a male trying to mate with her, so she proceeded to throw silt on his face. And octopus are more than smart enough to aim their malice at people. As researchers will tell you, sometimes octopus will purposely take aim and squirt ink at the very scientists studying. Not only that, but they'll often have specific people that they like to pick on. One octopus in an aquarium in Dorset, England, got into the habit of super soaking anyone who would walk past his tank. Another octopus in a Santa Monica Pier aquarium flooded the place after she disassembled a valve in her tank, sending 200 gallons of water rushing onto the exhibit and office floors. And Otto the octopus
she can't build skyscrapers though, so she's dumb.
A nearby spotlight, short-circuiting the entire aquarium's electrical system. Workers would fix it in the morning, but since Otto would do it at night when no one was around, it took a while for him to be found out. And of course, there was that time a YouTuber tried to live stream herself eating an octopus, but the only thing he fed her was an L. So yeah, octopus have the intelligence to be on timing, but at least with
they're
them,
so
the worst
strong
case is
as well.
damage or a suction cup to the face. Things get a lot worse when you piss off the next animal, because tigers are by far the most vengeful animals on the planet. Like, the lengths they'll go to get even is what movies are written about. Like in 1997 when poacher Vladimir Markov shot a tiger and then stole part of its kill. His mistake was leaving the tiger with a pulse. That tiger would get him back, but it wasn't in the heat of passion like the camel. Nah, this John was premeditated. The tiger would stake out Markov's cabin and destroy anything that had the hunter's scent on it. About a day or two later, Markov would return to his cabin where he would be ambushed by the same big cat. That story ended around the same time Markov did, after he was dragged into the bushes and never came out.
Son of a bitch.
In another story, a poacher named Baby got put in the dirt by a male tiger.
Keep sending me these poachers deaths, bro. Come on, keep sending them. Don't give a shit, man.
He had murked the female tiger in the same area, leading many to believe that the tiger that packed him up was actually the mate of the cat he had killed. And if you need more proof that a tiger taking it personal leads to cuts on the census, the Tigress of Champawat literally subtracted 436 people after one hunter severely injured her. But all of these stories only happen in Asia. On Christmas Day 2007 in the San Francisco Zoo.
Oh wait, it just clocked on my head, bro. So 100 people injured this tiger, and he went back and said, "You did that, yeah? Of this," and killed 400 plus people.
In the San Francisco Zoo, 3 men effed around and 2 found out. As for the third, well, you can't get a life lesson if you don't have a life. The 3 men had decided to taunt Tatiana, a 400-pound female Siberian tiger. Well, they learned 2 things that day. One is that a motivated tiger can jump well over 12 feet.
How can you kill these animals?
It wasn't to keep the tiger in, but to keep people out. Because apparently out was always an option for Tatiana, who Super Mario jumped out of the enclosure and put the beats on all 3 men, maiming 2 of them and turning the third into a chalk outline. So yeah, a wild tiger might be the last thing we find out within India, but a close second might be monkeys. Especially since monkeys and dogs have seemingly gone to war against each other. War is debatable because allegedly the monkeys massacred the dogs. According to residents, some monkeys even took to snatching puppies, carrying them up to a roof, and then letting gravity catch the body. And if you believe this story, then you believe that this all started after a pack of stray dogs mauled a baby monkey and the monkey mafia took it very personally. But we actually don't know for sure what caused this mass puppy homicide. Primates will often feed on the ticks living on animals of different species. So it's possible the monkeys weren't trying to get revenge, but were only after the ticks on the dog's fur. But there's also a chance that Cloudy with a Chance of Puppy was 100% intentional, especially since that seems to be a signature move for them. Earlier this year in India, a troop of monkeys jumped a family and snatched their 4-month-old son, who they proceeded to throw off a 3-story building. In a separate attack, monkeys broke into a home and dragged away a 2-month-old who had been sleeping next to his grandfather. The same monkeys ended up drowning him in a water tank. Yeah, monkeys can be malicious when they want to be, but anyone in Japan will tell you that. Because right now, a Japanese city is currently under attack by a gang of Japanese macaques. Since July, nearly 60 people have been attacked and injured in the city of Yamaguchi, and the monkeys tend to go after babies, small children, and the elderly, you know, the light work of the population. And the thing is, the traps they set aren't working because the monkeys don't seem to be after food. They're just doing it. And while this could be a coincidence, there's also a good chance this is revenge. See, monkeys and really primates in general have a sense of fairness and will lash out when they feel like they've been wronged. In experiments with capuchin monkeys, scientists found that when given unequal portions of food, the monkeys would seem to target and punish the individual that got the unfair share. It actually makes sense for a social animal to actively discourage inequity in the group. But when a monkey feels cheated, it becomes a much more dangerous monkey. In another experiment, one capuchin was given a grape while another was given a cucumber. Despite previously being happy with the cucumber, the monkey seemed to get offended when he saw his peer get it and refused to take the cucumber. He even started to become aggressive with his handlers, so yeah, primates don't like feeling slighted. If you don't believe me, jealousy and a birthday cake got this man mutilated.
Man.
So I can't tell you exactly what started the...
That man right there gave a birthday cake to a chimpanzee that he had as his pet, but he got too big. He was trying to take over the house, as a chimpanzee does. They gave the chimp to a sanctuary. So they went to give him a birthday cake, and the other chimps saw that this one chimp got a birthday cake. They didn't have one, so they escaped and mauled the dude. Don't Google that. I'm telling you, it's bad, bro. It's bad.
Monkey war in Japan, but I can't tell you that you probably have a
just
reason.
because of a cake.
Speaking of reason, yeah, I kind of had to talk about
bro, this was mad, you know.
An elephant traveled over 100 miles from a sanctuary and trampled a 70-year-old woman collecting water, only for that same elephant to show up to her funeral and further desecrate her corpse, and this time in front of her entire grieving family.
I know I say this a lot on this channel, it's become one of
my popular phrases, but this time someone literally got turned into a hashtag. Now, a lot of people have claimed that this woman was involved in poaching and this was just the elephant playing equalizer. I don't want to say that because we don't know for sure, and there's a good chance the woman was just at a worse place at an even worse time for the elephant trend. But here's what we do know. Asian elephants often come into close contact with people, especially farmers, and conflicts often get them.
He knew what he was doing. He knew it.
Asian elephants often get exploited for logging, entertainment, and poaching,
so
they have a
disgusting.
reason to hate anything human. And we know an elephant doesn't forget.
Never.
And it wasn't too long ago when an elephant in Thailand ripped a grown man in half and stood over the soul evacuated body for hours after that same man forced him to haul logs in the intense heat. So we know elephants ain't quick to forgive either. So with this story, we'll never know for sure if there was cause or coincidence, but let me put it this way. 100 miles and a guest appearance at a funeral is one hell of a coincidence. But that's gonna do it for this video. For more consistent content, be sure to follow my TikTok and Instagram. I try to post daily on both. And to watch videos before I post, kindly consider becoming a patron on Patreon. Also be sure to check out my book, 100 Animals That Can Effing End You. The title kind of speaks for itself. But other than that, drink water, hug your mother, and you know what? Actually, your father too. He might not say it, but he'll appreciate it. Don't cross an elephant, because he might just traumatize your entire family. And I'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, brother. See, this is the thing that I mean. Why do we need to say, oh, maybe there was a natural motive, maybe it was a coincidence? So you're basically telling me that this elephant, went to the trouble of getting away from his herd that protects him, that can be used as a weapon against predators and poachers, to go all the way 124 miles from his home, to kill a woman, then to go again to her funeral days later to trample her body again just for a coincidence. How stupid does that sound? Come on, man. We do it. Why can't they do it? We need to stop thinking like all animals are dumb because they don't build skyscrapers and then don't talk English, bro. They are way smarter than we are, bro. I don't see rats building mousetraps. I saw us build nukes, though. So you tell me, man. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Again, the Casual Geographic, the GOAT. It is what it is, man. Dude's incredible. Keep God first as always, man. Drink water. Go tell your parents you love them. And if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called How One Animal Glitched the System. Let's go.
Sponsored by absolutely no one.
Nobody gave my boy the bag, man. Come on. A tape here, bro.
Okay, so quick question and then we'll get right into it.
All
what
right.
do a hyena, a bat, and a giant anteater all have in common? And no, it's not just that they're all mammals. It's that not only do all three have the ability to swim, they're pretty good at it. Giant anteaters are waterproof feather dusters that have been seen crossing rivers. Hyenas have been seen holding their breath and diving to feed on carcasses decomposing at the bottom of watering holes, and I cannot believe that it's a factual sentence. Even bats are able to Phelps their way across small bodies of water. Because apparently being able to fly free just wasn't enough. But the truth is, this really shouldn't be surprising, because almost any mammal you can think of can probably swim and swim well. Pigs, yeah, they can swim.
They can.
Horses, indubitably so. What about moose? They'll easily dive 20 feet to feed on aquatic plants, and will even swim through inlets or between islands as they go grocery shopping, which can ironically get them put on Big Willie's meal prep. Even sloths have no issue in the water. In fact, they move 3 times faster in water than they do on land.
Wow.
Which I guess isn't really saying that much, because any number that close to 0 times 3 still isn't that impressive.
They
but
move
because
so
sloths
slow,
can slow
right?
their heart rate, this moss blaking can actually hold its breath longer than dolphins, being able to go for 30 minutes without air. A party trick they probably got from their long-lost aquatic cousins, whose contracts got terminated about 4 million years ago.
Yep.
But realistically, it shouldn't be a shock that this many animals can swim. More than 70% of the world is water. And life is already too hard for you to get folded by a liquid, which is why most, if not all, mammals have a special feature known as a mammalian diving reflex. It's a built-in feature that lets you maximize your time underwater by prioritizing oxygen to the heart and the brain. And one of the ways the body does this is by lowering the heart rate as well as constricting blood vessels in the extremities, you know, the arms, legs, hands, and feet. MDR is like a pre-downloaded app that every person's born with, and it's often triggered by submerging the face in water. You can even trigger it in the shower. If you're one of those people that takes cold showers, first of all, let me tell you, you're not impressing anybody. Turn up the heat and enjoy life. Stop punishing yourself. But once the cold water of the shower hits your face, your heart rate will slow down and oxygen will start getting funneled to the most important parts of the body. You might even find yourself instinctively taking deeper breaths even though you're not underwater. But seriously, abolish cold showers. I used to be one of y'all and I can tell you you're not better than anyone. This mammalian diving reflex is why this may look like an extremely unethically late-term abortion, but it's actually a great way to teach your baby how to swim and how to not become a news article should they ever fall into water unsupervised.
It is.
Except I think it only works with babies. Someone tried it with 8th grade me and my soul nearly filed for divorce. Of course, there are limits to what we can do underwater. Have you ever wondered why you've never seen someone try diving with a 30-foot snorkel? It's because even at only a couple feet deep, the water pressure is so strong that your lungs wouldn't be able to expand enough to take in air from the surface. Which would basically mean drowning yourself with extra steps. Unless you're an elephant. Because not only do elephants flex a 7-foot flesh snorkel, they also have a bunch of connective tissue in their chest that protects their lungs from the surrounding water pressure.
Wow.
It also helps that elephants are the only mammals without a pleural space. So when it comes to snorkeling, water pressure is irrelevant if you're an elephant. And it also means not only can elephants swim, they can do so for hours and cover several miles. In fact, when a circus ship sunk off the east coast of the United States, one of the few animals to not get written out the
There's
none
of this.
And the heaviest thing on a planet with legs is more than capable of doggy paddling for hours, especially when motivated by food. Which is why once every few years a video go viral of people running into an elephant in the ocean where they honestly have no business. Making it one of the weirdest things you could possibly ever see at sea. I say one of because a 7-foot sand donkey with a backpack that definitely.
This I knew because
camels
he talked about it in another video.
Which means two things. One is that the first person to ever see this 100% put his therapist on Forbes. Number two is that there's at least one shark in the world that knows that camels exist, and that's a crossover that I don't think a lot of people are ready for. There's a subspecies of the one-humped dromedaries called Karai camels, and they've allegedly crossed stretches of sea up to 6 miles long.
Wow.
And since fat floats and a camel's hump is full of fat, hot water, I don't know where that started. Camels basically have a built-in life jacket that helps keep them afloat. Which is how these ships of the desert can swim over to islands where they can graze on mangroves. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, camels might be god tier. The point is that most mammals are able to swim with very few exceptions. That doesn't include lions, by the way. I just think this video is funny.
Yeah.
Technically, giraffes can swim, they're just not very good at it. And there have been documented cases of giraffes getting too confident and drowning. Then again, when you can make eye contact with the third floor, asking to swim on top of that is just being greedy. And
why
while
would you
Asian rhinos are
swim?
pretty strong swimmers, their African cousins struggle and can find themselves in trouble if the water gets too deep. Great apes also can't naturally swim. And since they have relatively low body fat, they'd sink in deep waters almost instantly. That doesn't mean monkeys can't. In fact, the whole reason Florida now has a herpes monkey problem is because in the 1930s, monkeys were brought to an island in a state park. Only for those monkeys to immediately swim to the mainland and start multiplying without a calculator.
Yep. Florida, bro, it's different.
So yeah, the list of mammals that can't swim is short, and those that can't usually avoid deep water for obvious reasons.
Yep.
Except bulldogs. They seem to have a death wish that neither science or logic is able to comprehend. But there is one mammal that was able to finesse the entire system. Because hippos can't actually swim, and like the more you look
they
at it,
walk
the
in the
more
water.
ridiculous it is. Hippos are actually the closest relatives of whales and dolphins.
They are.
They share a common ancestor from about 55 million years ago. They're cousins with animals that swim full time, but somehow they got a pass. Not to mention the land whale's full government name, the hippopotamus, is actually based on a Greek word that translates to river horse. River, as in water.
Yep.
Hippos spend 16 hours a day in water. They're born and give birth in water. And hippos even fall asleep underwater. They have a reflex similar to whales that lets them surface, take a breath, and sink back down without waking up once. The river horse literally leaves half its personality in the water, yet somehow can't swim. It's almost like they do it out of spite. And that's because if hippos are one thing, it's a middle finger to the natural order. You ever go through a bulking phase at the gym where you wear baggy clothes to hide your true potential to the world? I've been doing it for years. If you didn't follow me on Instagram, you probably think I'm skinny. That's a hippo's entire flow, because they're actually walking tanks. For all their size, the hippo's subcutaneous fat layer is actually incredibly thin. Under that is thousands of pounds of disrespect in the form of pure rippling muscle.
Just
basically, hippos are all
built like
steroids. Fat floats, but this plus-size water pig doesn't identify as fat. It identifies as an absolute unit. So while elephants can go freestyling in the ocean, a hippo would get airdropped to SpongeBob. So instead of actually swimming, hippos will instead walk underwater, and they'll push off the bottom when they want to surface. Some of you might argue that this is swimming stupid, and my response, words hurt, chill out. Put it this way, if I went to a pool and just walked along the pool floor, it'd be a stretch to call it swimming, more like struggling. But hippos don't struggle, and one of the reasons is because they have dense osteocleritic bones in their legs. So heavy that they might as well be wearing Timbs. They also have lighter bone material in their bone cavities, which gives them an almost neutral buoyancy in the water. They're so dense that they can just fly underwater without actually spending any extra energy keeping themselves
Makes sense.
there. But the lighter bones also means it isn't impossible for them to surface when they do need air. See what I mean when I say they finesse the system? They're so physically incapable of swimming that it actually makes them great swimmers. They fail successfully at swimming. And because they don't have to actively hold themselves down, this up to 4,000
That's the thing a hippo would do, just to prove
fly.
nature wrong.
Pretty much, hippos are to water what goats are to gravity.
Yep,
which
true.
would be cute, but then you remember that means every video you've ever seen of a hippo chasing a boat was literally sprinting full send underwater.
Damn.
And yeah, that makes it worse. I can't tell you what color his pants are, but they just got a brown paint job. The fact that hippos actively gatekeep watering holes when they themselves can't actually swim is just another league of dickery. It takes the world's biggest temper tantrum to humble them. Moral of this video, Jesus walked on water, hippos walked under it out of spite. But that's gonna do it for this video.
True.
For more consistent content,
So
be sure to follow my
cute.
Instagram and
Baby
TikTok.
hippos are so cute, man.
Also, if you want to support me on Patreon and gain access to
Go
exclusive
support the
content,
homie, man.
not that kind of exclusive, this ain't OnlyFans. The link's also gonna be down below. Also, if you haven't heard, I have a new book coming out in July that is available for pre-order along with an audiobook on the off chance that you're not sick of hearing my voice by now. But other than that, I'll see you in the next one.
Come on. So cute. Hippos are so cute, man. But yeah, guys, another phenomenal video by Casual Geographic, man. As always, homie's the GOAT. I just gotta tell you, man, support over the last 2 weeks has been phenomenal on the channel. And I don't even know how to put into words how much I appreciate it and how much it doesn't go unnoticed. I see it. I try to respond as many comments as I can every day. And yeah, man, the views have been amazing. The subscribers, we passed 100 now, which is phenomenal. And yeah, man, I'm enjoying the heck out of it. But yeah, guys, that's all the soppy stuff out of the way. But before this video ends, I just gotta tell you, keep God first as always, man. Drink water, go tell your parents you love them. Alright? If you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a Casual Geographic video called Why Jaguars Are on Avengers Level but Cheetahs Are Not. I just gotta tell you, 95% of you guys are not subscribed to the channel. So do it. Just click it, bro. It's just a button. It's red, bro. It's right there. Click that. Thank you. Bye. Okay, let's get it. Let's go. Yeah, bro. That's ridiculous. Carrying a whole caiman with your mouth, bro. Nah.
First of all, jaguars will regularly clap caiman by going into the water and dragging them out by their teeth like a disobedient child.
The jaw strength on that, bro, it's ridiculous.
While lions, tigers, and leopards put their
ridiculous. It makes no sense.
Jaguars apparently watch endgame and go directly for the head, which happens to be the caiman's weak point. And since this walking vice grip has the strongest bite of any cat, that means it puts the caiman in a coffin by biting through its skull and piercing its walnut-sized brain. After the jaguar cancels his life subscription, he'll then manhandle the caiman out of the water. Just for the record, caiman can grow to weigh hundreds of pounds. It's like deadlifting a washing machine, but only using your teeth.
It's
Think about
ridiculous.
It like this. Leopards are strong enough to lift and carry
Look at that, and that's a leopard, bro.
Without having to pay taxes to
Jag is bigger than that.
Jaguars are literally everything leopards are on steroids.
Yeah.
And the good kind, too. The kind that helps you win Tour de France 7
Oh.
times. So yeah, jaguars will bully the crocodile's little brother. They can also weigh over 200 pounds, run at 50 miles per hour, and they look like this underwater. Since there's no immigration control for a homicidal,
they're so good. They are so pretty, bro. They are so amazing.
Building a wall ain't about to do.
Look at
Jaguars
that.
are a cheat code that God.
Look at that.
Here's
Sick.
the difference between leopards and jaguars. One, I hope you have good health insurance, and the other, you better have life insurance. Leopards are one of the smallest big cats found in Africa and Asia, but they're also one of the strongest. They have to be, since they carry all the bodies they catch into trees where they don't have to worry about lions or hyenas. Jaguars can climb, but don't need to because they have no worries. They're what everything worries about. They're the third most brolic big cats with a home address of Central and South America. Leopards are quicker, more agile, and they ambush their prey.
Look at that, bro!
Strong enough to clap caiman and evict turtles from their shell. Leopards are the best climbers, so if it's in a tree, it's probably a leopard and you're probably gonna die. Because leopards often ambush their prey by leaping from the sky like Batman about to cripple a drug dealer. Jaguars are more all around since they can run, climb, and swim. Jaguars take down bigger prey, but the leopard has a higher hit list since they prey on over 90 animals, including dogs. Leopards are smaller, quicker, and better climbers. Jags are stronger and more all around, except in Jacksonville.
Here's what your favorite big cat is about.
Jacksonville catching strays, bro.
Okay, first of all, that was uncalled for.
It was.
I was at the gym when you sent that to me. Second of all, your favorite animal's bad at being itself. Yeah, roll the clip.
Yeah, but cheetahs gets bullied, bro.
Vultures eat dead things. Like,
Yeah,
that's how little
bro.
smoke they want with the living. Yet somehow your favorite animal lets itself get pocket checked by some corpse.
It's
bitches.
ridiculous,
Cheetahs
man.
get bullied by literally everything.
Look at that.
They can't even hide from the smoking trees.
Ridiculous,
Cheetahs
bro.
Can't climb trees.
You can't
Or at least
even
they're not
roar.
bad. Also, cheetahs are so inbred that they're almost all identical. The cheetah
Yeah,
population.
they should live in Alabama,
Their
bro.
sister was their only option. That, and apparently their mother. I love cheetahs, I really do, but you can't tell me
They
that
look
you didn't fumble
stupid
that.
as well,
You
man.
know, I'd be willing to forgive all of that if it wasn't for this.
Bro, what the hell is that? You can't even roar, bro. At least make an intimidating sound.
I'm gonna tell you where it is, but before I do, here's 5 things you did not know about them. Genetically, snow leopards
Bro,
are actually...
the leopard's right there, big boss. It's so easy to spot. Right there. Look at the face, bro. The eyes, the nose. Yeah, man. Right
closest
there.
to tigers.
Easy.
They're ice tigers. Snow leopards are the only...
They are
big cats that
sick,
can't because
bro.
their vocal cords don't have
They
a
are
special layer
so
of
sick.
tissue that lets them sound like lions, tigers, and jaguars. Instead, they sound like a moody teenage Simba. Even
That's
though they
weird.
could body bag anyone watching this, snow leopards
That's
are
so
massive
cute,
introverts. They're
man.
so
Look at
non-aggressive
that.
towards humans that if you pull up on one, it's more likely to run
That's
than run
so
away.
cute.
There is no recorded case of a wild snow leopard attacking a human, and you could even mess around and interrupt one while it's eating, which is normally asking to see God. For the snow leopard, it'll still probably choose pacifism and just run away. Snow leopards have a long, thick tail full of fur and fat, which is why they often use them as a built-in scarf or a blanket for those chilly nights. Snow leopards can jump
That's
50
just smart
feet in
business,
one leap,
bro.
and this is what it looks like to play tag with a snow leopard. It's not fun. For those of you that stuck around and made it to the end, there he is.
There he is in all its
Been there
glory.
the whole time. You're lucky they're not violent. You know what? To answer your question, I'm gonna tell y'all a little story. So once upon a time, a Florida man had a pet black leopard.
Of course
I could
it
honestly
was
end
in
the video
Florida,
right there.
bro.
Pet leopard
The
in
rednecks
Florida.
out there,
There's
yeah.
only one way this movie ends.
Crazy
There was
people.
no sequel.
Crazy.
So this man from Fort Lauderdale decided to keep the big cat in his backyard and then charge people $150 for a full
Of course he
contact
did.
experience.
That sounds
Which
very
would be
sus
exciting
as well.
if this were a massage parlor, but no, we're talking about wild animals. In his defense, the man claimed to run an animal sanctuary for rare and endangered animals,
course
which
he
apparently
did.
involved leaving killing machines in his backyard. Some might argue it's no more dangerous than owning a gun, and my response is you can't put a safety on a f***ing leopard.
That's
So
true.
anyway, one man ended up spending $150 of his hard-earned money to get the full Black Panther experience. He
Pause.
got exactly what he paid for.
Pause.
The leopard proceeded to scalp him.
Oh
And it was
my
so bad
God,
that the scalp
bro.
hanged from his head and his right ear was torn in half. He got
Ugh.
mauled so severely by the Black Panther that he could have legally changed his name to Killmonger right then and there. And just a reminder,
Bro.
he paid for that to happen.
Yeah.
Like writing Mike
Are you
Tyson's
dumb,
breaking
man?
law. It's like paying an MMA fighter to bicycle kick
Yeah.
your ribs. It's like spending thousands a year just to get your mental health suplexed. I would know. I went to college. The man who let another grown man risk his life in
Damn.
front of him claimed that the leopard went crazy, but Chris Rock said it best.
Talk about the tiger went crazy. That tiger ain't go crazy. That tiger went tiger.
Animal gone animal.
Moral of this video. They're called wild animals because they'll wild out on your...
Cougar
Yep.
found with teeth growing out the back of its head.
Ugh. That's
Yeah, this cougar
disgusting.
has teeth growing out of its head and nobody knows for sure why. In 2016, a hunter in Idaho took down a
What
full-grown
though?
lion, and when he checked the body, he saw a full set of teeth attached to the back of its head. It
Oh
also had
my
whiskers
God,
coming
that
out of
doesn't
its
look
head.
right, bro.
After the pictures went viral, half the internet had a
Ugh.
heart attack and the other half thought the pictures were fake.
Yeah,
That is
sure.
until the Idaho Department of Fish and Game confirmed that the mountain lion picture wasn't a hoax. This actually happened. So there's 2 reasons this could have happened. Number 1, and this is the one I believe.
Ah,
it's caused
I'm
by a
getting the
rare tumor called
heebie-jeebies, bro.
teratoma, which causes cancerous growths and hair and teeth to pop up where God did not intend them. This can also affect humans. In fact, there was a case where a doctor had to remove a tooth that was growing inside a 13-year-old boy's 8-year-old mullet. Now the other theory, and this is definitely the more up one, that mountain lion had a conjoined twin that actually didn't make it out of the womb, and those teeth are all that's left since the rest of its body would have been reabsorbed by the fully formed fetus. Makes it feel
Damn.
any better, experts are sure that this deformity wasn't painful for the cougar, and it clearly didn't affect the cat too much since the mountain lion was a full-grown adult.
At
when it
least there's a
got to it.
positive to it.
Most animals with mutations instantly become a patch, so the fact that this cougar lived as long as it did means it probably didn't have to suffer too much.
True.
Can't say the same about my mental health or that of the hunter that found it. It was real
Also
talk, they
true.
probably weren't okay for a very long time.
That's
In fact, I heard his
fucked up to
therapist
see,
retired
man.
early. Moral of this video. This is what it took for me to remember Idaho's estate. Next time you see a tiger at
So
the zoo and think you're
childish,
safe
bro.
behind a fence, remember this video.
Yeah, this shit is ridiculous, bro. Boy got hops, man. Yeah? Boy got
Yeah,
hops.
tigers are really like that. Steroid Garfield can weigh 600, 700 pounds, yet
Oh,
they eat
it's
themselves 50 feet in the
ridiculous.
air, giving the tiger one of the highest verticals of any big cat. which means a motivated tiger could high jump clear over an elephant's head. This is not edited. It's because tigers are built like athletes.
Look at the arms on that boy.
Tiger legs are so ridiculously strong that they've been known to remain standing even when they're not alive. You can take a tiger's soul and it'll still be standing. That is if it doesn't cancel your life subscription.
They are so cool as well.
Mimic the calls of other animals to lull them into a false sense of security before they turn them into a wuss. More tigers have been recorded mimicking Asian black bears, which are actually a pretty big part of their grocery list.
That's just
also,
smart,
fun fact,
bro.
actually, really, I don't know how this is even possible. Fact: tigers can allegedly paralyze you without even touching you.
Yeah, they emit a sound. Yeah.
Which we can't hear. But the infrasound is so powerful that it can travel long distances and even pass through solid objects.
I knew that. Yeah,
which is why it's believed that both animals and humans can feel the roar without actually hearing it, causing a paralyzing effect that can cause even professional tiger trainers to completely evacuate their bowels. It's also why the lion roars that you hear in movies are actually tigers.
Also true.
In this video, tigers are just death gift wrapped by God in black and orange.
If we having the beans, is that okay?
Bro, that's a liger. Look at the size of that.
Yeah, they have no business being that big. So everyone knows about ligers, but
that's some weird stuff, bro.
Whatever you want to call this. It's a
I didn't envision of God, you know.
There's a tiger.
Nah,
Father
that
tiger,
isn't,
mother
bro.
lion makes a tigon.
A
and tigers
tigon.
are technically the biggest big cats on the planet, with the largest one being a male liger named Nuke, who violated the scales at 1,213 pounds. Tigons never get that big, and it's because they never outgrow their parents, because they inherit growth inhibitory genes from both parents. And kind of fun fact, tigons are much rarer than ligers, and one of the reasons is because male tigers find the courtship rituals of lionesses so subtle that they can end up not realizing she wants to.
Well, can't take the hint, man.
There's less tigons than ligers because male tigers can't take the hint. It'd be like that.
It'd be like that.
Personalities with lions and tigers. For example, ligers enjoy swimming, which is a tiger trait. But they're also social extroverts, which is very much a lion thing. Now, this picture looks like it shouldn't exist. It's because you're right, it really shouldn't.
It shouldn't.
Lions and tigers would never hook up in the wild because their ranges don't even overlap anymore.
Nope.
Which is why this isn't nature. It's f***ing anarchy. Also, ligers are more likely to develop health problems and neurological disorders. And sometimes their organs file for unemployment and straight up just stop working.
Yep, that happens a lot.
Lost his life to cancer, and Hobbs the liger got canceled by liver failure. Honestly, ligers are like pugs. They're cool to look at, but they don't.
Ooh, that's a really good comparison.
Also,
I like that.
we didn't stop at ligers and tigons.
Of course
This is a jaguar lion stepchild, the Jaglion.
Oh my god. Jaglion, bro? Leopard?
Who allegedly bred a tiguar. That's right, a tiger and a jaguar. Moral of
Why
this video,
though?
what are we doing?
Stop making ligers and tigons and tigwars and ligons, bro. That's all I ask. That's all I ask, bro. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it. As always, Casual Geographic, the GOAT, bro, never makes a bad video, and I learned a lot again that I didn't know. Some things I didn't want to know, like why the hell does that cougar have teeth growing on the back of his ears and that, but that's still fascinating to see. But yeah, guys, as always, before you go, I just gotta tell you, keep God first, man. Drink water. Go tell your parents you love them. All right. If you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video called Why Some Birds Will Never See Heaven. So yeah, man, we all know birds are menaces. So yeah, man, let's check this out. Let's get it.
This video was sponsored by World of Tanks.
Get your bag, my boy. Let's go. Always happy to see people get the bag. That owl, bro. That was mad. Boy doesn't know what happened.
For the most part, spend their entire lives the same way they started, with zero regard or concept of morality.
Pelican, bro.
Reference toward the idea of a higher being. Basically, they're bastards with wings.
Oh, that's
Animals
cute.
don't typically operate on morality because nature really doesn't care how good of a person you are. Good karma won't keep your kids from starvation, and it won't stop life from slapping you in the face.
That clip is smart. A sea lion using an octopus as a weapon,
judge
dude.
animals based on morality.
A squirrel.
But if we could, birds would never see the light of day. I don't know why, but nature insisted on making sure birds survive by inflicting pain and suffering on others, often in some of the most brutal ways possible.
Sorry.
Because I have nothing better to do in this
A
stage of my life.
shoebill is very scary, dude.
The rice purity test.
Like, it's
First, we got
insane.
this paralysis demon with wings, the giant petrel.
Bro,
basically, take everything bad about sea.
Pause. I'm sorry, my G. I'm sorry, bro. When I tell you, yeah, these birds, bro, the war crimes they commit on penguins, bro, yeah. Dude, some fucking menaces, bro, and ugly too.
Teach you the table manners of vultures, put it on steroids,
bro.
and you get a penguin's worst nightmare. More on that later. The giant petrel earned the nickname the Stinker because they'll feed on
huge as well.
Carcass, no matter how putrid the festering meat is.
Yeah, they
and
eat
just
dead
like
things,
vultures,
my boy.
prefer to violate a course by starting from the softest points of the body, and normally that means the anus.
Oh.
So when you see this overgrown graveyard pigeon,
Look at that, bro.
Got done tossing some dead elephant seal salad. The giant petrel's nauseating eating habits only make this next fact even worse. Because if you get too close to a nesting petrel, or worse, its chick, it'll projectile vomit whatever disrespect was marinating down in its trash chute of a stomach. Not only is it disgusting, the puke is so acidic it can actually eat away at the waterproof coating of feathers. But that's not why giant petrels are in this video. Now, it's because of the flying bullies of the southern seas with an obsession with penguin chicks.
They are.
The southern giant petrel will survey a penguin colony and single out any chicks it can find, and then they'll proceed to snatch the chick in front of the parents, who honestly don't make much of it in the first place. Then these flying predators will proceed to tear the defenseless chick apart and eat it alive, often while the parents can only watch. Sometimes they won't even attack. All giant petrels really need to do is sit and wait for one of the chicks to panic and make a break for it, a decision that guarantees his life won't get renewed for the next season. And unlike the Skua Mafia,
they're so big,
giant petrel can have a wingspan of up to 7 feet.
That's ridiculous, bro.
But they don't just go after penguins, and yes, I am censoring this for a reason. Giant petrels will also go after seabirds like the albatross and gannet, and their favorite method of soul eviction is by holding the bird underwater until it drowns.
Damn.
It's like a reverse baptism. They're aggressive, nasty, and they operate on a morality deficit, which makes them great at bullying penguins, but even better at World of Tanks. World of Tanks is a free
Get your bag, my boy. Love it. Get your bag, lad. Get your bag.
And you're carrying the knowledge of the war crimes is flying.
Love it, bro. Get your bag, lad. Love it. Oh no, I've seen this video before. They're ripping in chunks while he's alive, bro. Nature is relentless.
The poor bird can be laying in sheer agony for over an hour as merciless petrels tear chunks of its flesh out. And again, I'm sitting like this for a reason. It gets ugly. The only relief is when the penguin eventually retires from life due to loss of blood. These ice vultures will also follow fur seals on the hunt for penguins just so they can have a chance at the leftovers. And again, it really doesn't matter if it's dead or alive. Basically, giant petrels are what would happen if nature messed around and gave hyenas wings. And reminder, their wingspan can be 7 freaking feet long. But these flying coffins aren't the only birds with a slightly unethical meal prep. This Hall of Fame intimidator is the imposing golden eagle.
Oh yeah, these are menaces as well.
They have a pair of lethal
look at those talons, bro.
Sharp snare trap talons designed to grab and not let go. That and the fact that this eagle is known for griefing animals heavier than they are is why this apex assault weapon has such a high hit list of possible prey. As tough as they are, they do have a weakness. Like all birds, golden eagles have hollow bones, and a fracture to one of those bones, especially in the wings, is basically a death sentence.
Yeah,
which is why attacking an animal that can fight back, like, say, a goat, could be bad for their health. Speaking of goats, that unnatural climbing ability helps them.
That's ridiculous. Ronaldo shouldn't be doing that.
Photoshopped. They're really like that. But of course, this murder.
They do that to lick the salt from the rocks.
Apparently, nature gave golden eagles an understanding of physics because they'll attempt to latch onto the goat and manhandle it off a cliff to its death. And goats aren't pushovers. They can still critically injure the eagle on the way down, but golden eagles are strong enough to carry the goat and airdrop it straight to the afterlife. It's not just murder. It's premeditated. As brutal as it is, it's way more efficient than chasing and wrestling a goat into submission when you could just let the goat get clapped by gravity. Chasing a goat ain't easy.
And gravity always wins.
Also, deer and goats aren't the only victims here. Golden eagles will also carry a tortoise and airdrop it from hundreds of feet until the shell shatters. If the tortoise survives the first time, it's no big deal. The eagle will just pick it up and try again, because it's not like the shell jockey's going anywhere. Not only is it a bad time for a tortoise, it also might have ended a person. Because famous Greek playwright Aeschylus was allegedly turned into a Sunday prayer after a golden eagle airmailed a tortoise addressed right to the back of his head. Even if it wasn't a target, it's still
got a whole tortoise in the back of his neck, bro.
You can go ahead and add a welfare fraud charge because this bird might legitimately be one of the worst mothers out there. It all starts when a mother common cuckoo gets ready to lay her egg in a nest. Typical
that bird is clueless, bro.
Except that's not her nest. The mother cuckoo will lay her egg in the nest of another bird like a reed warbler and then cover her tracks by stealing and destroying one of the originals. Which means the clueless warbler ends up incubating a future criminal. Because in what I can only describe as malicious design, the cuckoo egg will hatch days before the rest of the bunch does. Because even though the cuckoo chick is blind, featherless, and only a day old, it's somehow strong enough to lift an egg almost as big as itself and yeet it out of the nest and turn it into a Denny's breakfast special on the ground. And there's a good chance he does it right in front of the foster mother.
Damn.
But why would the warbler take care of a chick that not only isn't her blood, but actively destroyed her own? But that's easy. Gang violence. According to researchers, host parents that refused to feed the cuckoo chick ended up getting their home nest completely vandalized by the cuckoo mafia. And yes, I'm being 100% serious.
Damn.
And if the warbler recognizes the imposter egg and removes it before it can hatch, there's a good chance the mother cuckoo will stop by and butcher the entire nursery.
Wow.
I can't get over this picture. So now the poor warbler is forced to take care of a chick that not only isn't hers, but was probably the one that Ted Bundy'd her actual children. Not to mention the cuckoo chicken grows several times larger than the host parent, meaning the mother bird literally breaks her back trying to feed it. It's honestly one of the biggest dick moves in nature, and get this, Know the first 4 letters of a cuckoo's name? Yeah, that's where that term comes from. One of the most shameful genres out there was spawned by the sheer dickery of this bird. All this while the mother cuckoo sleeps at night knowing she trapped an innocent soul with a baby. It's like if Brittany Renner could fly. But what if Buffalo Bill had wings?
Catching the strays, bro. I'm firing shots at these hoes from these streets, bro. Come on. Like Brittany Renner in this bitch. That's true. If you know, you know, mate. If you know, you know. She belongs to the streets and that.
Sleeps at night knowing she trapped an innocent soul with a baby. It's like if Brittany Renner could fly. But what if Buffalo Bill had wings?
Damn,
well, you probably get this demon right here. So at this point, there's 2 types of people. There's those that don't know what this is, and those that are wondering when this serial killer was going to make an appearance. For the former, this is a shrike. It's a type of passerine bird related to blue jays and sparrows. It's also known as the butcher bird. And that is because this tiny bird has a disturbing habit of catching and murking its prey and impaling the corpse on thorns to store in its pantry. The shrike can keep the several bodies of victims in storage for days before they actually eat them. They'll even purposely wait a few days after skewering the toxic lubber grasshopper so it'll naturally degrade and become safer to eat. There's also the fact that the shrike will typically turn its prey into past tense by grabbing the neck and violently shaking until the neck snaps. Don't let this cover fool you. The pages of this demon story are riddled with psychopath tendencies and homicide in the very first degree. But at least shrikes normally kill their prey before they impale it. Some birds choose to just swallow and let the rest
bro, pelicans are menaces,
Pelicans are
bro.
garbage disposals with frequent fly
smells. True.
A pelican's diet consists of the usual fish, no surprise there. But its grocery list also includes amphibians, crustaceans, small mammals, not so small mammals, and other birds. Basically, if they think it can fit down its gullet, it's food, and you'll never guess what animal's behind me. Yeah. When it comes to pelicans, there's 2 schools of thought. There's some people that think pelicans are just goofy, big-billed sea ducks. And then there's those that have seen the video of a pelican swallowing a pigeon whole with the bird visibly struggling as it was getting forced down its bottomless pit of a throat. When low on their normal food source or stressed, pelicans will resort to
rough way to go,
like pigeons, seagulls, penguins, and ducks. And since pelicans don't have teeth, we can assume this pigeon's last moments were spent suffocating as it was being digested alive by corrosive stomach acid. Not a good way to go. I don't even like pigeons, and I feel bad. But it's not just other birds. Google pelican with some random animal, and you'll probably get one either attempting to or considering attempting to eat something that they honestly have no business even making the effort to swallow. A pelican swallowing a capybara defies all logic and common sense, but it won't stop this walking trash can.
Wow.
A cat could probably open up a pelican like a Christmas present, but pelicans seem to think they exist in a vacuum with no consequences. When you do something like this, it shouldn't be a surprise when one attempts to Cardi be a human. You know, gag, choke, dangly thing back of the throat. I know that was a weird reference.
That was a weird one.
If gluttony is a sin, then this feathery Lucifer has earned a D1 scholarship to the pits of hell. And judging from the eyes, they've already been there. And if you think I'm being unfair, when I was 7, a pelican nearly gouged my eyes out and blinded me. So yeah, them. Pelicans barely value their own lives, so of course they couldn't
agree more, bro.
Children.
Weird things.
Oftentimes, a stronger pelican
that's a naked one, bro.
Past tense, usually while the parent watches in sadistic approval.
Nah.
And sometimes the parents will straight up refuse to feed your chick, instead letting them tired of starvation. Now, to be fair, a lot of birds do the exact same thing, but I've already made it clear I have a bias. While the Cape Gannet goes out hunting for fish, this murderous feather dumpster goes hunting for chicks. Pelicans will raid these nurseries while the parents are out to sea and devour the helpless gannet chicks in what has to be one of the most terrifying ways to die. Imagine this being the last thing you ever see.
That's smart.
And just to add to it, because why stop now, some species will resort to cannibalism by gorging themselves with the children of their own species because when it comes to their diet, if a Pella can, a Pella will. You just can't trust a bird that's literally related to a Jurassic reject. And yes, this
are terrifying.
The pelican family. Hey, you remember how I made you feel bad for penguins because of the acts of terrorism this freeze-dried vulture commits? Yeah, that was on purpose. Penguins are far from innocent. In fact, they're as nasty as it gets. This little guy is an
these are the Adelaide penguins, I believe.
Your suit doesn't hide your sins. Adelie males will mate with
yeah.
Adelie males have been seen inviting themselves onto injured females, other males, unsupervised chicks, and once again, I'm blocking this out for your mental health. Just because I have to see it doesn't mean you should. Honestly, if you have a pulse, you're excited.
Bro.
That wasn't even true. Nah. Witness male Adelies without a partner attempt to
fuck you
to completion, by the way. In one case, a dead penguin had been frozen over in a position that I can only assume was a little too similar to the mating posture. That was all the males needed to give the ice-chilled corpse the treatment. One scientist decided to take it even further by placing only the frozen, disembodied head of a penguin on a rock just to see how low the males could go. Apparently low enough to forever traumatize the scientist and guarantee that his therapist never has to touch Storebrain.
Oh my god.
Once again, to completion. Penguins aren't the only things to resort to acts of the necro, but penguins insist on being really fucking weird about it. Adelies will sleep with anything with a heartbeat, and even that's not a deal breaker. Like this would legitimately be considered a sext to an Adelie. Even the Emperor Penguin isn't all that royal. Emperor Penguins
don't ruin the royal penguin, bro.
It's so bad that if an egg rolls onto the ground unprotected for less than a minute, the chick inside is already gone.
Damn.
Which means by the end of the brutal 4-month winter, there's a lot of penguin parents with an empty nest. But not only will some attempt to fill the void by kidnapping someone else's chick, it only takes a few days or even hours for the foster parent to get bored and leave the forcefully adopted chick to die.
Damn.
Either by starvation or worse, by getting violated by the flying booty warrior that is the giant petrel. You see how it all comes full circle?
Yep.
Because penguins invest so much energy into one baby, losing one can drive mothers to satisfy their maternal instincts by kidnapping. But of course, this also means that once the instinct wears off like post-acorn clarity, the mother basically murders the chick through sheer negligence.
That makes sense.
And there's only one good thing about this. Next time you see a leopard seal ordering Popeyes, you won't feel as bad. And just like this penguin, this video is now over. I write, record, and edit these videos all by myself. I'm not complaining, I basically chose this. But if you'd like to support this channel for some reason, my Patreon's gonna be in the description. Becoming a patron,
go support the boy, man. Go support him. Dude deserves it.
Content that you won't find anywhere else.
He's phenomenal.
But once again, please don't feel pressure to give any money, only if you can afford it.
Exactly.
Please feel pressure to subscribe though. It costs you nothing to hit that button, but not subbing might cost you your kids.
Tell them again, man.
Also follow me on Instagram so I can get verified. And
again, tell them again.
Money, only if you can afford it. Please feel pressure to subscribe though. It costs you
come on,
to hit that button, but not something might cost you your kids.
Go subscribe to him and subscribe here as well. Come on.
So I can get verified and start DMing women for validation. Videos and pictures and stuff. But honestly, I just want that blue check. Like that is my entire motivation for all of this.
Hey,
it's not about raising awareness or making
isn't all of us.
It's about validation from strangers online. That is my one-armed man.
Yep.
Alright, peace out.
Penguins. Alright, another great video by Casual Geographic, man. You already know my opinion on him. He's the GOAT, man. His videos are incredibly entertaining, incredibly educational, and you will learn something new every time you watch him. Either good or disturbing, like Adelaide penguins being rapists and stuff, and worse. Guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. I'm sorry if I'm like extra shiny today. It's 5 in the morning here in Portugal as I'm recording this, and it's 20 degrees, bro. 20. I'm steaming in my room, bro, because I've been recording it. I have the PC, I have the lights, I have the LEDs, bro. I have the screens. Oh my, I cannot do hot weather, bro. I can't. It's the worst thing of all time, bro. It's legit bad. You can't do anything. Even moving, bro. It's just sticky and close. Oh, it's a mess. It's a mess. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video again. Before you go, I just gotta tell you, man, keep God first as always. Drink water. Go tell your parents you love them. Alright, if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called The Traumatizing Reality of Being an Ant. So yeah, man, let's go and check this out. Let's get it! To die! So many dumb ways to die.
Kinda sucks. Don't get me wrong, the gift of life is a beautiful thing and all that.
Is.
And again, none of us
Praise
really
the
asked
Lord.
to be here, and then one day you gain consciousness, minor character development followed, and before you could blink twice, you got student loans, a job, and taxes. All that aside, though,
True.
we actually have it pretty good. I mean, we could be ants, because in the game of life, ants have some of the most creatively cruel game overs of any animal. To be fair, ants do have a lot going for them. They take the whole strength in numbers thing and put it on steroids.
True.
Resulting in a eusocial insect able to weaponize its community to take down threats hundreds of times its size, like an angry Twitter mob. The all-for-one mentality is how ants have managed to stay in the game for well over 100 million years, with today over 12,000 flavors of them seasoning virtually every part of the earth that isn't Antarctica. The problem with being so ancient is that your neighbors have had that much time to evolve around your existence, which often involves using the ants' own habits and traits against them. And trust me, you're gonna see just how ridiculous some animals got with it. Plenty of animals' grocery lists have ants on it. It'd be virtually impossible to list all of them, but here are some of the most memorable for us and traumatizing for the ants.
Okay,
for
let's
example,
go.
This is an ant graveyard, and most ants don't find it until it's too late. That's because the ant line is the equivalent of a Call of Duty camper that digs a funnel-shaped crater in the sand and then hides in the center of it, completely invisible to the rest of the world. All it takes is one ant to step into the death trap to get sent sliding into the center. And with the shifting sands and the ant line tracking the ant through vibrations and actively flicking up sand, the harder the ant tries to struggle, the further it slides into the pit, directly into the snare trap jaws. And considering some ant lions can spend years in a stakeout, once they do grab the ant, they waste little time injecting it with venom to paralyze it, along with enzymes to digest it from the literal inside out. Which is when the ant gets its actual life essence sucked from it by the ant lion drinking its liquefied insides. And once the ant serves no further purpose, the ant lion yeets the violated corpse out the trap like an empty Capri Sun and then goes back into its homicide hovel.
He sung as well,
that
bro.
process sounds familiar. It's cause this is bar for bar what the Sarlacc pit from Star Wars was inspired by. The worst part is, even if the ant manages to struggle up one side of the pit, real-life Jabba will throw up sand from the center, causing the sand around it to collapse.
That's a tough way to go, man.
A camping tremor isn't the ant's only paralysis demon. A Canthaspis patax is an assassin bug that also murks anything ant for a living. Like the ant lion, that involves administering tissue-melting toxins and then slurping the life out of it. But they don't just toss out the used and abused ant carcass when they're done. The nymph gathers the soul-evacuated bodies of its victims and then wears it like a jacket. This
that's disrespect, bro.
Ant onslaught while camouflaging it so it too doesn't get put on a t-shirt. This is the first example of what I said about animals using the ant's habits against them. The spiders that the family would have to worry about also don't want smoke with an angry ant mafia. So scientists believe that cosplaying as an ant army keeps the underage assassin bug alive long enough to reach its adult form. When they don't need a carcass.
Alright, that makes more sense, bro. I thought it was just disrespecting, bro.
Existence can really come down to being a part of some assassin's ensemble. I only listed 2. It gets so much worse. Forward flies are one of the biggest obstacles to an ant's pursuit of happiness, to the point where the United States tried to weaponize the flies against them. The nightmare starts when a forward fly, which can be easily mistaken for a fruit fly, penetrates the thorax of the ant and then leaves behind an egg and then just takes off like only a destructive deadbeat can. This doesn't kill the ant, but the events that follow make it wish it did. Because once the egg hatches, it migrates to the ant's head where it begins eating it from the inside. The victimized ant is alive for all this, but seemingly goes into a catatonic state. After a couple weeks, we're basically talking about a zombie ant getting its vessel carjacked by the fly larva. That's not hyperbole. The larva devours the ant's brain in its last chance and forces its self-imprisoned ant to just wander around aimlessly. Eventually, the larva manages to guide the ant to its ideal nursery grounds, that being some leaf litter or a crack in the soil. And in its final act, and after weeks of pretty much being locked in the sunken place, the ant's head literally divorces the rest of its body as the felony fly larva spits out enzymes that destroy the very membranes keeping the head and body together. It spends a little more time using the disembodied head as a crib before it pupates and
bro, bugs are so disgusting.
It's a fate that would violate the Geneva Convention, but since insects have very little rights, the United States have been trying to use forward flies in the fight against fire ants. Fire ants that were accidentally Ubered into the American Southwest in the 1930s from Brazil.
Fire ants are menaces though, so I kind of see why, but
forward flies is the most brutal form of population control for the fire ants that really didn't ask to be here in the first place. And apparently, the flies only subtract a small portion of the fire ants, but the threat of them drastically disrupts the colony's activities and forces them to retreat underground. To be fair, you'd be a whole lot less productive if you witnessed your neighbor's head fall off and a whole alien crawl out. On one hand, weaponizing flies is probably less destructive than mass breathing pesticides like DDT. But on the other, playing God with a mind-controlling, brain-eating parasite can't possibly be
rough, bro.
But either way,
that's a rough way to go.
That's tailored its entire existence around griefing ants. And it's not the only fly that's learned how to hoe ants for a living. Ants do this thing where they actually, hold on a second. Okay, we're good. Ants often do this thing where they'll feed another ant by regurgitating into the mouth of the receiver. Oh yeah, it's nasty, but not only are they sharing food, but ants like carpenter ants transfer proteins to help boost disease resistance and overall colony immunity. Enter the flies. One species of South African fly figured out the signal one ant will use on its donor to initiate transfer. So the flies come in and use the signal, touching the mouth region of the ant, to force it to give up its food. And as smart as they allegedly are, the ants aren't smart enough to realize they're getting fleeced out of food by a fly, which is probably how they got the nickname the ant mugging fly. Like I said, hundreds of millions of years is a lot of time for your ops to study your playbook and use it against you. Because when ants aren't getting trapdoored by ant lions, finessed by flies, or turned into a light flex by an assassin, ants are often the victim of some of the most complex manipulation in the entire animal kingdom. One example is how this entire butterfly's existence depends solely on deceiving ants. The Alcon blue butterfly has no weapons, no venom, no armor at all. But what they do have are pheromones that are almost identical to that produced by ant larvae. So when the caterpillar airdrops itself down to the forest floor, it's almost immediately taken in by a colony of ants. By mimicking the ant equivalent of a new baby smell, the caterpillar manages to get VIP treatment from the same ants that could turn it into coffin stuffing. The ants carry it into their nest where they feed the caterpillar like one of their own. To the point where if there's ever a food shortage, the intruder manages to savvy its way into getting priority over their actual young. Especially since the caterpillar's able to mimic the sound that ant queen makes in order to get more attention. And I get that it took millions of years of trial and error to get it right. That is some wild commitment. The Alcon maintains the fraud for 2 years until one day it pupates and flies out the ant nursery with the ants unaware of just how hard they got played. This game plan works out so well for the butterfly that even one of the slowest animals on Earth takes a cue from them and pulls a fast one on ants. Ants love eating snail slime. I want you to remember that piece of information. It's going to be real important later. But one species of snail will purposely secrete slime in order to attract the ants who kidnap it and carry it into their nest. Since most ants will 100% eat a snail alive, at first this looks like self-subtraction with extra steps. But once carried into the ant fortress, the snail suddenly stops releasing the slime that got it there in the first place. And somehow not being seen as food gives the snail diplomatic immunity, and they're able to move around the nest untouched and even feed on the groceries the ants bring in while contributing a total of nothing. But at least with the Alcon snail, technically no one really gets hurt. But one animal manages to not only completely manipulate its ant mark, it does it in one of the most ridiculously complicated ways possible. Go get a snack if you don't have one. This finna be a novel. The jihad starts with a parasitic flatworm that enslaves the ant through mind control. You see the pattern here, right? Completely against its will, the ant is forced by the flatworm shacking up in its brain to climb up a flower or stem and clamp its jaws around the tip of the stem, where it can wait for up to 2 months. Wait for what exactly? Basically for an animal that eats grass to come in and take the zombie ant with it. End of the road for the ant, but the parasite manages to make its way into the liver of its new host, which is probably why the flatworm is called the liver fluke. And if you think getting lodged inside a cow's liver is a dead end, then you must not have believed me when I told you how needlessly complicated this stuff gets. While feeding on whatever cow, sheep, or rabbit unintentionally murked the ant, the fluke lays eggs that then get deuced out by the same host. Those eggs don't get to hatch until a snail comes along and eats the droppings, along with the eggs in them. And it's while getting taxied by host number 3 that the eggs hatch and proceed to irritate the snail to the point where they get ejected, along with a good amount of snail slime. You remember what I said about snail snot and who likes to eat it? And it's once an ant feeds on the contaminated, parasite-loaded goop that this vicious cycle restarts itself. Pretty much the liver fluke's life cycle looks more like a Family Guy cutaway.
That's insane!
Meg, the biggest casualty in all of this, is an ant that thought it scored an easy meal, but instead gets turned into an easy lick. And I know what you're thinking, and yes, there's a fungus that does the exact same thing. Ants live through The Last of Us firsthand. True. The cordyceps fungus infects an ant.
If you ever played The Last of Us, you know that the virus that turns the humans into clickers and stuff, they don't call them zombies, but let's say zombies, it's the clickers and everything. So the virus that does that is the cordyceps virus, and that actually exists, and that actually happens in insects. So he's gonna explain. So yeah, that actually happens.
Robs it of its life choices and then forces its new vessel to climb up high enough until it makes it clamp its vice grip jaws around a stem, and then it just stands there waiting for the sweet release of perma-sleep. And once the ant becomes a was, its withered body becomes ground zero as the fungus proceeds to explode.
Exactly how it happens in The Last of Us.
Ant's head. And from there, it spits out spores in order to continue the cycle of completely desecrating the ant's way of life. So as you can see, there are many obstacles to an ant's very existence. Taxes don't seem too bad now, huh? But by far, the biggest threat to ant survival are other ants. Ants regularly commit acts of war against other colonies, and the outcome is just as horrific as you
war crimes.
Apart from the mass slaughterings, ants regularly participate in slavery. When ants like the red formica raid enemy nests, it's not enough for them to red rum any adults that try to slow them down. They'll make off with as much of the victim colony's larvae as possible. In a season, they can abduct thousands. Back at the kidnapper's home base, the stolen children are born with no way of knowing how they got there and are conditioned to serve the colony that massacred their family. The kidnapped are made to do tasks such as maintain the nest, go out and search for food, and even look after the next generation of baby snatchers. They'll even do that weird food transfer vomiting thing I told you about to feed their own captors. But don't think for a second that the kidnappers get off scot-free. Eventually, the enslaved turn on their kidnappers by hitting them where it hurts the most. A good number of the slave maker ant pupae get murked by the same slave workers that were supposed to be looking after them. This get back can delete more than half the colony's children before they finish the pupal stage and become adults. And in some cases, up to 2/3 of the slaver's offspring get relieved from life. I've made this joke before, but that's Django Unchained levels of get back, which is why another ant figured out a safer way of griefing their ops. The Solenopsis daguerreae of South America is another
that's so ugly, bro.
The nest of, for example, red fire ants. And instead of immediately turning the queen into a hashtag, the parasite instead steals the food intended for her, which pretty much kills the actual queen slowly. And while that's happening, the parasite queen starts spawning eggs, which the workers unknowingly take care of. And once her children are developed and ready, they fly off like a virus to infect even more colonies. The Solenopsis is such a menace that, just like with forward flies, this parasite has been used to nerf the red fire ants that have become invasive in some places. And at this point, it's pretty clear that the ants' entire purpose is to serve the colony and by extension the queen. This means that some ants have essentially sold their souls for the ant kingdom's best interests. Soldier ants are so geared for war and nothing else that they physically can't feed themselves, and without worker ants to mama bird them, they'd starve. The cephalotes spent evolution points on a head wide enough to block entrances to their nest from intruders. Pretty dope until you realize their entire life's purpose comes down to just being a living door. All this to protect the queen who would 100% throw her colony under the bus if it benefits her. That's not speaking hypothetically either. Queen ants have been known to backdoor their own colony. Many ant colonies have more than one queen, which on paper should be a good thing since more queens means more workers means better chance for the colony to prosper. The problem is the small but very real chance that the workers turn on the extra queens and take them out of power. Permanently. Queen ants seem to know this, so sometimes they'll try to be slick and purposely produce less eggs so that they can save their energy fighting off any disobedient subordinates if it ever gets them.
I didn't know that either, bro.
Producing less eggs and therefore less workers actually hurts the colony overall, even if it helps the one queen. The problem is the workers know it, and they can sense how fertile a queen is based on chemicals. So if the worker ants suspect that one of the queens is holding out on them, it's curtains for her. Ant politics means if the ant queen gets too selfish, she gets executed. But become too much of a team player with other queens in power, and the queen ant becomes completely defenseless in the case of a mutiny, since the process of making so many eggs means she doesn't have any energy left to defend herself. No ant pays a higher price for being a team player than a species found in Southeast Asia. These ants don't have huge mandibles, but when their colony is under attack, then you see exactly why they're named Proboscis explodens. They have huge glands under their abdomen, and as a last resort, they'll force the glands to burst and cause themselves to explode. This act of self-subtraction coats the enemy.
I've seen these before. These are mad as well.
Attackers while also poisoning them. The ants kamikaze themselves, but they do it for the good of the colony. And this isn't even the only way ants will voluntarily cross themselves off the census. There's a species of Brazilian ant that'll seal their entrance to their nest every night to keep possible threats out. The problem is, they use actual living ants to close the entrance from the outside. And with no way to get back in, a few brave worker ants spend the night outside the safety of the nest. And become past tense by the time the nest is opened again in the morning. But at least when these ants sign their own obituary, it's by choice and for a purpose. There is no choice or purpose to what's happening.
That's mad.
Two things to know about army ants. Number one, they're
the circle of death
is
mad.
They don't make a permanent settle down nest and are constantly on the move. Number two is that army ants are essentially blind and rely on pheromones to get around. An ant mill like this happens when a small party of ants gets separated from the rest of the foraging group, and while lost they begin to start following each other. And with no way of knowing they're going in an endless circle, you see exactly why this has been called the death spiral. They just keep going until they eventually pass tense to pure exhaustion. And not all ant mills are this small. One of the first death spirals ever seen was about 1,200 feet across. For the non-Americans, that's about 365 meters, and for the Americans, the concept of distance like me, that's more than 3 football fields, and apparently it took each ant 2.5 hours just to complete 1 lap. And out of all the disturbing ways ants get logged out of life, this might be the worst one. Mindlessly marching in a circle, blindly following the guy in front of you until your number eventually gets called. Yeah, it's the worst one because for some people, it's the most relatable. And on that note, that's gonna do it for this video. Make sure you go outside and do something you wouldn't normally do. Break out of the rut any chance you can. Because the thing about a death spiral is, you may not realize you're in it until it's too late. See you on the next one.
Nah. The queen one got me the willies, bro. If the queen is slacking on the eggs, she gets killed by the other ants. But if she lays too many eggs, she doesn't have the energy in case of a riot that happens in a colony. So she couldn't die either way. Oh, that's actually insane. I didn't know that. See, this is why Casual Geographic is the GOAT, bro. I learn something new every time I watch a video of his. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Guys, before you go, I just gotta tell you, man, keep God first as always. Drink water. Go tell your parents you love them. Alright? If you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called Animal secrets that zoos don't want you to know. Get it?
Animal facts that zookeepers might not want to tell you. Zebras are one of the most responsible for injuries to zookeepers because
Oh
they're wildly
yeah,
unpredictable
they are
and overall
menaces, bro.
assholes. Life can really go from 0 to kicked in the chest if you're around one.
Yep.
And the hand-reared ones are the worst because people think they're wild horses when really they're demon donkeys that'll crack your ribs and bite off your hand unprovoked.
True.
In a place with lions, bears, and gators, your biggest op could be a pissed-off Oreo horse. If you work with foxes, your social life will suffer. Not only do they smell horrible, but the smell of fox pee sticks to hair, clothes, and skin and lasts weeks no matter how hard or long you scrub.
I always
Getting
wanted a
R. Kelly
fox,
by
you know.
Fox is a great way to make people avoid you like the real one. Rhinos are the world's biggest and most dangerous puppies. White rhinos will eat out of your hand and they love being scratched for a 5,000-pound armored truck.
Damn, that's
the personality
cute.
of a Labrador. With ducks, you never want to have more males than females. As a rule, you need 4 to 6 males for every female because if you don't, the males will get aggressive and jump the female.
Yep.
I couldn't find the TikTok, but basically she was saying a female duck lost her eye because during a particularly violent session, one of the males got impatient and ripped her eyeball out. And since it usually happens in water, multiple males could possibly drown the female. If it is in water, they could break her bones. Animal secrets zookeepers might not want to tell you, part 2.
Come on.
Anteaters are way meaner than they get credit for, and sometimes they'll just snap and take a life for no reason.
Yep.
Like even jaguars would hesitate to attack them because they're really only one swing away from being a memory. One anteater mauled a zookeeper
Look at
so
those
badly that she
claws,
has to
bro.
get liver,
Nah.
stomach, and lung damage. And she
Nah.
You watch your back if you're in his hood. Tortoises are jaw-droppingly stupid.
Oh,
if you leave a bucket
I
around
love
them, they'll
tortoises,
100%
you know.
try to make babies with it, and they'll even give the treatment to an extra curvy boulder. Orangutans are evil pickpocketing geniuses that'll steal items of importance and only return them in exchange for food.
I didn't know
Sometimes
that.
they'll even break up the object and hand it back piece by piece in order to extort more food, which is unfortunate.
Damn.
Or even worse if they steal an animal like an opossum. It's happened. This isn't a secret, but if you've ever seen a zookeeper cleaning an enclosure and you jokingly said something like, "I wonder what animal that is," I can guarantee you that day you got silently cursed out in ways you didn't even know possible. Giraffes can seriously mess you up out of nowhere. Males fight for females by necking, and it's exactly what it sounds like.
Oh.
Sometimes they'll take a swing at
Yeah,
keepers not
bro,
paying
this
attention
is
just to be
mad.
a dick, and if they connect,
Dude.
they will send you flying.
Bro,
But one day they're not nice,
it's
and the
mad.
day someone gets put on CNN. Animal
Yep.
facts zookeepers might not want to tell you, part 3. Koalas are teddy bears with the personality of a chainsaw, and if you have to carry an animal out of its
True.
enclosure, you'd have an easier time manhandling a crocodile.
Yep.
They claw, they bite, and they are dicks to other animals.
They
Every
are.
time a keeper picks one up, their health insurance goes up. Aquariums will have captive breeding programs for dolphins, but since they're difficult to transport for mating, they'll use artificial insemination. Meaning someone gets paid to give Flipper a happy ending and collect the baby maker, and the dolphins are so
Damn.
smart they'll recognize whose job it is, and when they see them, they'll roll over and present themselves. If you irritate
Nah.
members of the Camelidae family, like llamas, alpacas, vicuñas, and of course camels, they don't just spit on you. Zookeepers just say it's spit so you don't totally freak out. What they actually do is regurgitate the contents of their stomach, mix it with saliva, and launch it in the
They
face of
vomit
whoever's
on
doing
folk,
it. Piss
man.
one off and they'll basically projectile vomit half-eaten grass all over you and dare you to do something about it. Out of all
Nah.
the raptors, turkey vultures are one of the most affectionate, and they'll form strong emotional bonds with their keepers.
That's true.
They'll follow their favorite around, greet them when they enter the enclosure, and even play with their socks and shoes.
Mm-hmm.
If you ignore the fact that they smell like an open casket in July, they're actually pretty cool. In fact, zookeepers might not want to tell you. Meerkats are the spawn of Satan, and they conduct themselves as such. If you know anyone who's ever
Meerkats, pound for pound, are the most killing mammals in the world, bro. Mostly, they kill each other a lot. It's completely nuts.
work with meerkats, ask them to show you the scars. I guarantee you they have them. They are, no exaggeration, the most homicidal mammals on the planet that
they
are
are.
humans. If a zoo announces the death of one of their meerkats and they say it was due to natural causes, it's way more likely that one just straight up murdered another. They're also one of the worst animals for first-time zookeepers because if nobody warns them, they'll think they're cute and cuddly and try to feed them by hand. And that is exactly how you go to bed with less fingers than you woke up.
Timon wasn't
Most keepers
playing, bro.
understand their animals so well that they have
Timon
no
was
problem being in the
immense.
same enclosure as tigers, leopards, and bears. But there's one animal that seems to universally scare everyone. Ironically, cassowaries are shy and introverted in nature.
Bro, it's like a dinosaur, dude.
Turkeys decide to catch a body. They
Look
are one
at
of the
his
most dangerous
claws,
and
bro.
unpredictable
It's
animals
like a
you'll ever hear of.
dinosaur, bro.
Most zoos won't even let workers inside cassowaries.
Look at those
without at
feet,
least
man.
others keeping watch.
Nah.
And they often go in with an attack shield in case this Satan Tweety gets
You
ideas.
have to.
Orangutans are smart enough to get people fired. In Omaha Zoo in Nebraska, zookeepers kept forgetting to lock the orangutan exhibit, and when they would get there in the morning, 5 males would be posted outside. The head keeper got on his staff for being careless, but after this happened several more times, he was ready to put someone on unemployment. But it turned out one of the males named Fu Manchu found a piece of wire and hid it between his lips and gums, and when nobody was looking, he used it to pick the lock of his enclosure, and then he proceeded to free all of his friends. It took zookeepers over a week and the threat of being fired to figure it out. Cougars are the biggest pushover of any cat. They're naturally afraid of people, but when comfortable, they'll seek out head scratches and belly rubs, all while purring. They're basically giant house cats that could turn you into a headline if they wanted to. Secret zoos might not want you to know. Every zoo has a group of animals that are so dangerous they're kill on sight, meaning if they escape their enclosure or attack somebody, zookeepers are taught to take them out immediately. And surprisingly, a lot of big cats like lions and tigers are on KOS because they would rather tranquilize and capture them. Even silverbacks are tranquilized first, but there's one animal that's kill on sight in basically every zoo. Chimpanzees, because not only are they homicidal,
Bro, it has to happen. It's ridiculous.
By the time it kicks in, they could have already chewed someone's face off. If one escapes, somebody has to die, and it's usually the chimp. Sloths can be incredibly vicious. They look innocent, but those jaws can inflict nasty injuries.
Bro, those teeth are no joke.
Terran was once harassing a three-toed sloth, which everyone thought was cute, until a sloth clamped its jaws around the monkey's face. By the time keepers broke it up, the monkey had an eyeball hanging out of its socket, and the sloth was covered in blood that wasn't his. Tortoises are dicks for no reason. Sometimes if you go in their enclosure, they'll block off the exit by sitting in front of it. And since the Aldabra tortoise is 500 pounds of stubborn, you're not going anywhere. A lot of zoos have to rent pandas for $1 million a year, and it takes another $500,000 to feed them, which doesn't even include medical.
Bamboo is expensive.
It can literally single-handedly bankrupt zoos. Might not want to tell you. Part 6. A lot of animals in captivity become much worse parents because honestly, zoo animals are just worse at being animals. In the wild, a mother may reject her baby due to drought or sickness. Zoo animals can reject them purely off vibes. Zoo animals also respond way worse to stress, and when a military jet flew over a Sweden zoo, the animals got so stressed and so pressed they proceeded to tear apart and eat 23 of their babies.
Damn!
It's not pretty. Zoos don't buy or sell animals from each other, instead they trade like cards. For example, if you think you would like this bighorn puppy, it'd probably cost you about 20 penguins. 2 lion cubs can set you back 1 grand zebra, and if you have more baby giraffes than you can handle, you could trade him in for a Burmese python, a red-tailed hawk, and a miniature pig. Most zoos are strongly against putting price tags on animals because it can encourage poaching. Except these guys. These bastards are too expensive to trade. Animal escapes are pretty rare, but when a major one happens, everyone basically readjusts their fences and enclosures. Kinda like how in class everybody will change their answers if one kid gets it wrong. A lot of zoos had to readjust their tiger enclosure because 3 idiots decided to taunt one, and that tiger proceeded to yeet itself over a wall. Can't blame the tiger though. Sometimes natural selection comes with a free meal.
Exactly, natural selection, bro. Stop building fences in zoos.
For the same reason you shouldn't share an apartment with your best friend. After 1 week, it'll change everything you thought you knew about them. Like penguins, they smell like Satan's locker and snap and bite at your shins every time you feed them.
Don't tell me that, bro. I want a penguin, bro. Don't tell me that they smell like that, bro.
What's your favorite animal?
I want one.
You shouldn't share an apartment with your best friend. After 1 week, it'll change everything you thought you knew about them. You like penguins? They smell like Satan's locker and snap and bite at your shins every time you feed them. Like tigers? Tiger poop is one of the worst smelling things you'll ever live with.
I heard Mike Tyson say that.
Give one an enema and I swear next day you'll be at unemployment.
Oh no!
Have a new favorite by lunch. Being a zookeeper isn't just playing with animals all day. It's incredibly difficult and ridiculously demanding. They work well over 40 hours a week and often don't sleep at zoos just so they can respond to any emergencies. You go through years of training, applications, and hours of interning, all for a starting salary of about less than $30,000. When you take that much for that little, you're a different breed. But they're so dedicated to the animals that it's worth it. But if you personally know a zookeeper, tell them you appreciate them. Lord knows they don't hear enough. Out of all the animals, the most dangerous and the ones zookeepers hate working with the most are the ones outside the cage. No other animal has more migraines or higher blood pressure than a hairless primate. That's so true. In a sense of entitlement. Most zookeepers agree if you kept the animals and banned the people, zoos would be 10 times more fun, and I don't blame them for thinking that. Animal facts you definitely wouldn't know unless you worked at a zoo.
People are stupid.
Walruses are really talented at baiting. In fact, you could say they're master baits.
Hey yo!
They do it a lot. You're probably wondering how a walrus does this. Well, there's 2 options. 1, they slap themselves with their flippers, or 2, they're flexible enough to self-service themselves with their mouth. If you've seen a walrus, you've probably seen one do this. Bonobos will go out of their way to wait until they have a crowd of people around them and then start spontaneously having in front of the audience. They do it on purpose. I don't know why, but literally the more people around, the more likely they are to ruin the innocence of any child watching. Tigers can't purr, so to show affection, they'll do the same slow blink that your cat does to tell you he loves you. Tigers share 95% of their DNA with domestic cats, which makes sense because they're basically steroids. They'll cuddle up to their favorite keepers.
Look at that, bro.
Of course, give them that
so cute.
Love blink. Tigers are soft. A lot of animals get lonely during the winter because there's less visitors and they're used to seeing people. This usually happens with higher intelligence animals like elephants, primates, and parrots like the African gray. During COVID, one zoo brought painters into the monkey house just so the monkeys would feel less alone. One Japanese zoo asked people to FaceTime the eels just so they wouldn't forget about people. Top 3 dumbest things to ever happen at a zoo, and no, number 1 is not what you think it is. In 2009, a woman decided to take a flash pass to Jesus by jumping into the polar bear exhibit in a zoo. She proceeded to get mauled by 4 of the biggest carnivores on the planet. At one point, zookeepers were able to pull her out of the pool, but of course she fell right back in. She also did this during the polar bear's feeding time. Apparently she lost her teaching job and was so depressed, she decided to factory reset her life one of the worst ways possible, and zookeepers were actually seconds away from shooting the bears just to save her. Luckily, she and the polar bears lived. In 2007 in San Francisco, 3 dumbasses who will not be named decided to taunt Tatiana the Siberian tiger just to see what would happen. What happened was she decided to make the census 3 names lighter. Motivated by malice, Tatiana jumped over a nearly 13-foot wall and violated all 3, murking one and severely injuring the other 2. And what's true today was true back then. If you're young and dumb, you will get paid, and after getting sued, the zoo had to pay a $900,000 stupid tax to the brothers. Because in 2012, a mother lifted her son over a railing to get a better look at the animals. He then dropped the 2-year-old into the African wild dog. He survived the fall, but not the dogs. And if you know how African wild dogs hunt prey, you know this was very bad. On top of all that, the mother sued the Pittsburgh Zoo for negligence. Yeah. Obviously, the victim here is a little boy because nobody deserves that, but yeah, the railing's there for a fucking reason. 3 more of the dumbest things to ever happen at a zoo, and number 1 will make you feel some type of way. In 2017, a man decided he didn't want to pay the price of admission to get into a zoo and instead scaled a 10-foot wall to get in. And best believe a price was paid, because my man's ended up in the living room of 3 of the biggest big cats on the planet. The man was brutally mauled in front of horrified guests, and I like to think the last thing that went through his head, other than, you know, the tiger's teeth, was if it was really worth it. You can't put a price on life, but this man gambled his entire way of being over $19.
Dang.
Also, one of the tigers died over his stupidity. At number 2, you probably know exactly where this is going. Another dumbass who will not be named was a regular at a Netherlands zoo, and she had a habit of smiling at the gorillas and making eye contact, even though
you can never do that.
She ignored them and said that she had a special bond with the gorillas since they always smiled back. Basically, she pulled a, "Trust me, I know him, he'll listen to me. Remember what we talked about, this isn't you." Yeah, she played pick-me with a 400-pound gorilla, and one day Bakito woke up and chose Miralax because he wasn't taking no shit. Bakito escaped, beat the woman like she stole something from him, and then broke into a restaurant. And number 1, in 1987 at Prospect Park Zoo in Brooklyn, a couple boys decided to climb into an exhibit and swim in a moat. Whose exhibit, you ask? Well, originally they planned on swimming in a sea lion pool, but somewhere along the line they decided they just didn't value their lives. They went into the polar bear den. What happened next was 2 900-pound murder bears proceeded to play tug-of-war with the 11-year-old's body. Police came and shot the bears, but the boy was already past tense. Did I mention this was all because of a dare? It was a tragic, senseless, avoidable death that never should have happened. May those polar bears rest in peace. As for the boy, he can rest in pieces.
That last section of the video pissed me off. Why are people so dumb? Why? That kid that died because of wild dogs. That woman is a stupid ass moron, bro. Fucking hell. Rest in peace to all the people that died, yeah? Oh, sorry for the rant, man. But these idiots, man. Natural selection needs to happen more often. Fucking hell. Besides a 3-year-old, that's just tragic and a shit parent. But hey, it is what it is. Thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, man. Casual Geographic, GOAT, man, GOAT. He is the GOAT, man. He is phenomenal as always. And but yeah, guys, I hope you had a good weekend, man. My weekend was meh, was so. So yeah, we move on to the week now. And I wish you a very, very good week, man. Go for it, go follow your dreams. One more week, man. You are one day away from achieving your dream. Keep grinding, keep going, and do not ever quit. Before you go, I just gotta tell you, man, keep God first as always. Drink water. Go tell somebody you love them. Alright? If you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called 10 Animals You Definitely Forgot Existed. So yeah, man, let's go and check this out. Let's get it.
Hi.
Is that a squirrel, bro?
Quick question. What do you think is the most popular animal in the world? Well, I was curious, and after extensive research, I found a map. A world map that used Google Keyword Planner and cross-reference searches for 170 different animals across 180 countries to determine the most loved animal in each country. For example, monkeys won over Australia, pandas have Indonesia in a chokehold,
of course.
And apparently my mother country of Senegal loves hippos. No comment on that. But you want to know what the overwhelming favorite was? The runaway winner was, by far, the tiger, with 44 countries riding them. At number 2 with 28 countries were hippos, proving that you gotta be famous to be infamous. These were the top 10 animals according to this
Lions,
list.
penguins,
cool,
dolphins.
but it's not perfect. The lion is the national animal for 19 different countries. A record, but they just barely made the top 10. But then this got me thinking, what about all those animals that don't get nearly enough
No copy, bro.
Well, this video is for them. Here's 10 animals you either didn't know existed, forgot about, or that my personal
That's an incredible specimen,
starting
bro.
off is the maned wolf. It's one of those animals whose name does nothing for it, since it's
That's
not a
so
wolf,
cute.
not a fox, or even a Latin coyote in black knee-highs. Apparently, they're just themselves, and they are literally built different. They're tall enough to look down on some Great Danes, but at about 50 pounds soaking wet, they're more in the weight class.
That's an amazing animal, bro. That looks
Snoopy, yet get bodied by
incredible.
Snoopy's depressed cousin is unconscionable. And virtually every picture of a maned wolf looks AI generated.
It
It's a
looks,
genetically
bro, it
sequenced
does.
identity crisis, so it's only right that it sounds like one.
That's terrifying, bro. Damn.
Is it a roar? Is it a bark? Is it a cry for help or the damnation of a higher being? Nobody knows. Not even him. Also, you probably heard that the Maine wolf smells like Snoop Dogg's salad. This is 100% true. In fact, they've even gotten some zoos raided by police looking for cannabis.
Damn!
All they found was a canned mid-piss. If the canine family had a cookout, this ginger still puppy would be the one pulling up with veggie burgers.
He's
Also,
cute,
the Maine
though.
wolf's grocery list includes fruits and veggies, with Lobera, aka the wolf's apple, getting its name from this portrait mode fox constantly eating it. They also made history as the first wild animal to be successfully treated through stem cell therapy after one got hit by a truck.
Damn.
All in all, I think they're pretty cool. I'd call
They
them a
are
dog
really
that can't
cool.
dog, but that's more accurate for the raccoon dog. Another animal
What?
you probably forgot existed. Most people know about them
I didn't
from
even know
two
it
things:
existed in the
Tanuki
first
suit
place.
from Mario, and their role in Japanese mythology as the Bakedanuki. And due to certain aspects of that myth and the fact that
He's
I'd like to stay
weird,
monetized,
bro.
that's all I'm gonna say about them. Because unlike them, I don't have the balls to test guidelines. Raccoon dogs aren't even remotely related to raccoons and basically stole their entire flow through convergent evolution. They're
Damn,
canines,
bro.
meaning they sit at the same lunch table as wolves, dogs, and coyotes. But their closest cousins are foxes. Which reminds me, close your eyes. There's no jump scare coming, I swear. This will be fun. Just close them real quick. All right,
Okay.
everyone ready? Okay.
Bro, it sounds like clown shoes. Wow! Bro! What?
That was not the sound of two
That's
clowns with marital
crazy,
issues. That was
yeah.
what a raccoon dog roll call sounds like. You see what I mean by the whole dog that can't really dog properly?
That's
They're the only
terrifying, bro.
canines that hibernate.
Jesus.
Seriously, they're the only one. They're that special. They can also climb trees, because of course they can. They're willing swimmers, because sounds about right. And they may or may not have been responsible for a certain virus putting the world on timeout. But considering the
Damn.
crimes committed against them for their fur, I'm willing to look past it. There is no looking past this ET-looking antelope. This is a Saiga, and that is 100% unfiltered. They really do look like Star Wars in the face. That sizable schnoz piece is designed
That
to
doesn't
filter out the
belong to
dust
this
kicked up by a
world,
bird that
bro.
used to be million strong. It's like a built-in respirator that also makes them look like Alf's illegitimate child.
Damn.
I realize that's a dated reference, so here's Alf and here's a Saiga. You
Alf.
see it too, right? Now
Yep.
you might be wondering, can that nose be used to amplify mating calls and increase their chances with females who sexually select for bigger noses? And you're absolutely right, they do use their noses to amplify mating calls and increase their chances with females who sexually select for bigger noses. Because size
That
queens
makes
come in
sense.
many forms. And speaking of female validation, eligible bachelors will run fades with each other using those horns in order to gain control of a harem. Unfortunately, those horns can get them laid and laid to rest, since Saigas have been victims of poaching and that and disease, and habitat loss nearly has this Narnia goat's entire population.
Of course it
on
has,
guard.
man.
Today, they're critically endangered and found
course.
only one place in the world, in the dry
Damn.
grasslands and semi-deserts of Central Asia. But that's too depressing, so here's a
It
baby
is.
Saiga. Now here's two baby Saigas.
Cool.
You wanna know
They're
what's
so
even
cute,
more
man.
depressing? There's a good percentage of the population
A
that doesn't
narwhal.
realize that narwhals are real. Yeah, we
They
didn't
are.
make those
They're
up. They really
cool.
do be out here swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, because they're just so awesome. It's an aquatic unicorn, except that horn is actually a giant inside-out tooth with
it's a
millions
tooth.
of nerve
Yeah.
endings. We used to think that narwhals use this single tooth overbite for violence, but with how sensitive it is, it's much more likely that it just tells the whale about the world around it, similar to cat whiskers.
Probably,
Also,
yeah.
that tooth is flexible, and they can bend it a foot in any direction, and I didn't even know that until this video. One reason we don't know more about them is because narwhals are painfully shy introverts that can legitimately get flatlined by panic attacks. When narwhals
Damn.
get pressed or stressed, their heart rates will slow all the way down to 3 to 4 beats a minute. A slow heart rate is great for swimming in ice water all day, but a heart deciding to work part-time while you're fighting for your life is a good way to see the gates. And with a crippling fear of people, human interaction can put nature's anxiety whale on life support. But even this high-strung struggle cetacean
They're
has
so
an unlikely
cool.
friend. In 2016, scientists noticed a male narwhal traveling with a pod of beluga whales, and ever since then, they've watched him run with the belugas like he was one of their own.
Damn.
But there's a good chance this is more than just a friend
Bro got
situation,
adopted into the
'cause Narluga
family.
isn't a ship name, it's the result of a beluga and a narwhal hooking up and creating a hybrid. Which they
Damn.
can do, since somehow an eternal extrovert and a whale with a literal self-destruct setting for social interaction are related. Speaking of related,
Belugas
you know
are
how I
cool
said the
as
main
well.
wolf isn't actually a wolf or a fox? Well, I can give you 100 tries. You'll never guess this deer dog's closest canine cousin. And that's because it's an animal a lot of y'all probably didn't even know existed. And that would be the South American bush dog. Even though they look like that,
No
big
idea,
5'11"
bro.
versus 6 foot.
That's
we all have
crazy.
a brother, sister, or cousin we swear stole height from us. Evidently, the maned wolf took
Yeah,
all the legs in the family
that's what
and turned
happened,
the bush
bro.
dog into an ankle biter.
Yep.
I can only make
Like
these
a
jokes so many
ferret.
times, but if you took one look at them and thought they were a wolverine or an undercooked bear or even a really confused
A Wolverine is
devil,
close.
nobody would blame you.
Yeah.
Especially since for a while we thought this weasel beagle went extinct. It took a few years for us to realize they didn't get discontinued and even longer to put them in the canine club. Bush dogs live in packs and they're kind of like the African wild dogs of the Amazon. But instead of running prey down on land, bush dogs would rather ambush ops in water, which they're really good at thanks to webbed feet, their ability to dive, but most importantly, the power of friendship. They usually go for small rodents, birds, lizards, and the occasional capybara. But bush dogs
not capybaras, bro.
Chasing it around for hours. The same tapir that can weigh about 2 prime stacks at nearly
Those are crazy
pounds.
as well. Those are sick.
The power of friendship. Finding one bush dog, let alone a whole pack, is veteran level difficulty. But if you happen to be walking through the jungle and smell salad, you might just get lucky, because the scent signature they mark their territory with gives a strong impression of vinegar. But since they can fold a several 100-pound horse cow, luck might not be the right word. You need more than luck to catch this cat. The clouded leopard is so secretive and so introverted that we honestly don't know a whole lot about them.
Cool.
We do know that they easily earn gold medal for tree climbing, even for a cat. They can rotate their ankles 180 degrees, which means unlike most other cats, clouded leopards can climb down a tree head first. They'll even cross a branch upside down for no other reason but to flex.
That's
crazy.
In
fact, their entire existence is a flex. It's widely believed that this overcast kitty diverged from the common ancestor of the pantheran cats up to 9 million years ago. Not only does that make them the most ancient species of cat alive today, it also makes them a living fossil. You see, on the left is the skull of a clouded leopard, and on the right is the headpiece of Smilodon.
Damn!
A prehistoric predator of
really
the saber-toothed variety. In fact, clouded leopards often get called the modern-day saber-tooth because they have the longest canine teeth of any cat relative to body size. That's longer than lions, tigers, and even the Cayman's paralysis demon, the jaguar. Also, despite its name, it's not technically a leopard, and while you could call it the smallest of big cats, scientists widely believe that the clouded leopard is actually the link between big cats and small cats. Big cats referring to lions, tigers, jaguars, leopards, and snow leopards, which also aren't even real leopards either.
Snow leopards are so cool, bro.
Like cheetahs, pumas, ocelots, and of course domestic cats. Also, it's not really a size thing. It's more like big cats can roar but can't purr, and small cats can purr but can't roar.
Yeah,
clouded leopards can't do either. Instead, they do this.
That's weird. That's weird. Yeah.
I hope that made sense. I feel like that got complicated.
He sounds like a cartoon, bro.
Complicated with this next animal. Because what do a manatee, a dugong, and an elephant all have in common?
Dugongs and manatees are sick, and elephants are goated.
Hyrax. That's right, this African boulder gerbil,
I knew
this
this one
from the motherlands, is cousins with the biggest thing on earth with legs.
He is.
The Hyrax has also played mates with aardvarks, elephant shrews, and tenrics. It makes less sense the harder you think about it. Although in their defense, Hyraxes have the same tusks that elephants do, but like with the maned wolf and the bush dog, someone had to get the short end. And did they ever? Hyraxes also can't really control their body temperature, despite that being one of the first rules of being a mammal. So to fight the fact that nature made them as close to cold-blooded as a mammal can get, Hyraxes spend most of their time basking in the sun. I used to think they were just chill like that, but apparently chill is exactly what they're trying to avoid. Also, they make a sound that's almost a guaranteed trip to therapy if you ever hear it in person. I'm not gonna do this for every animal, but I couldn't not add this.
Alright, let's go. Bro, why is he screeching like that, bro? Is bro special?
This thing has more in common
with mammoths
than it does with hamsters. I want that to sink in. And the only thing arguably more unbelievable than that is whales and dolphins being the closest living relatives of hippos. At this point, nothing really needs to be said. We all know hippos are homicidal demon pigs with the temperament of a landmine. In fact, I'm pretty sure they're only Google famous the same way Logan Paul was back in 2017. If you know, you know. But what a lot of people don't know is
shots fired, bro. Jesus.
Pygmy hippo is 5 times smaller and half as tall as
Pygmy hippos are so cute,
forest
man.
Animals, solitary and naturally shy. They're much less of a threat to humanity. Just don't go and tell them that. You know, this one's name is Sweet Pork.
That's so cute, man.
Like basically every other animal, they can be on
Baby pygmy hippos are the cutest.
Clearly the aquatic oppression
That's so
all
cute.
Will, cause no shot could you slap one dead in the face and not end up dead with no trace.
Damn, bro.
Well, I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. Now, you've definitely heard of this next animal before. It's just that the last time you probably did, Chris Rock and Jada Smith were on speaking and not slapping terms. And of course, we're talking about Madagascar's top predator and a bane to lemurs everywhere, the fossa. Although with its spelling, I'm pretty sure it's actually fossa.
Madagascar.
Like that is a day
if you've seen Madagascar, bro,
the fossa is
the first one, that's the up, bro.
And if you know how psychotic monkeys are, you'll understand why the lemur population treated them like terrorists.
True.
But one thing I never realized because of the movie is they're not that much bigger than the lemurs they eat. And they have the same flexible exorcist ankles as the clouded leopard, meaning trees are pretty much their home court, especially since they have tails longer than a Monday to keep balance. Fusas also have, I'm gonna say, interesting mating practices, and once again I want to stay monetized, so I'm not gonna step in that minefield. Just know that if you follow a female Fusa long enough, you might not hear the choo-choo, but you will see a train. And while it's usually lemurs taking the L, as apex predators, this monkey cat murks anything that doesn't cook them first. Sometimes they'll even work together with one climbing a tree to scare prey onto the ground, and the predator to retire their will to live.
Sick.
Not bad. Also, I know you see that flex, but there's no bigger flex than this next animal soloing the U.S. Navy. Back in the 70s, U.S. nuclear submarines were forced to fall back after they took damage to the rubber neoprene layer covering the sensitive sonar domes. This compromised their navigation, and at first people were rushing to the conclusion that the commies had gotten one over on them. What actually happened was that out of the over 500 species of sharks, the US Navy managed to get griefed by one of the smallest. The cookie cutter shark is only about a foot and a half, and these giant killers feed on some of the biggest animals in history for a living. They got their name because this parasite will swim up to a whale and then use its jaws to slice out a perfectly circle-shaped piece of flesh. It doesn't kill them, but the sea hickey it leaves behind is for life. It's like a parasite tramp stamp. And it's not just whales, anything from seals to killer whales to even other sharks can get it. On rare occasions, even some humans find out the funny way. In the 80s, up to 30 US submarines allegedly took damage from the cookie cutter's dental, to the point where the only solution was a fiberglass coating. We always talk about great whites, tiger sharks, bull sharks, but none of them can say they successfully committed hit and runs on a superpower's navy, and with a resume like that, they definitely deserve to get talked about more. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. If you learned something from this video, kindly consider checking out my book, 100 Animals That Can Effing End You. Link in the description if you're interested. And if you knew all 10 of these animals already, you have my respect. Drink water, get sun, hug your moms. I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
Let's see the end. The clouded leopard, bro. That's so cute, man. But yeah, guys, another casual geographic video, man. Some of those animals I didn't know about. Some of them I knew the clouded leopard, but I didn't know they could climb trees like legit upside down, bro. That's actually incredible. That gazelle thing from Asia, that was weird, man. It looked like a creature from Star Wars, dude. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys had a great weekend, man. And let's hope that this week is phenomenal, and let's make the most out of it. And like my boy from Casual Geographic said, keep God first as always, man. Drink water, go tell somebody who loves you. Alright, if you're here, I know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called Is This the Most Disrespected Animal in Nature? Alright, let's get it. Let's watch this, man.
This video was sponsored by Dragon City.
Hey, get your bag, bro. Love it all the time. You already know that. Oof, you almost had it, bro.
Ask you how you are, you just
that boy was pissed, man. I would be as well. He was like, damn, bro, it was so close.
And the only reason I say that is because it seems like nature went out of its way to make certain animals everyone else is stressful.
Is that an IP ego,
Cheetahs get bodied by virtually every aspect of life.
They do.
Seals get griefed by everything from seagulls to sea Thanos. And good God, don't let the otters get a hold of it.
Don't.
And it's possible no zebra has ever died of old age. But one of the most consistently disrespected animals on the planet can be found in the Amazon. But to understand just how badly this thing got nerfed, we gotta do a quick history lesson. Crocodiles are one of the oldest and most successful predators on the planet. And with a playbook up to 200 million years old, crocodilians have been terrorizing anything alive longer than Saturn's had rings. And because the whole impersonate a log and then bite us
in the face terrifying.
Pretty effective,
that's so fast.
The family hasn't really changed in the hundreds of years.
Bro, he's getting waves,
They were able to make the most out of a niche that really opened up when most of their competition got vaulted permanently. The only problem is when you're that good for that long, eventually time will catch up to you. There's a hell of a slap from reality waiting for you when it does. Now there's two types of crocodilians, and the average person can name at least two. You got the crocodile and the alligator pretty easy. And there's a lesser known gharial, and the even less clouded false gharial. And then you have the subject of this video, the caiman.
No, caimans get it, bro.
Team, the caiman is now the lollipop.
Anacondas, jaguars,
like
bro, they get it.
And
the crocodiles.
The Komodo dragon, which is the dominant apex predator of its neighborhood. Just being in the same area code as one is enough to raise a premium on your insurance, health, and life. Dragons are armor-plated, bench-pressing weapons of mass destruction. which also makes them the perfect fighting partner, which is why Dragon City is a free-to-play.
Hey, love it! Get your bag, bro. Get the bag.
But if you're a caiman,
alright, let's get it. Love to see it. The boys get the bag, bro. Love it.
Because jaguars exist.
Bro, jags, they bully caiman.
Basically, the devs got tired of people complaining about
so
cameras
good.
like the
Look in, man.
whose name literally means he who kills with
Look at that, bro.
Jaguars are one thing, it's a caiman's paralysis demon. They're A-tier swimmers, built like leopards on steroids. Leopards are already pretty ridiculous. And pound for pound, jaguars have by far the most unforgiving bite force of any big cat.
They do.
But the one thing that makes them different from any other big cat and a caiman's worst nightmare is that jaguars go straight for the head. Jaguars factory reset their prey by driving their teeth through the skull and sometimes into the brain. If that doesn't evict their soul immediately, it definitely puts them out of commission. Not only are jaguars the only big cats that do this, it just so happens to be a caiman's weak point. Also, really not a stretch to say, jaguars evolved specifically to humble the caiman. If you're a caiman, water is supposed to be your home base, yet jaguars will go into the caiman's home court, end their life with a hole punch to the head, and then drag them out by only their teeth. It's one of the worst ways to see God. It's like every jaguar alive saw this video and decided they had just
got it.
It's like getting back at a childhood bully by projecting every bit of abuse onto their little brother.
Oh, bro, so
that
true.
leaves a question.
That
Would you
capybara.
rather get one shot into oblivion, or be sentenced to death by 1,000 paper cuts? If you pick the second, there's a gang of otters that might just change your mind.
Yeah.
Giant river otters, one of the tankiest mustelid, growing up to 6 feet in length. It's aquatic honey badgers long enough to not have to lie on Tinder. They also live in groups of up to 20 individuals and are highly territorial. So much so that they'll attack anything that gets too close. Yes, I do mean anything. Just how the caiman can end up getting jumped, especially if there are otter pups nearby. River otters will surround the threatening reptile and assault it from all directions, especially with bites aimed directly to the head. There's a theme here. And since caiman are cold-blooded and run out of steam faster, especially out of water, these water wolverines only have to harass a discount crocodile into fatigue before they literally tear it apart. All that while making this sound.
So cute, man. I know they are killing a caiman, but the sound is cute.
And a common tactic is by some of the stronger otters holding the caiman down while the others get their licks in. How many licks to get to the center? Caiman will never know, he passes tense well before that. And sometimes once the caiman's no longer a threat, it gets eaten alive.
Damn.
The caiman doesn't even have to strike first to earn a past tense penalty. Just wandering into the wrong neighborhood can get it turned into a handbag. And if that death wasn't dishonorable enough, young caiman have to Eurostep the very real possibility of getting hugged to a flatline by literally the biggest snake on the planet, the anaconda. The green anaconda can grow into the neighborhood of 20 feet long, and some
it's so big, bro. It's ridiculous.
If you're not allergic to the metric system, that's 6 meters, 227 kilograms. As constrictors, anacondas squeeze their prey into a pack, with sweet release only coming after suffocation or a crushed lung. Now add the fact that some snakes can have up to 15,000 muscles, and you see how a caiman can get put in a coffin. Not only does the caiman get choked out, there's a very real chance it drowns while struggling. The anaconda's even powerful enough to squeeze with enough pressure to induce cardiac arrest.
Dang.
And that's before the prey gets swallowed whole. Because that apparently just wasn't enough, the caiman also has to worry about the possibility of being cooked alive by an eel. Just a little side note, ain't it kind of crazy an animal uses electricity as a weapon and we all accept that as a fact of life?
It's so true.
Eels aren't even true eels. In fact, they're actually closer to catfish. So the electric part, yeah, that's pretty on brand. Some electric eels can generate over 800 volts of violence. And with electricity, it's usually the current, not the voltage, that decides whether you live or fry. Some electric eels can produce up to 0.83 amperes of current. And in experiments, eels were found to produce up to 8.5 times more electric current than what you would get from a police taser. Meaning if the ops throw an eel at your chest, you could be trending on Twitter as a hashtag before you even hit the ground.
Wow.
And that's how a cosplaying catfish can microwave a caiman. Those shocks are strong enough to force a caiman's heart into retirement. Alternatively, it can cause the muscles to spasm, which would immobilize the caiman.
Damn.
If that happens in the water, the eel could earn a stage fatality as the caiman drowns. Crocodilians are known for being able to hold their breath for up to an hour, but if a caiman gets KO'd by an eel and its muscles are all out of order, then it's pretty much curtains for them. This has actually happened to some people. Eel-related obituaries are incredibly rare, but when they happen, the cause usually isn't electricity, but usually a result of the victim drowning in shallow water afterward. It's not even safe to go after one that's dead, because electric eels can ruin your quality of life 8 to 9 hours after they've already ended theirs.
You got shocked.
As rough as life can be for a caiman, it's only infinitely
cute baby caiman, bro.
When they first come out the egg, baby caiman are just easy bodies for birds of prey.
They are. It's like sea turtles.
Zero hesitation. Opportunists like the wild pig or the cousin of the raccoon, the coati, will also snack on any unaccompanied minors they find. Even weasels and rats will turn unsupervised caiman eggs into free calories. Can you imagine that? Being born into a family that competed with dinosaurs only to get spawn sniped by a rodent? For an apex predator, the caiman doesn't seem to be safe from anything.
Bro got spawn trapped, bro.
When times are rough, caiman have been known to friendly fire their own kind and eat smaller juvenile caiman. The
True.
black caiman will often specifically target the smaller spectacled caiman. And it's especially during dry season that young caiman are most likely to get caught up with a cannibal. But we do have to be fair. If the black caiman can survive the jihad that is its childhood, it can grow to weigh up to 1,000 pounds and some even max out at 2. Too big for a jaguar, too dangerous for a pack of otters, and too tanky for an anaconda to swallow.
Yep.
In fact, fully grown black caiman can potentially take out any of the 3.
Oh, black caimans
and at this
are
point, you would think the caiman can finally
compared
catch
to
a break that
regular
isn't
caiman.
coming from its own skull. Oh, no. Because in a cruel middle finger from fate, once a caiman becomes too big for those predators, it becomes a possible target for the worst predator of them all. Black caiman have been hunted by humans for their meat and for their leather. And on some occasions, they've been hunted just for the sport. If you pay close attention to this video, you'll notice it actually wasn't the jaguar that clapped the caiman. It was poachers, and you can tell by the docked tail. And while the black caiman community has gotten a chance to recover in the last few decades, they still occasionally get robbed for their meat skinned by locals. Not only that, but thanks to habitat destruction and deforestation, the black caiman's hunting range has receded more than a middle-aged hairline. And without restitution or Rogan, the more we continue to gentrify the caiman's home, the more news articles are going to be written of them trying to turn people into prey. Which only screws the caiman further, as people use the attacks to justify slaughtering them on sight. Basically, someone breaks into your house, you defend yourself, and then the police come in and knock down your entire family tree. The caiman is a definition of not being able to buy a W. When they're small or just small
That's
enough,
the sad part. It's like it lives there.
by their own kind.
We are the
when
ones
they finally
invading.
grow big enough to have no natural predators, they then earn the attention of the worst one of all. Even butterflies take advantage of caiman. You will not find another apex predator that gets violated this flagrantly. Crocodiles gotta deal with hippos. Some alligators have to live in Florida. But almost anything with a heartbeat in South America has the ability to end a caiman's way of life at some point. And when they are finally granted access to the afterlife, it's usually only after paying a toll in degradation and desecration. Because at the end of the day, this might be a caiman, but he's not okay, man. And that's gonna do it for this video.
Might be a caiman, is that okay, man? Nice.
Again, I want to thank Dragon City for sponsoring this video. If you would like to sponsor this content as well as my Chick-fil-A addiction, yeah, it's not Wendy's anymore, it's Chick-fil-A now. My Patreon's gonna be in the description. And for more consistent content, make sure you go follow my Instagram and TikTok. Both are also going to be down below.
Go follow the boy, man.
Hug your mother. Be glad you're not a caiman, and have a good one.
Hey man, another amazing video by Casual Geographic. I knew some of this stuff already. Like caiman, they catch all the elves, bro. Then you have black caiman, which is it's much bigger than a regular caiman, and then we as people go and hunt them down for their skin and tails and teeth and whatever, because we are a bunch of morons. Hey guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys had an amazing weekend. As always, before you go, man, keep God first, drink water, go tell somebody, man. Alright, if you're here, you don't know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today I'm going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called Meet the World's Worst Roommate. Let's get it.
If you think your life sucks, be glad you're not this fish.
Ugh.
This fish has a parasite
Two of
called
them.
exigua, but its real name is a tongue-eating louse. And that's because it'll enter the fish by climbing through the gills and crawling into its mouth. Then this parasite cuts all the blood vessels in the tongue until it shrivels up and dies. This parasite becomes the tongue. For as long as the host fish is alive, the tongue eater lives rent-free in its mouth, either feeding off of whatever the fish eats or straight up living off the blood of its host. Fish use their tongues to help them swallow food, but with its original tongue destroyed, the tongue eater helps keep the fish alive by bringing food down its throat. But honestly, that's the very least they can do. Now the messed up part is if that parasite dies, then the fish will probably become a pack too, since it won't be able to eat and it'll starve to past tense. It's the only parasite that actually replaces one of the body parts of its host, and once it does, it's there for life because the fish becomes dependent on it. Yeah, it's a toxic relationship.
It is.
To add insult to whatever the you want to call this, if the fish dies, the parasite can always move on by detaching itself from the stub of a tongue and swimming out the fish's mouth. Probably to find the next victim to leech off. Like Instagram models with child support. See you, Bernie Renner. So yeah, kind of a dick move. At least after this parasite blinds the shark by eating its cornea, it acts as a fishing lure which helps a Greenland shark catch more food. But the tongue eater hands the fish a disability only to end up as its crutch. Cause just like people, you don't need—
Bro, that's so disgusting. Ugh. What is that?
This is one of the nastiest things in the entire ocean. This is a hagfish, and its claim to fame is that if it feels afraid in any way, it'll start releasing loads of slime. The idea
I
is
know
that if you
this.
try to eat at the end game
Yeah.
death on demon
I knew this one.
A motivated hagfish can fill a 5-gallon bucket full of slime in
Look
only
at
a couple of
that.
minutes. Basically, it's like a... How do I say this without getting banned? It's like this, but in Spanish. I don't think I'm allowed to explain any further. It's honestly to the point where even
childish,
bro. Them because the hagfish can produce so much slimy, gooey nonsense that it can actually clog the shark's gills and basically choke them.
Damn.
This is what happens when a car carrying...
Yeah, I've seen this image before.
Because hagfish slime themselves in fear, it shut down
crazy.
traffic on both sides for 3 hours. All while making the roads look like a humpback that just discovered whale hub. That's not even the worst thing about them, because I didn't tell you how this satanic waterworm eats. The hagfish will bury itself into a corpse and eat the rotting, decaying body that was probably laying there for days from the inside out. And as a scavenger with no jaws, the hagfish often enters the body through the softest spot, which is usually the back door exit. So the save as draft button is too small, and you end up...
Bro, it's ugly, bro!
It just comes straight at me again. Oh, how intimidating is this? Yes!
That's
so
a snake,
there's a lot of people that didn't know we have snakes in the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
True.
talking about your
big ones as well.
I'm talking about the venomous, toxic, kill you kind. Yeah, that did narrow it down. Nah, but sea snakes are an actual thing.
Damn, that's a good boy. That's pretty. That's cute, man.
No business. Because they have larger lungs than normal, some of them can hold their breath for 8 hours.
Damn.
You can clock in for a shift at work and still leave.
Oh, that one's cool, bro.
That's because some of these snakes can absorb oxygen through their skin. Also, these snakes can dive up to 300 feet straight down, because of course they can. If you didn't already know that, this right here is probably the worst possible way to find out. And because that obviously just wasn't enough, some of the most venomous snakes on the planet are actually the ones in the ocean. This is an olive sea snake, and it's toxic enough to put 60 men the gods recently deleted. And then you have the black banded sea crate, whose venom is 10 times stronger than a cobra's. They're naturally shy though, so they won't attack you unless you honestly give them a reason. But when you have the power to put an entire family or unit
damn, she's super pretty, bro.
Also,
snakes are so cool,
an
bro.
optical illusion that makes it look like it's facing the other direction and swimming backwards. Meaning, if you try to grab one and pick the wrong end, you can go from an is to a was expeditiously. But the biggest op of all is probably the Belcher's sea snake. They're not super dangerous because they rarely bite, and when they do, they don't release all their venom. That being said, because it's the most venomous snake in the ocean, they can put 100 men in coffins with one bite. Symptoms after getting bit include muscle pain, tongue swelling, convulsions, and eventually becoming a story on the 9 o'clock news. Now, I could be wrong, but that might have been the snake in this video. So yeah, this is proof that nature does not care about your feelings. This fish is the most
at all. The rockfish, bro.
Honestly,
stonefish.
Nature. Most animals have to choose, like you can have camouflage.
There you are, my boy. We've seen this in a previous video. There he is. Look at him. Snow leopards are sick, bro. Snow leopards are sick.
Right at you.
They're so cool.
Out, but only by being toxic like this frog.
Toxic frog, bro.
With gills and be both.
Rockfish.
Stonefish doesn't move.
Stonefish. Stop calling me rockfish, bro.
The bad news is, it's the most venomous fish on the planet with dorsal
ugly as well, bro. Ugly.
If you step on a stonefish, those spines will extend and penetrate through your skin, all while injecting you with a life-threatening venom.
It's making my feet crawl, bro. Then that's foul. Damn.
Pain, swelling, tissue death, and everything.
Okay, now.
Told ABC News that getting stung.
Bro, why do we go to the oceans, man?
And again, if you don't get medical attention fast enough, 60 minutes won't just be a
that lives there, you know.
Be your expiration date.
Jesus
Scientifically
Christ.
speaking, that's a dick move.
It is.
See, most poisonous and venomous animals have the decency to at least warn you before they airdrop
True.
your God's inbox. This octopus will flash its blue rings, and the dart frog's bright colors.
So cool, blue ring octopus.
Touching it means touching the heaven gates. But like a true menace, a stonefish doesn't give a.
Bro, look at that. Where is he?
Deep in your foot. Fun fact, there's 4 of them in this picture.
Damn.
Oh, and because Australia lives on veteran difficulty, the stonefish can survive out of water for up to 24 hours.
Of course he can.
Also, its venom lowers
Australia, bro.
You can catch an infection.
You might need help down under,
all
bro.
That from a fish that looks like a rock. It's like if stop signs were made in Braille. It's like a red flag, but you're colorblind. Because in Australia, mistaking a stonefish for the first part of its name can get you put under a stone. This fish and whoever made it. Are we really just gonna ignore the fact that killer whales give sharks PTSD? Welcome to Animal Logic, let's talk about it. Orcas are the most disrespectful animal on the planet.
They are, bro. They don't care.
Other than humans, the only thing that can take on an orca and win is a bigger orca. Because at the top of the food chain, orcas bully the entire underwater census, and they legitimately traumatize great white sharks. If Jaws happens to encounter an orca near their hunting grounds, they'll abandon the area for up to a year. And for good reason. Orcas actually figured out that if they flip over sharks, they can induce tonic immobility, paralyzing the shark while the Bundy dolphins take its
and they only eat their livers, which is interesting as well.
Killer whales have been seen punching seals up to 80 feet in the air just like a field. Researchers believe they do this to either paralyze the seal or loosen its skin. But there's always that chance that these psychopaths do this because they find joy in putting a seal in the clouds.
Yep.
They're also intelligent enough to work together to create a wave that's so powerful that it knocks the seal completely off the ice.
True as well.
And just when he thinks he's safe on the beach, Steroid Flipper reminds him it's an orca's world and he just lives in it. And even though they're built like an 8 to 12,000 pound equality symbol, they can launch themselves up to 15 feet in the air.
Damn.
Really bad news if you're a bottlenose. And they slap stingrays. Just because they can.
Just because they can.
Is the most oppressive force in the entire
Sea Oreos, bro. Sociopaths, bro. Menaces.
Started ramming into sailing boats off the coast of Spain and Portugal, damaging the boats and injuring the crew.
True.
Considering orcas are one of the most intelligent creatures on the planet, there was 100% malicious intent. And because this ocean Oreo has a range of almost everywhere, a grocery list of almost everything, and their weaknesses only exist in fiction, the homicidal sea...
They are still doing that here in Portugal, man. In the coast. It's a big problem because there's this specific pod that comes around and attacks just attacks the boats. The people fall in the water and they don't touch the people at all. They don't attack them. They just attack the boats and they sink the boats, which is really telling. Like, it's basically telling us, leave us alone, man. These things are noisy as hell and you are coming into our house, bro. Leave us alone, but we don't. So yeah, it's tough being an orca, bro. It's tough.
On the planet, there was 100% malicious intent, and because this ocean Oreo has a range of almost everywhere,
they are so smart as well, bro.
Their weaknesses only exist in fiction. The homicidal sea panda.
It's one of those animals that I think we are not smart enough to understand them yet, but just like elephants and dolphins, bro.
50, 60, some
I'm convinced so.
Years, but the female will stop being able to have kids at around 30 to 40.
Damn.
Normally, shutting down the baby factory that early would be bad, but the female orcas that can't have kids anymore will then focus on raising their kids. These grandmother orcas will leave their pod, using their decades of experience to teach all the younger ones the best places to find food. And in true grandmother fashion, the killer whales that grow up around this granny orca have a better chance of surviving and having kids of their own.
Damn.
The oldest orca was allegedly as old as the Titanic.
Wow.
And end up raising their great-grandchildren. By being that old head that we all need in our lives, the grandma sea panda makes sure that her genes keep getting passed down to the next generation by looking after her grandchildren.
Nice.
This grandmother effect is because female orcas that don't have their own children to worry about have more time to focus on teaching and looking after their grandkids. Moral of this video. Orcas are homicidal equality symbols that are the biggest bullies in the ocean.
They are.
But they're also the biggest grandmama's boys on the planet. And that is the most wholesome thing I can ever say about them.
Yep.
This is the stupidest thing I've ever gotten mad about, but I'm making this video because if I have to have this argument one more time, I'm gonna lose whatever's left of my mind. Squidward is not a squid. He's an octopus. Don't comment yet, I know you're gonna say it. Octopus have 8 tentacles and this punching bag with a nose has 6. That's literally only because they thought it'd be easier to animate him that way. Also, if he were a squid, he'd have 2 longer feeding tentacles that he'd have to drag around everywhere. Also, octopus have round bulbousy heads and squids have triangle-shaped domes. In case you don't believe me, because I know some of you won't, the literal creator of the show said it. You don't gotta listen to me, but I wish you.
Why did you call him Squidward then?
He's wrong. I mean, you can't now, but damn. In case you're wondering why his name is Squidward, well, Octoword just sounds stupid. You know what, since we're on the subject, some male octopus pack their, baby making equipment on their mantle near their head, and it's called the hectocotylus. So yeah, 2 things. That might not be a nose, and there's a reason bro never wears pants.
Damn. That's interesting.
That is an Australian giant cuttlefish. Normally having Australian and giant in your name means you're a menace to society, but they're actually
that's humongous.
Cephalopod, meaning it's basically the little brother of octopus and squid. Cuttlefish have W-shaped pupils to balance out uneven levels of light where they live. And they can see forms of light that are pretty much invisible to us.
Damn.
So in an experiment, scientists put 3D glasses on cuttlefish and it turns out they use depth perception just like us. Something about this just makes me happy. Cuttlefish can also change colors and patterns in seconds, and as breathing kaleidoscopes, they'll use this to hypnotize crabs before they retire them from life. But they can also use this color change to hide to avoid being put on the shirt themselves. Seriously, he's in there somewhere. Also, since the males are bigger than the females, some of the smaller males will pretend to be females. By changing his skin pattern and hiding the special arm that only the males have, this cross-dresser sneaks past the other guys and then plants his seed in the female when the others aren't looking.
Wow.
Yeah, they're really smart. How smart, you ask? Well, it turns out they're smart enough to pass a snack test. Y'all remember that TikTok trend where they would put a snack in front of a little kid and then tell them not to eat it so they could get a better snack? Well, it turns out cuttlefish can be trained to have self-control. The best ones would resist eating right in front of them for almost 3 minutes as long as it meant they got a better treat in return. Moral of this video, cuttlefish are really freaking cool.
Once again, Casual Geographic staying the goat, man. Another incredible video. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, man. Phenomenal video again by Casual Geographic. The boy does not miss. Hope you guys had a great weekend, man. And I hope you are ready to attack the new week. And just remember, if you Just start off the week with positivity in your mind, and I'm sure it'll be 10 times better that if you started with negativity. So yeah, man, go after your dreams, man. Never look back, and you already know the deal, man. Keep God first as always. Drink water, but tell somebody. Alright, if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today I'm going to be reacting to a new National Geographic video called The Most Violent Animal on Earth, but you will not expect who it is. So yeah, man, let's get it.
So in 2016, the University of Granada published a study that tried to answer the question of what mammal out of the thousands
Granada is in Spain, by the way,
most homicidal. And the results, well, if it wasn't on paper, you wouldn't believe it. Researchers created a list of over 1,000 candidates, and by painstakingly studying over 4 million animal deaths total and recording how many of those life retirements were caused by the same species, they were able to mathematically determine what mammals are the most likely to murder their own kind.
No!
And nobody could have predicted some of the answers. The Dama gazelle placed 16th on the homicide scale with an 11.85% chance of getting past tense by another Dama. Slightly above them at 14th were chinchillas with a probability of getting put down by a fellow chilla at a solid 12%. Brown bears just barely made the top 30 at less than 10%. But the bears of the sea, specifically the New Zealand sea lion, lapped them with an execution rate above 15. Oof. Now, you're probably wondering where humans ranked on this list. We gotta be up there. I mean, there's just no way. No. Humans didn't even crack the top 40, with less than 2% of human soul evictions caused by another human. In fact, according to the numbers, lemurs have far more bloodlust than humans and chimpanzees. But the most known for homicide mammal in this study, the most murderous creature on Earth, was the meerkat. No, not a meerkat. Oh yeah, meerkats are, with about 20% of those in God's recently deleted having been airdropped by another meerkat. It's like insane. Any psychopath, to see where these tendencies come from, you gotta look at their family. Meerkats are a type of mongoose, an animal that essentially married crackhead determination with gang mentality. True. We're gonna get back to them in a second, but just know, running a fade with mongoose is like getting attacked by a team of temperamental tube socks with teeth. But if you take a wider look, meerkats belong to a superfamily that I'm not even gonna try to pronounce. I just know that they share it with fusas, which I talked about last video, and hyenas. Yeah, the hyenas' closest relatives are mongooses like the meerkat, and that made no sense to me until I heard what meerkats sound like.
Oh, it's almost the same.
The mongoose is probably most famous for their eternal beef with snakes. True. Except the word beef is doing a lot of heavy lifting, since snake versus mongoose is more lopsided than an edge up from Stevie Wonder. A common misconception is that they're immune to snake venom. They're resistant, but there's a point where enough venom will murk even a mongoose. Yeah, the mongoose has a mutation in their nicotinic acetylcholine receptor that makes it harder for neurotoxic snake venom to bind to it. That's how the same cobra that can flatline a person in 15 minutes can fully get put on a t-shirt by a warpath weasel. And meerkats will run fades with highly venomous snakes and turn them into a belt if they need to. These sand assault squirrels will even weaponize the power of sand assault squirrels, bro. Like through a process called mobbing. Speaking of which, don't worry, I didn't forget about this. But to explain why meerkats have such a high KD ratio against their own kind, you gotta understand how functionally dysfunctional their families are. The meerkat empire is built on a foundation of violence, extortion, spawn killing, cannibalism, but most importantly, a power-hungry mother, and it goes like this. Meerkats live in groups called mobs, and each mob is a conglomerate of several family units merged together as one. And sitting at the throne of each mob are the dominant couple, the alpha male, but more importantly, the alpha female. Because like with their bigger hyena cousins, meerkats are female dominated, and it's the biggest, meanest mama meerkat that calls the shots. Everyone has a job in meerkat society, and the alpha female is responsible for birthing new members to the mob, which is why she eats by far more than anyone else, so that she can make enough milk to feed her pups. Makes sense. The top male is primarily in charge of guarding his defenseless kids, and when he's not doing that, he's usually out hunting or spreading his scent to reinforce his territory. Then you have the scout team, the meerkats whose jobs are to forage for food wherever they can find it. And watching their backs are the sentinels, the security guards of the clan who keep an eye out for ops like eagles or jackals and will alert the foragers of danger with an alarm call. And back with the newborns are the babysitters who keep the new recruits from wandering and going MIA, and the second they hear that alarm, they either rush the kids back underground or prepare to defend them with their life. Damn. And of course, to teach the meerkats how to meerkat, you have meerkat mentors. That job description includes passing down all the tricks of their trade.
It's like actually more complex than I thought it was.
Protein. They'll even hand a mutilated scorpion to the pups for them them to hone their hunting prowess on. By the way, did you know that when you remove a scorpion's stinger, you also remove its anus? So if they don't get discharged from reality right there, they get put in a coffin by severe constipation months later.
Damn.
And last are the pups themselves, and their only job is to not die.
Ugly,
You're
bro.
gonna see why just surviving meerkat society.
Yeah, not cute, bro. Not cute.
One of the most crucial rules of meerkat monarchy is that only the alpha female is allowed to have pups, and she can end up spawning 80% of all the infants in the mob.
Damn.
One of her subordinates literally around and she's the one to find out. The penalties can include the illicit offspring getting discontinued permanently, and even the offending female getting banished from the family by the queen.
Wow.
That's how meerkat mobs work. A lot of times this involves a mother evicting her own daughter. And when meerkats being used social, getting kicked out can be a death sentence with extra steps. So often the outcast will come crawling back, and sometimes she's allowed back in, but on one condition. The alpha female can and will force the insubordinate outlaw to breastfeed her children, basically using the threat of eviction to turn what's often her own daughter into a wet nurse.
Wow.
This promiscuity is why most baby meerkats born will celebrate their first birthday in the afterlife. Pups not birthed by the alpha are at such a risk that some insubordinate females will even catch a case eliminating the queen's kids if it means giving her own a better chance. But it's not that easy. The meerkat monarch is so attached to the throne that she's even willing to exile one of her daughters.
Bro, this is mind-blowing.
Being too big of a threat. Just like hyenas, female meerkats produce double the testosterone as males, and they use this to bully the rest of the mob into submission. A banished female does have the options of either trying to bag a bachelor to start a mob of her own, or just straight up trying to join a new one. But there's always the chance she gets violently rejected for her efforts. To put it in perspective, imagine a grandmother that not only puts her daughters out on the street for getting pregnant, not only turns her own grandchildren into a case number, but only lets that daughter live under her roof if she agrees to nurse her mother's kids, which, yes, would mean breastfeeding their own younger siblings.
Yep.
It's twisted, but that's just how
really
meerkats
twisted.
manage. And speaking of siblings, even your own roommate in the womb weight room can do you dirty. Meerkat pups will often square up and throw paws with each other, and even though these fights aren't to the death like the hyena cubs, there's a direct relationship between the availability of food and just how violent these fades can get. Early on, meerkat pups rely 100% on helpers bringing them food, and a pup will start something with their own sibling if they see that one getting too close to a helper. The human equivalent would be your mom coming home with McDonald's and you and your brother throwing fisticuffs with the winner getting to eat and the loser getting to watch.
Yep.
Actually, we might not be that different.
Nope.
And if that weren't enough, there's always the possibility of a rogue male kidnapping an unsupervised pup to try to add it to his own mob.
Not the yoink, bro.
But it usually ends with one
ugly creatures,
now,
bro.
Everything I just mentioned involves politics.
Come on, bro.
Intermob conflicts happen too, and it's usually when a foraging party of sand-seasoned assassins trespasses into rival territory. And like with every other aspect of this murder mongoose's life, this too can lead to violence. The meerkat mafia will try to intimidate the opposition with a war dance. Now usually, that's all this is, just a bunch of aggressive posturing and a healthy helping of hold me back. But 10% of the time, words can't do what war can, and it gets physical enough to remove multiple meerkats from the census. According to studies done in the Kalahari, almost half of mob-on-mob brutality is initiated by the alpha male. So long story short, males are usually the ones starting stuff with other mobs, while females prefer to keep their beef inside the family.
Makes sense.
That adds up to 1 in every 5 meerkat obituaries being authored by another meerkat. Meanwhile, the much more infamous hyena has a homicide rate of about 8%. It's to the point where you almost wonder why meerkats don't just choose to live on their own, since the biggest threat to their way of life is often another meerkat. The answer is eusociality.
Bro, that's a tough way to go, you know.
Babies, and everybody else works together to bring up the children while also splitting the labor of the colony. Bees and ants are probably the most famous eusocial insects, and so far we can only name 2 eusocial mammals, those being the raising of rodents, the naked mole rat, and Rufus is like
not Rufus, bro.
Meerkats live in the desolate,
ugly creatures, bro.
Where grocery shopping is a treasure hunt, and death can get delivered to you faster than an Amazon package. The mob system, although not perfect, keeps members fed and protected, especially the pups who almost always have someone watching over them. Their alarm system is so advanced that the sentinels have different calls for different situations with different levels of urgency. For example, the warning call for an approaching fox or jackal is not the same for that of a bird of prey. And like I said, the power of friendship is their best weapon against threats like snakes. In fact, the only snakes they really have to worry about are the ones related to them. So, when it comes to meerkat family, you can't live with them, but you don't got a chance in hell without them. I've called a lot of animals homicidal, but no mammal is more murderous and more of a legitimate danger to themselves than a baby-faced foot-tall Terminator and the comic.
Come on, bro. I hear. Marking their own
and I'll see you all
kind, bro.
in the next one.
Hey, Pumbaa and Timon, bro. Let's go. But yeah guys, another amazing casual geographic video in the books, man. Bro is the GOAT, been saying this, and I already knew that meerkats were menaces against each other. They kill a lot. They are the most homicidal mammal in their own kind. So yeah man, it's insane. If a meerkat breeds wrong, bro, chances are he's gonna get scooped, bro. But yeah guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, man. I hope you guys had a phenomenal weekend, and as always here on the channel, man, before you go, keep God first as always, drink water, and go tell somebody you love them. If you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a new casual geographic video called Nature Not Being Sober for 10 Minutes. So yeah man, let's go and check this out. Let's get it.
Here are animals that look dangerous but actually aren't.
Okay.
This LSD crocodile is a gharial, and as a fish eater it has zero interest
in
turning people into packs.
I see.
And because they used to get hunted for their
bro,
skin,
it looks mad.
water gecko is more
it does look mad, bro. It does.
The goblin shark is a 13-foot hell guppy with a...
Bro, that's a goblin shark, yeah? Listen. The mouth, bro, propels outwards, so it looks scary, bro. And they are small. I think they are pretty. I think they are small sharks. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but I think they are a small species of sharks, bro. They don't get gray white size. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, man. But they are terrifying, bro. Terrifying looking.
Actually launches its jaw to catch
prey. Looking, of
but
course.
They live at the bottom of the ocean, and they're way
ugly as well, bro.
If they didn't, they're blind, slow, and if looks could kill, they do Bundy numbers, but they're perfectly harmless. I know what you're thinking, but hear me out. Tarantulas are almost zero threat to people.
That's cute, bro. I find tarantulas cute.
Their bite is no worse than a bee sting. To my knowledge, they've never erased a person, and the most dangerous thing about them is that they'll launch hairs at you if you get in their face. Other than that, they're one of those animals that look way worse than they really are.
It's true.
Last is a shoebill stork.
Oh yeah, bro.
Like I haven't slandered the life out of this Jurassic Muppet. But the truth is,
they do a sound with the beak. It looks like a machine gun going off, bro.
And even though they look like a demonic hippogriff with the vocal cords of a machine gun, all you have to do is bow to earn their trust. For a bird that claps crocodiles for fun, this Devlite Tweety's just a feathery pup. Here are some animals that look dangerous but surprisingly
It's cute as well.
The harpy eagle looks like a flying demon that feeds on the souls of the innocent, but they're not aggressive.
Bro, harpy eagles are mad, you know.
Large raptors, the harpy will allow people to walk up to them while they're sitting on
beautiful, but
they're actually so unbothered by people that it makes them an easy target for hunters, which is why we can't have nice things.
Of course we can't have nice things.
At over 200 pounds, the mountain lion is a steroid with whiskers.
But
the same animal that'll step to bears and moose actually wants zero smoke with people, and they don't need a pandemic to social distance. Look at this video and tell me I'm wrong.
Damn.
Cougars will actually run away
said nah.
Voices proving that cougars aren't a threat unless it's happy hour. This snake may look venomous, but the milk snake is 100% harmless. When threatened, they would much rather run away.
Snake.
They only look dangerous because they wear the same gang colors as the coral snake, which actually will put you on a t-shirt.
Yeah, coral snakes are dangerous, bro.
Flyer miles the Andean condor. As a scavenger with a weak beak and even weaker claws, they feed on the dead because they want to smoke with the living.
Ugly critter, bro.
Flying testicle gets, they'll never attack a human. They're just out here minding their own business. You want to know how I know for a fact nature has a messed up sense of humor? This Australian teddy bear vocal cords of Satan with acid reflux in a dying Honda Civic.
Yeah. They sound mad, bro.
Don't know
but
what I was expecting, but it was never this.
He's cute, man. Look at him.
Here, this helped the therapist retire early. And now we have the fastest land mammal on Earth, the cheetah, which I would take seriously if they didn't sound like this.
Yep. They sound like birds, but they chirp. They don't growl, they chirp.
Unless the cheetah managed to switch souls with Tweety, this logistically makes no sense. Obviously,
it's a cat that can't cat, bro.
Next we get the Cory Bustard. And if nature wasn't on crack, you'd expect it to sound like a goose. Instead, it sounds like it should be running fades with plumbers and kidnapping dumb blondes.
Whoa.
I mentioned this Jurassic reject can fly. Finally, we have the elk, and I think I just gave every hunter watching this a semi. But it sounds like a kitchen door when you're trying to sneak ice cream at 3 a.m. Just wait, it'll make sense. Animals whose voices convince
I love elk sounds, bro.
I am willing to bet
they don't seem from this world, man.
The bird that
incredible.
represents the United States of America has a shrieking, majestic call at the beginning of every Western movie. What they really sound like is a seagull with laryngitis choking on a Popeye's biscuit.
A seagull with laryngitis. Oh my god.
No, it actually makes sense.
I don't like
They're
eagles.
intimidating until they open their mouth and you realize they're a mess inside. Next is the fairy penguin, the smallest penguin in the world, at a foot tall and 3 pounds. But if you think this flipper Tweety sounds like a normal bird, you're giving nature
Not flipper Tweety, bro. Damn.
I don't care how cute you think they are, hearing that at 3 a.m. would bring the hood out of Buddha.
It
Jurassic
would.
Park fans, remember these guys? The
Velociraptor.
Was having sex, so next time you rewatch it, just know you're getting the audio file of Franklin the Turtle's hub debut.
Damn, son.
5 animals you've probably gone your entire life without seeing. First, we got the Mata Mata, the turtle with more neck than Tiana Trump. They're native to the wetlands of South America.
Oh, I've seen those. They are weird, bro. They are weird.
Yearbook next to Subway Jared. Next is a sparkle muffin.
Oh, so cute.
They can jump up to 50 times their own body length, and that'd be like a 6-foot man.
Look at it, bro. Cute.
They also have an interesting mating dance that makes them look drunk. Next, we have the greater lofarino, a bird of paradise found in New Guinea, but they're also one acid trip away from showing up in your living room. Take one look at this and tell me it isn't a paralysis demon with drip.
It is.
Bright colors actually help it attract mates. This is a jabiru stork, and it's been known to try to gouge people's eyes out. They're 5 feet tall with an 8-foot wingspan, and they've been known to eat anything.
8-foot wingspan, bro.
Their neck looks like an aroused horse penis because having a neck that looks like a phallus.
That looks disgusting, bro.
And last, we have the armadillo lizard native to South Africa. This Pokemon rolls into a ball when it's afraid.
Bro, that's a Pokemon, yeah.
Members, and maybe they'd be
that's so cute, man.
If you didn't know at least 3 of these, you gotta follow me on Instagram. That's your tuition. Here are some facts you didn't know about the
I will. After this, I will.
This roid rodent is a capybara. It's a close relative of the guinea pig and a distant cousin of the chinchilla. They're natural extroverts that can hang out in groups of up to
They pull up, bro. They do pull up.
Capybara is called a meditation. Capybara can do the dash at 22 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Usain Bolt's
okay, I pull up and then out the body. You and all your friends and they're not getting naughty. Come on.
And fun fact, they only make love in the
banger by Don Tolliver, bro.
Bang. Largest rodents on Earth. They're basically guinea pigs on juice. They eat their own poop so they can get the most out of their fiber diet by digesting it twice.
Hey.
The female is pregnant for 4 to 5 months and she'll give birth to about 4 pups. And I'm only telling you that because I want an excuse to show you this picture. Also, if a female doesn't want to hook up with a male, she'll hide by submerging herself in the water until he gets the hint. They've also been known to go into a trance if you rub their belly, and because you think I'm lying, watch this.
So cute, bro. Another fact. If you have a pet capybara, you need to have 2 because they are very sociable creatures. True.
The naked mole rat queen is the only female.
Rufus, bro. Look at him.
To show any signs of sexual.
Bro, that's disgusting, bro. Yeah, that shouldn't exist, bro. A naked mole rat, dude. If I show a naked mole rat to my mom, yeah, I might get kicked out of this house, bro. My mom hates rats. Every species of rats, bro. Rodents in general. Except the capybara. She likes capybaras. But if I show her a naked mole rat, dude, I'm getting kicked out of this house, bro. Telling you right now.
But the sus part is that she'll mate with a few of her sons to keep the population as inbred as possible. She'll even release a chemical that prevents
ugly creatures, bro.
Just so she can have her sons alter herself. Jail. Koalas eat eucalyptus without a special gut bacteria to help them digest it. The only way for the joey to get it is by nuzzling up to the mother's 69-no wrapper and eating the green paste that comes out. For a month, this potty jockey will eat his mother's backdoor fudge, and at this moment, koalas weren't cute to me anymore. Hippos will projectile launch their backdoor business by twirling their tail like a propeller.
True.
It goes both ways because if Glory is interested, she'll return the favor by dropping a deuce on Moto's head. I don't kink shame, but I draw the line right there. Jail. And somehow to sea otters again. If he can't find a female, he'll settle for anything roughly the same size, and that's usually a baby seal. Because there's no Chris Hansen for seals, he'll force himself on the underage pup while biting its face. If the baby seal dies, this furry psychopath will mate with the dead body for up to a week like the sex-crazed sea weasel he is. Jail life sentence. Yesterday was Women's Day, so in honor of all the beautiful queens out there, here's some animals where
come on, shout out to the queens out there, man.
Meerkats live in a female-dominated society.
Meerkats
Will personally abort any babies that aren't hers and banish her subordinates for having children.
Come on, and that
get planted in her garden. Female clownfish are bigger and more aggressive.
Nemo, bro.
Bodyguard, which is why if she dies, the male will put on weight and transition for the other team. In agriculture, every adult female outranks every male because they can't spell equality. Females assert their dominance by bullying the males and snatching food from them.
Game's the game.
Mole rats are run by a queen who runs her kingdom by using urine that basically controls her subjects. This royal tunneling testicle is kept constantly pregnant by a few of her sons, which is problematic and why they're extremely inbred. She's also the only one allowed to get laid, so she finds out when her subjects are sexually active, she'll personally beat the sexual urges out of them. Orcas also run on feminism. The oldest, wisest female orca is always the leader of the pod. Hyenas are feminism on steroids because they'll beat and bully males and only let them eat whatever scraps are left behind. It's so bad that the instant a female cub is born, she instantly outranks the oldest male. They took KAM to heart because there are no male whiptail lizards alive. They all got rocked by the left hand of Thanos. This is why Chihuahuas are aggressive, and it's actually our fault. First of all, it's common in nature for smaller animals to use overt aggressiveness and irrational confidence as a defense, and the best example is the honey badger. This behavior is also seen in desert gobies going after larger males, finches going after eagles and crows, and cougars going after bears. It's possible smaller dogs have a built-in Napoleon complex that makes them act out in fear, which makes sense because when they're that small, basically everything's a threat. The problem is we enable dogs like Chihuahuas to act like the spawn of Satan. Because if a pit bull or a Rottweiler acted like that, they would get put down because they're capable of much more damage. Which is how aggressiveness got bred out of most large dog breeds. Small dogs like Chihuahuas get away with this because as hellish as they are, we never have to worry about them putting their owner on a newspaper. Also, most people are really protective of small dogs, and because they're so sheltered, they end up finding everything scary because they weren't introduced to it, which makes them select violence. Because most of the time when a Chihuahua is being an op, it's doing it out of fear. On top of that, a lot of owners think their Chihuahua being a menace to society is cute, and they won't correct the behavior, and sometimes they even encourage it. Long story short, Chihuahuas have little man syndrome, they have short person privilege.
They do have little man syndrome, bro.
Nobody ever told you, but you know I will. They almost never need to drink water because they get all the water they need from the fruits, leaves, and roots they eat. Because of this, they'll sometimes refuse to drink water out of a bowl. They're horrible pets because they scream to communicate, they pee everywhere to mark their territory, and because their urine is super concentrated, it'll smell like your whole house took a golden shower. Unlike most foxes, they mate for life and they can live in small communities of about 10. Basically, they live in underground apartments because their family dens will be connected to each other. The fennec fox avoids overheating by losing a lot of heat through those Yoda ears. They also have furry paws to protect them from the blistering desert sand. They can purr just like house cats. They may be cute, but they can clap scorpions and they can take down animals bigger than they are like a full-grown rabbit. Remember when I said you wouldn't want them as a pet? Because they're mostly nocturnal, this is what you would hear at 3 a.m.
That's cute though. That's cute. If you don't have neighbors,
at about 3 pounds, they weigh less than most Chihuahuas. They're so different from the rest of their family that people used to legitimately debate if they were actually foxes. They're just cats in dog bodies that look innocent until you see what their skull looks like. First, we have the two-fingered sloth because they're cute and they look like they honestly deserve the world. But give them an X-ray and they suddenly deserve water and a baptism because there's no reason a sloth should be able to hole punch a human hand. Those teeth rub up against each other and sharpen themselves, which is why a sloth doesn't have to be a magician to make your hand see-through. Next, we have the sea otter. It's one of those animals that can be mistaken for a plush toy if it does the mannequin challenge. Yo, the mannequin challenge was over 4 years ago. Damn. Yeah, sea otters are cute until you find out what's behind that baby face. Just like their cousin the wolverine, otters have a nasty bite. And they will not hesitate to use this vice grip on you.
That's ridiculous.
Violent way when an angry otter made him go to bed with less fingers than he woke up with.
Damn!
It's an innocent-looking pig-like mammal. Its headpiece tells a very different story. The story of an animal capable of catching a murder charge with those tusks if it feels like turning up on you. There's a reason hunting them is an extreme sport. I love you, no question. This
so cute.
True beauty lies within. Unless you're an elephant, because
that's interesting. So yeah, guys, another phenomenal video by Casual Geographic, man. The boy never misses, man. Nature is wild. So basically, what we learned is Chihuahuas have little man syndrome. Koala bears sound like Satan's spawn, and feminism runs wild in some animal species. I think we got ourselves a learning video, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. So yeah, man. But before you go, just remember, keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you're here, you don't know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be reacting to a brand new Casual Geographic video called You've Never Seen Animals Like This Before. So yeah, man, let's go check this out. Let's get it.
Ma, come outside. There's a moose or a buffalo or some they're fighting.
What is that? Let's see how many we know. Let's see. Whoa.
Do you know what this is?
No.
I bet you don't. Chances are, most of you have never seen this tree chunk before. I'll tell you in a second, but first, quick question. If you had to take a blind guess, how many species of mammals do you think are in the world?
Yo, my bro is jacked. Come on, man.
Imagine what number that would add up to. The answer? 6,495. And counting. And that's just
I did not know that.
Animals in general.
That's a lot of animals, bro.
Which brings me to my next point.
Armageddon, like that.
Armadillo.
Illuminati from Madagascar. What the is that?
A lemur.
From Madagascar. Something from the Bronx. Oh, that's super nasty. One of the is right there on 14th Street.
That was a sloth before.
This man is a wordsmith. Laugh at my man's all you want, but understand if school doesn't teach it to you and you don't see it in a zoo or on National Geographic, and it's not the animal of the week on Reddit, you'd have no way of knowing some animals even exist.
True.
Which is why I can personally guarantee that you haven't seen or heard of all 10 animals in this video. You might know 3 or 4. Animal Planet veterans might get 6 or 7, and hey, some of y'all might know 8 just from watching long enough. But I promise you there's gonna be at least one animal I talk about that you've never heard of before. I put that on my hairline, and I wear this hat every video for a reason. So let's make a game out of it. If I show you something new, you lose, and you gotta comment what animal was the one to scare you.
Let's get it.
90% of y'all, the game ends right here. Because what do you think this is?
Damn.
Some kind of monkey? Maybe an obese lemur or an AI-generated sloth? You're not gonna believe this. It's a koala. Okay, not really, but koala's actually closer than anything else I said. This porky, dead-eyed struggle monkey is the bear cuscus, and despite looking like nature made it on a deadline with spare parts, it's actually a marsupial. This thing that looks like a Madagascar understudy is more related to kangaroos, devils, and quokkas than it is to any lemur. That's about as much as we know about them because we haven't been able to figure out much more. They've essentially been gatekept from the rest of the world, only found on the Indonesian island of Sulawesi and remote islands nearby. We have no clue how many overstuffed trichunguses or chungai are in circulation, and currently only 4 zoos have this monkey.
It's a fascinating name.
Even its name is an identity crisis since cuscus means possum, meaning on paper, you're looking at a bear possum, but its Latin name was Aleurops ursinus, and I didn't take Latin in high school because French was too sexy, but I'm pretty sure that means cat bear. Basically, not even science had a handle on how the koala was. And they have the same meal
Look at him, he's so jacked, bro.
They virtually spend their entire lives on quarter playback speed. In fact,
why is bro flexing like that? The animal, bro.
63% resting. That's 16 hours a day eating and recovering from eating. That is load management, and that is this tree chonka load. They'd probably be cute if their eyes didn't disturb me on a spiritual level.
Those eyes are weird.
This is a cuscus that has seen some shit. And clearly they never recovered since they're painfully shy and will even cover themselves with leaves if they see you first since they're terrified of humans and only live in the most isolated areas of the forest.
Don't blame me, lad.
The Lord Bear Cuscus, and they're a lot cuter, but it also looks like a wombat that got severely laced. But with them being highly rare,
those ones are cute.
Introverts, it makes sense that you've probably never seen them before. But the next animal is probably the biggest one you've never heard of. This animal has been called 6 dissimilarities, and it's because it honestly looks like a wildebeest, buffalo, bear, and friends all did a fusion dance, and this was the outcome. This absolute unit is the takin, and they can stress the scales at up to 800 pounds of pure confusion.
Wow.
The takin is essentially a giga goat, with their closest relatives being the mountain goat and the chamois. And yes, the mountain goat isn't an actual goat because that makes sense. The Sichuan takin actually shares a range with the giant panda, and they use that nose to heat up air before it hits their lungs. That nose job of necessity also makes it look like a moose that got too cocky with a beehive.
True.
Which is no joke how they were first described.
That's so cute, bro.
I won't do this for every animal, but its Latin name, Budorcus taxicolor, means badger-colored cow ox. Interesting. Talkins also sweat oil that smells like burning rubber, and they use this to mark their territory. They're not known menaces, but they do have their moments. In 2007, a Talkin broke into a man's house and injured him and 8 other people, one of them a pregnant woman. And in 2018, during a routine visit from the vet, a Talkin decided he wasn't having it anymore, busting out his enclosure doors and wandering the zoo for an hour, injuring 2 workers in the process. Basically, he's not a killer, but don't push him. Same thing with the next animal on this list.
That's so
the
cute,
second
man.
biggest creature you've never heard of, because the tapir is endowed in more ways than one. But we'll get to that.
Easy.
Guidelines willing. It's a giant plus-size river pig that's actually closer to horses, rhinos, and wild asses.
Everybody knows what a tapir is.
Belize. Shout out to Belize if y'all out there.
It is.
There's 4 types of tapirs, and the Malaysian one might
cute.
strike an nostalgia
Very cute, bro.
Pokemon.
Very cute.
Was actually based on the travel elephants of Asia. According to mythology, this tapir was associated with the Japanese Baku, and the Baku were said to feed on the dreams of people, especially nightmares. The IRL tapirs are pretty chill for what they are. They can get into the neighborhood of 700 pounds, but they have the dental facilities to bite clean through your arm, so they're definitely one of those F around and find out animals. One family found out when a tapir nearly ripped a 2-year-old in half during a supervised visit in a Dublin zoo. For the most part, this boneless river rhino is just a flaccid-faced, gentle giant that I kind of wish the world was more aware of. I mean, just look at the teeth on this little guy. You can't tell me that's not cute. Speaking of babies and where they come from, tapirs must have made a deal with the devil we don't know about, since they have a 5th leg long enough to use as a tripod or as a DIY back scratcher. When it comes to herbivorous mammals of the world, the tapir is the real cock of the walk. And to cleanse your eyes from that unsolicited salami stick, I give you the sensei bunny. It's actually a rodent called a viscacha, and its closest relative is the
mega cute, bro.
Just makes sense, especially since this is their default pose, and it's because where viscachas live is Chile.
Bro, if I show this animal to my sister, she's going crazy, bro. Crazy. Look
Also,
at
I wish I
him.
didn't waste that chunky
That's
stuff
a
earlier.
chunky boy.
Come on, it's right there.
It is,
and
bro,
the reason
it
they look
is.
like a vertically cheated but horizontally defeated obese wallaby is because, like the chinchilla, the Viscacha has some of the densest fur on the planet. Also, I'll be honest, I knew about the Viscacha. I did not know they could move like that. That's an actual sleeper build. No, like literally, they look like they were built to sleep when they're not passing judgment. This is the look of an animal whose natural predator is a P-test. Brother is faded. But yeah, that's a Viscacha. And by the way, if you didn't lose the game already, this next animal almost guarantees you will. Because yeah, there is an animal in this picture, and it's possibly the cutest thing most people know nothing about. And that's because not only is this animal nocturnal and lives in the Amazon equivalent of a penthouse, during the day, it's sleeping in the silk cotton tree camouflaged as a seed pod fiber. And that's how the silky anteater got its name. Because when your biggest ops are eagles with some of the best vision on earth, that is the best you can do. Like the rest of the anteater family, they have claws. And unlike their cousin the sloth, they actually know how to use them. A sleeping silky will nap with its forelegs and claws right next to its face. Really not that different from dozing off with a knife under your pillow. They also can eat 5,000 ants a day, and they use that sticky barbed tongue to skewer and
I've never seen that before.
And since anteaters have 0 teeth, they have stomachs like bird gizzards designed to grind the ants down. Proof that beauty is subjective, because what's cute to us is a harbinger of death and genocide if you're an ant. But I'm not an ant, and you probably aren't either, so let's just take some time to marvel. I
don't know if cute is the right word. Bro's interesting, that's it.
America on this list. Cue the Hollow Knight. This might look like a regular run-of-the-mill bird, but this little dude has one of the coldest pickup lines in the game.
Weird sound, bro.
That is a club-winged mannequin singing a love song with his
very
feathers.
pretty.
Basically, this small bird from Central and South America has modified flight feathers, and by vibrating them, the mannequin shoots a shot with a specialized sound that varies by bird. Some mannequins do a solid violin impression, others sound like fireworks on the 4th of July. Also, they make this sound by shaking their feathers 100 times a second, twice as fast as the mascot for ADHD, the hummingbird. And they do all this while dancing. They're really the Michael Jackson of birds.
Damn.
I'm not even gonna pretend like I know everything. I didn't even know they existed until like a week ago. And if it wasn't for a certain holiday, this next animal might not exist, period. Also, I know the whole crab thing has kind of become a meme, but we're gonna have to talk about how many animals endgame is a rabbit. This is the second animal.
Yeah, I knew this. I've seen it in a previous video.
They stole most of their design. The bilby is another marsupial.
I saw that one. The other one doesn't show me yet, not this one.
Family. The
I don't know this
bilby
one.
Can be found in the harsh, arid deserts of Australia. Now you might be asking, is there a lesser bilby? And yeah, there was. And now they're dead. So clearly not good enough. The greater bilby's not that far behind since they're endangered. Which is pretty wild for an animal that only gets pregnant for 2 weeks. Not even exaggerating, at about 14 days, bilbies have one of the shortest cook times of any animal. They're also a close relative of the bandicoot. Yeah, that's a real animal, the more you know. But yeah, greater bilbies used to inhabit 70% of Australia, and today they're barely holding on to less than 20. And a big reason was humans airdropping threats like foxes and feral cats. But these days the word's been getting out about the plight of the appropriation bunny, and they can thank the sale of chocolate bilbies on Easter. Easter bilbies started in '93, and they've been part of the culture ever since. It's only right that they replaced rabbits, since rabbits are one of the things that got the bilby population in the mud. But today, there's well over 3,000 of them. Not great, but they're not in the worst spot. They're not as down bad as animal number 8, since there's only hundreds of them left on the planet. Nobody would blame you if you went your entire life without seeing it, since they're shy, endangered, and the only place you can find them is in special underground caves in the Balkans. The Olm is a salamander that's blind, vampire pale, and happens to be one of the most fundamentally confusing animals in the world. First of all, they're not born blind, but they lose their eyes a couple months after they're born and even grow a layer of skin over them. Yet they can still detect and avoid light. The Olm can go a whole decade without food by storing important nutrients.
That looks wrong,
usually,
bro.
when you talk about animals that live the longest, you're looking at relatively bigger creatures like elephants, whales, and tortoises. This tiny blind salamander has a lifespan more comparable to us at about 70 years, and scientists believe they can max out at well over a century. For reference, there might be an Olm salamander right now
bro. Very ugly, man.
Reason for this is, unlike Archduke Ferdinand, the Olm has 0 enemies. There was even one on record that straight up didn't move for a whole 7 years. The Mannequin Challenge was in 2016. Bro just never stopped playing. Olms don't be rushing for anybody.
Bro has no ops,
once a decade to get laid. Yeah, they only breed about once every 12 years, which is probably why there's only an estimated 400 in stock. They done protected their peace so much that their whole community finna rest in it. And for animal number 9, you're gonna have to hear me out. Hyenas aren't unknown at all, but out of the 4 species of them, the brown hyena is by far the rarest and least talked about. Which sucks, because they're actually one of my favorite predators in Africa, because I love me an underdog. They're not
he
really
needs a trim, bro, like me, bro. He needs a trim.
Even their own spotted cousins. Not to mention wild dogs and jackals can get their licks in on their cubs. But brown hyenas are also major kleptos that'll pocket kills from their competition. Sometimes they'll body a 5v1 against cheetahs and walk away with their food and their pride. 2 things I think are pretty dope about them is 1, even though they're not dogs, brown hyenas have a social structure a lot like a wolf pack with the 2 parents and all their kids. Number 2 is that they managed to turn an abandoned town into a nursery. There's an old ghost town in the Namibian desert that has no trace of humans, yet brown hyenas use the desolate houses and empty mines as dens to keep their kids in while they go
wow, that's cool.
Which can mean up to 20 miles of walking a day. One famous hyena mother has apparently lived in these forgotten ruins for 15 years and even raised 9 generations of cubs and counting. Moral of the story, hyenas deserve better and Simba really ain't shit for putting them out like this. But that ain't even close to how hard humanity has violated the last animal here. This isn't a raccoon, skunk, or a cat. It's one of the members of the cat side of the carnivore family, specifically called feliform, which makes this result of an over-the-hedge orgy more related to hyenas than they are to the raccoons they cosplay as. The African civet is only one of over a dozen species of civets seasoned across Africa and Asia. The raccoon colorway is actually a form of camouflage, since the patterns break up their outline and makes it harder to spot them in the bush. You might not have seen them in the flesh and fur, but you might have heard about them, especially if you drink coffee, because the world's most expensive coffee, Kopi Luwak, is made from the coffee beans found in the poop of the Asian civet. How they literally put 2 and 2 together to come up with that, I don't want to know. And of course, this demand could lead to civets being captured, caged, and force-fed coffee beans in order to supply. Full disclosure, I don't drink coffee, so I really wouldn't know, but I don't drink coffee either. And it's not even the only civet to get its brown eye exploited by people. That was a wild sentence. Wild. Civets produce a wild sentence, nasty smelling stuff that scientists like to call civet butter. Civets use it to mark their territory, but somehow people figured out they can use its butt glands for perfume, specifically Chanel No. 5. And they get the juices they need by scraping it from the civet's pink balloon knot. So if you have some Chanel on deck and it says natural ingredients on the bottle, there's a good chance it came from, But yeah, civets in general are pretty cool. They can actually be super affectionate when raised by people. And if I had to pick a favorite, I'd have to go with Austin's palm civet. That is cute. Only because I think they're cool looking. I mean, you're gonna tell me I'm wrong? No, so it's cool. That's 10 animals you've probably never seen before. Except when I was making this list, I was stuck at 11 and could not decide what animal to leave off. But then I realized I have free will, and this is my channel, so y'all get a bonus animal and probably my favorite animal on here. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the tree kangaroo, specifically the good. I knew this one. Like the name suggests, this kangaroo's entire personality. They're really rare. They're mad really rare. But they can jump from a height of 3 stories and fall damage. They're kind of like the cuscus because of where and how they live. A lot of people in the same area as them have no clue. That's so cute, bro. Unlike the cuscus, who looks like the drop bear Aussies keep warning us about. That does not look cute. The Goodfellow genuinely looks like a tree-loving teddy bear. And it's not just them. There's 14 flavors of branch bears, including the incredibly rare tenkyle, with only hundreds of them alive today. And the Wandiwa tree kangaroo, who scientists genuinely believe went extinct after going off the grid for 90 years. Until they randomly just popped up out of nowhere. And for y'all that don't understand, it's like the science equivalent of Tupac being alive this entire time in Cuba. Proving that when it comes to nature, the only thing we know for sure is that we really don't know much at all. But that's gonna do it for this video. Make sure to check out my TikTok and Instagram for more uploads. Oh my god, that's so cute, and if you'd like to support this channel even more, becoming a patron on Patreon. Hey, go support the homie, man. Go support the homie. Post them, and you can even help vote on my next video. In fact, if you're already a patron, you probably voted for this one. But like I always say, it's more for like leftover money you're not gonna miss. Don't feel like you have to give anything, because really, if you watched the video this far, you've done more than enough. But make sure you drink water, hug your mother. Exactly. Know how many animals I stumped you on. I'm actually curious, and I'm gonna see y'all 3 next one. I think I got right. Oh man, that's so cute. That's so cute, bro. But yeah, guys, another phenomenal video by the homie, man. I love his content. You guys know this already. He is phenomenal on what he does, man. Another great video, and he deserves all the support in the world, man. He's great. Before you go, you already know how we do on the channel, bro. Come on, man. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called When Animals Became Serial Killers. Excuse the dead trim. I promise I'll get a trim this week, but for now you gotta accept the trim, big man. The trim is so dead, bro. Look at that. It's dead. It is what it is. So yeah, man, let's get it.
The following video contains graphic descriptions of some of the most brutal animal attacks in human history.
If you can't handle it, don't watch it.
Viewer discretion and a fresh change of clothes are strongly advised.
Yep.
Oh, and happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween! It's almost there. Almost here, bro.
The African wilderness houses some of the most dangerous wildlife found on Earth.
True.
But what happens when one of its most feared
hippos,
predators
lions
starts hunting humans? In 1898, the British government decided to build a railway spanning from a port in Mombasa to Lake Victoria. The project was nicknamed the Lunatic Express, since many saw it as a massive waste of time and resources, along with being unnecessarily dangerous. So dangerous that most African natives refused to be involved in construction. So the British imported thousands of laborers from India to work on the bridge. These workers were both unfamiliar with the African brush, along with all the lethal animals in it. It wouldn't be long until several workers would go missing, but at first the British government brushed them off as deserters. But as the number of missing men grew larger, soon the horrific truth would come out. A pair of maneless male lions had been attacking the unsuspecting workers and eating them. Lions don't typically view humans as viable prey, and adult lions are actually naturally wary of humans. But lions are also incredibly adaptable, and these lions were hunting the workers like they were gazelle. While the men were working on the bridge during the day, the two lions were nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until they turned into their campsites for the night
that the lions
showed up. These lions would slip into the campsites undetected and drag helpless workers out of their tents to their death.
Hey, yo! Okay, that was scary.
One gruesome attack, one of the lions had grabbed a well-respected and powerful sick worker and ragdolled him out of his tent, while the other workers could only listen to his bone-chilling screams of agony. The next day, his fellow workers found him.
That's a rough way to go, you know.
As though he had survived. But as the men drew closer, they realized not only was he completely lifeless, but the lions had licked the skin completely off his cheeks, which formed a grisly smile. The men tried building thorn fences called bomas to keep the lions out. Unfortunately, nobody told the men that lions can leap well over 10 feet and easily clear a boma. And as the attacks and the missing men piled up, the lions started getting more confident. At first, weeks would go by between attacks, but soon, fatal maulings would happen almost daily. And while early on, only one of the rogue males would enter the campsite at a time, soon they'd start slaughtering workers together. In one chilling incident, they had moved the site of a hospital which the lions had began targeting. They moved the hospital over a mile away and set up the new hospital as a trap for the lions. Only a day later, the lions found the new hospital and continued their carnage. The lions even appeared to have plot armor. At one point, they had succeeded in trapping one of the male lions, but when the enraged predator started tearing the trap apart, panicking sepoys opened fire and missed every shot. One shot managed to spring open the trap door, allowing the lions to slip away. And as the attacks persisted, it appeared as though the lions had gone from killing to eat to just killing. We don't know just how many lives were taken, but according to Lieutenant John Patterson, up to 135 men were lost by the time the construction and the lions were finished. And we don't know for sure what led these lions to go on a human hunting spree. One of the lions was found to have an abscess in his teeth, causing a painful infection that may have been too debilitating to hunt his usual prey. forcing him to seek out easier targets.
Yep. Yeah, easy, bro. Made a jello.
Arab slave trade caravans would run through Savo, and men that would have made no money on the market, like the old, injured, sick, or dying, would just be tossed down into the brush. It's possible that these lions of Savo were fed by these crimes against humanity and learned that humans as a food option is never completely off the table.
Maybe. Damn. That's a rough way to go, you know. Imagine you are sleeping in your tent and you get pulled by a lion, bro.
Delivered uranium to the island of Tinian for what would end up being the world's first nuclear weapon used in war, which would be dropped in Hiroshima, Japan. Japan would get its revenge when a torpedo struck the USS Indianapolis as it was en route to the Philippines. In only 12 minutes, the imposing military cruiser was underwater, along with anyone unlucky enough to escape in time. Although, considering what would happen, maybe they were the lucky ones. Because as the stranded crew floated adrift in the Philippine Gulf, they quickly realized they had a major problem. Sharks, likely oceanic whitetips, were stalking the hapless sailors.
I think I know. Yeah, I know this story. I didn't know that the first one. I know this one.
Yep. But soon they
was rough, bro.
Survivors. As much as the sailors tried to float together, invariably someone would drift away from the group, and that's when the patient sharks would move in. According to survivors, the men would thrash around and scream hysterically before being pulled under.
Yep.
And only a short while later, a life jacket would resurface, and nothing else. And as the dehydration, intense exposure, and saltwater poisoning took its toll, some men would hallucinate that they were being rescued and would swim away from the group towards a ship that wasn't there, not realizing they were paddling towards their own death. Even worse, some of the men would become delirious and start attacking their fellow shipmates, forcing them to literally cast them off towards the sharks. This living nightmare lasted 5 days, and when salvation finally came, only 317 out of the 1,196 men could be accounted for. But the psychological torture didn't end there for some of them. Captain Charles B. McVeigh would become the first captain to ever be court-martialed for losing his ship, and the reasoning was because he didn't zigzag. Even Commander Hashimoto, the guy that sunk his ship, testified that there was nothing McVeigh could have done, but it didn't matter. America had its scapegoat, and it was him.
In those 5 days.
McVeigh regularly received hate mail and threats of violence from the family of the fallen. In 2000, he would be exonerated and found to have committed no wrongdoing, but not before the harassment and crippling survivor's guilt would break him. On November 6, 1968, the captain that had survived war, man-eating sharks, and dehydration took his own life while holding a toy sailor he had been given as a boy for good luck. The true monsters of this story weren't the sharks.
Nope. Damn. That's rough. What?
The most dangerous bear in the world isn't the grizzly bear
or
even the polar bear, but it's widely considered to be the sloth bear. Because where adult grizzlies and polar bears have no natural predators, sloth bears regularly run fades with tigers and leopards. That generational trauma means you have an animal that has all the tools of a predator, but the mindset of prey. And that makes them terrifying.
Damn, look at our mouth, boy.
The fact that habitat loss and encroachment causes them to come into constant contact with humans only makes it 10 times worse. The sloth bear of Mysore was infamous for unaliving 12 people and severely injuring another 24. Armed with wolverine claws and a devastating bite, sloth bears have a nasty habit of attacking the faces of their victims. Those that survived often lost an eye,
bro, look at that,
their cheek ripped off. Those that didn't survive often had their faces torn off completely, and in some cases the bear ate the bodies of its victims. A far cry from the insects and fruits this Baloo of the jungle usually eats.
Well, that's an even rougher way to go, you know.
In some cases, their entire chest cavity ripped open.
Damn.
Some describe the horrific injuries as being the work of an animal with the intent, but not necessarily the knowledge to kill. Kenneth Anderson had attempted to hunt the bear, while also saving a man who had been mauled to the point of sheer incapacitation. As Anderson tried carrying the man to safety, it got dark fast. which was probably why he didn't see the rock that tripped him and caused him to break his ankle.
Oh.
Immobilized Anderson survived the night, but the man he tried to save didn't.
Dang.
Anderson would be the one to put the murderous bear out of commission, but we still don't know what made this usually termite-eating bear go full Jeff Dahmer. Maybe it was revenge for a previous attack or a lost cub. Maybe everyone has a limit, and that bear hit his.
Yep. Bro, lions will try to kill you quickly. Felines in general try to kill you quickly.
China, Bangladesh, and India.
Bears just start eating, bro. It's rough.
Establishing a new air base.
I know this one. This one's crazy. This one's insane, bro. Listen to this. It's crazy.
The British flanked the Japanese, who, rather than surrender, opted to try to escape by cutting through miles of dense, boggy, uncharted mangroves. As they did, the British circled the mangrove swamp, essentially stranding the men in the unforgiving terrain. Venomous snakes, spiders, and disease-carrying mosquitoes were almost an afterthought after the men realized they had waded directly into saltwater crocodile territory.
Oh no,
the details on what happened
crocs.
next have been debated for years.
Oh,
Many
bro,
say that
rough.
the up to 20-foot-long crocs converged on the defenseless soldiers, first picking off the ones that had already passed tense before moving on to the struggling and infirm. One British soldier described hearing 3 distinct sounds: the incessant firing of rifles overhead, the erratic splashing of excited crocodiles, and the blood-curdling cries of the men being dismembered and devoured alive. According to him, the sounds were deafening. Some men sought to take cover in the trees, only a couple feet above the marauding reptiles, when they made a horrific discovery. Crocs can easily launch themselves several feet out of the water, and the men that hadn't climbed high enough were caught in those snare trap jaws and torn to shreds. Another chilling realization was the intelligence of the cold-blooded predator. According to multiple sources, the crocs would use their tails as battering rams to slam against the base of the trees, hoping to knock loose a prize like a twisted human piñata. Like African crocodiles camping in rivers during great migrations, these crocodiles seem perfectly content to bide their time. We have no way of knowing exactly how many lives were lost on that island, but we do know it was very likely in the several hundreds. We also have no way to confirm just how many were taken by the crocodiles, and how many simply flatlined to dehydration, sickness, other wildlife, or simply casualties of war. However, this is widely considered to be the most lethal crocodile attack in human history. And since saltwater crocodiles are capable of living 70 plus years, the chances that at least one of those same crocodiles are still there are low, but they're not zero.
True. Bro, can you imagine? That's gotta be awful, bro. Like, you are in the middle of a war. You are battling to survive. You are retrieving because your ops are coming through the swamp and pushing you back, and then all of a sudden you look around and your army brothers are dying around you, bro. They're getting eaten by saltwater crocodiles all around you, bro. Bro, that's a rough way to go. That the mental torment of that.
Resilient things on Earth. They've been around for about 200 million years and have barely changed. And with a wide-ranging diet and few, if any, natural predators, crocs can live virtually anywhere there's warmth and water.
True.
So it makes sense that one of the most infamous animal serial killers of all time was a crocodile. Gustav was an 18-foot reptilian.
I know this one as well.
Rumored to have been responsible for up to 300 names missing from the census. According to legend, the massive predator was too bulky to hunt the typical fish, antelope, and zebra, leading him to go after bigger, tougher game like hippos, buffalo.
Jeez, my boy was killing hippos.
The Burundi butcher would allegedly hunt anything that came into its line of sight without prejudice. And like all crocs, his favorite method of hunting would have likely been lying in wait in the water before exploding and unleashing a 3,000-pound bite force to crush whatever was unlucky enough to get caught in its jaws, before using the infamous death roll to shred their victim into bite-sized chunks. It's likely most human casualties were adults collecting water and children playing in the shallow end, not realizing the disturbance was basically ringing the dinner bell. Gustav was also disturbingly indestructible, with several eyewitnesses describing what they swore were bullet wounds tattooed across its armored skin.
Damn.
But the eeriest part was that for a monster nearly the length of a bus, Gustav was unexplainably never caught. In one attempt, researchers placed a live goat in a cage as bait to lure the beast out. After a storm, the next morning the cage was empty, but Gustav was nowhere to be found. We don't know how old he is, how long he had been hunting humans, just how many people had been lost to him, or even if he's still alive. There were some reports of Gustav having been shot by a hunter in 2019, but with no photographic evidence, there's still a chance that he's out there prowling the rivers of Burundi. The way I see it, there's only 3 possible options. 1, he's dead. 2, he's still out there serving as unethical population control. Or 3, he has NordVPN. Because NordVPN creates an encrypted
Get your bag, my bro. Get your bag, lad. Love to see it every time.
Allowing nothing about Gustav was risk-free.
Nothing.
And with salties having the strongest recorded bite force of any animal, the only guarantee was that anything caught in those vice grip jaws was something you're not getting back.
300 people, it's insane, bro. I never caught him. It's crazy.
In 2003, locals in Malawi were so terrified of one animal that it drove 4,000 of them to completely abandon their villages to seek refuge. The marauding beast had mauled 3 people into chalk outlines and severely disfigured another 16.
I think I know
Those
this.
that survived were essentially crippled for life.
Was it
some missing both hands and legs, with others missing eyes
Forget
and
it.
ears.
I thought it was the
One
other
gruesome
thing.
attack, a woman had gotten her jaw completely detached.
Ugh.
The mysterious assailant was so feared and avoided capture for so long that some believe that the attacks were the work of a supernatural creature.
A brown hyena, I think it
These
is.
people were
This
being
one.
stalked and hunted by a rabid hyena.
Yep.
Although they're armed with arguably the most devastating bite of any land mammal, hyenas are actually wary of humans. But as many will tell you, anything that gets rabies quickly becomes a different kind of animal.
True.
Especially when that animal has jaws strong enough to amputate an elephant. The rabid hyena terrorized the people of Malawi for weeks, but whether the actual animal responsible for the maimings was caught and killed was never confirmed.
Damn.
The most infamous animal mass murderer of all time lived in Nepal in the Kumaon district of India. The Bengal tiger of Champawat was believed to be responsible for 436 less people on Earth. According to research, the carnage started in Nepal, but when hunters were called in, the tiger successfully evaded all—
Bro, tigers are a massive problem in India. Southern banks, I think is what they're called. In that area where tigers live in the wild in India, in the border of India, I think it is. Over the last like 100 years, 300,000 people died, bro, to tigers. It's insane. People have to walk with either a mask behind on the back of their heads or sunglasses to confuse the tigers, bro. It's crazy.
Eventually, she was driven out of the area and swam across a river and invaded India, where the attacks only got worse. The homicidal big cat would typically target young women and children and would often travel up to 20 miles following the kill.
Easier,
that much harder to capture her. And unlike most tigers, who typically hunt during dusk or dawn, the man-eater at Champawat almost exclusively caught bodies during broad daylight. She became so reviled that locals no longer referred to her as a cat, but as the devil of India.
Damn. Fucking hell, bro! That scared the shit out of me, boy! Fucking... Buddha!
Tigers reverberated or paralyzed entire villages, with grown men refusing to leave their huts to go to work, lest a rampaging predator turned them into a statistic. It was believed that the tigress had been shot by an especially cruel hunter, which broke several of her canine teeth, leaving her mortally wounded. It's likely that this injury, along with the fact that tigers are one of the few animals that'll actively seek revenge, that drove the tiger to eventually start seeking out easier prey. People.
Maybe.
And as a highly intelligent predator, she was
That's the thing, we have no way of knowing.
Consistently avoid capture.
Did they do it because she was injured? Did she do it because she wanted to? She snapped and like seeking revenge?
That doesn't change the fact that she went out as the most prolific man-murker in nature.
Yep.
And if you think you're safe because you don't live in Asia, just keep in mind that there are more tigers in the United States than in the rest of the world combined.
I'm safe, I'm in Portugal, bro, I'm safe. So yeah, those were times where animals turned into serial killers. Guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Another phenomenal video by the homie Casual Geographic. And as always, if you enjoy this content, link in the description. Go subscribe to the homie, support this Patreon if you can. And don't forget how we do on the channel, bro. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them. And if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be reacting to cute animals but they slowly get worse for your health. By Casual Geographic, a new video, say, man, let's get it. That's not cute, bro. That's terrifying.
I think a common theme on this channel is being Satan serving humanity haunting pretty privileged merchants. And that's what this video is about, and the further we go, the higher your chances of being turned full-time horizontal. Before I do, I'm gonna just say this. When I call something a homicidal menace, that's just me using hyperbole to season a sentence. I'm not actually trying to get y'all to go out and drop kick an otter or something. Ultimately, these animals are just trying to survive and are doing what comes naturally, so you can't really judge them by human moral standards, even though that's literally what I'm about to do. And starting off, this is not your average mouse. First of all, it's a straight-up carnivore. In their defense, that's not exactly
friendly with rats, bro.
And eat the baby birds inside.
Except capybaras.
The rodent is more of a meat eater than the grasshopper mouse. And its grocery list can include anything from insects, worms, and spiders, to mantises, scorpions, and desert centipedes, aka the same curse quality that nearly unsubscribed Coyote Peterson from existence. Grasshopper mice will even murk and eat snakes. Basically, you remember that episode where Jerry took PEDs and nearly put Tom in a tombstone? That's the grasshopper mouse times 1,000. This mighty mouse even developed a resistance to the crippling venom of ops like the arrows bark scorpion. Not only can they tank hits that would flatline animals 100 times their size, this rogue rodent shuts down the pathways the toxin takes to cause pain. Meaning, this mouse essentially evolved to be impervious to the pain caused by venom. It can feel pain, it's just not gonna come from a scorpion. That's not even the only thing about them. These mice stalk and hunt their prey exactly like cats. This homicidal hamster will even howl after catching a body to mark their territory. Take a listen.
Like a whistle.
So imagine being a scorpion, right? Millions of years of evolution. Your ancestors were apex predators and you have biological warfare on your side. All that for a pint-sized weremouse to be your downfall. Not even other mice are safe. Grasshopper mice regularly eat other rodents, and cannibalism is not off the table. In fact, there was a story of a scientist keeping a grasshopper mouse and making the mistake of leaving it alone with a lab rat 5 times its size. In a few minutes he walked away and returned. There was one less mouse and the #1 suspect feeding on the carcass. Proof that even the most innocent looking platter can serve death. Especially since the predator with the highest body count is not what you'd expect. No other mammal catches more bodies than the Etruscan shrew. They're one of the smallest mammals alive and they weigh less than 2 Skittles. The shrew is so small that the only way they can survive is by killing more prey than any other animal. Basically, if this candy-sized carnivore doesn't eat twice its weight of food every day to fuel its metabolism, they'll essentially freeze to a flatline. So the Etruscan shrew has to end a life every 2 hours or so, and they hunt by biting the prey through their head to disable it and then tearing it apart before another starving shrew can get to it. Just for reference, if I had to eat twice my weight in food every day, I'd be scarfing about 680 Big Macs every 24 hours.
Yeah, bro, that's
at least I don't have to hunt the burger. By the time I get to the drive-thru, the job's already done. But the shrew does have a weapon, and it's being one of the very few mammals on Earth to weaponize venom. According to studies, some shrews are toxic enough to delete 200 mice, and while they're too small to turn a human to a hashtag, it's still capable of causing pain and allergic reactions. Not only that, but some shrews are able to catch a calorie come up underwater, since some are able to smell out prey even while being completely submerged. Yeah, they're a whole mint-sized menace, but too small menaces, bro. To us. That's not going to be true for some of the animals coming. And up next, this bird probably looks no different from something you'd expect in a garden, except it's only found in the islands of the Galapagos, and to survive, they've come up with some nasty tricks. They've been nicknamed Darwin finches since they actually helped prove Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Long story short, different finches ate different foods and so developed different size and shaped beaks. One finch evolved to finesse an easy meal by pecking at the skin of bigger birds and drinking the blood that spills out. Are birds even f***ing real? And
That's
scientists
disgusting.
believe up to 10% of this flying leech's diet is seabird blood, and their favorite victim is a bird called the booby. Don't laugh, it's not funny.
Not funny.
It's not funny. Popular opinion says that it started with the finches picking blood off the birds, but after realizing they could live off the marinara that would often leak out, the vampire finches started turning the birds into booby blood banks. They literally became everything they sought to destroy, and they're skilled enough to know how much damage to do to get a ragu reward without doing too much and losing a future victim. Yeah, these birds drink nothing but blood, which they kinda have to.
Weird creature, bro.
Galapagos is in less supply than lawyers in heaven, but it also means that even though they can fly, Arab would be completely useless to them. But not to you, because Arab's flavor pods uses scent flavors to convince
Hey, get your bag, bro. Love it all the time. Arab is sick.
Not only do they grief bosom birds, but finches will often roll eggs out of nests and crash them in the rocks just for some easy protein. They're not even the only birds with that kind of timing.
That's
the
smart.
New Zealand keel will use that Swiss Army knife of a nose to cut into sheep and eat the fat right off their backs. And sometimes they freak the sheep out so much they yeet themselves off a cliff trying to get away. At least the Kia and the vampire finch are only harmful to your mental. From here on out, that is the last time that statement will be true. because this live-action plush toy is also on the short list of venomous mammals.
Good.
The slow loris is a Southeast Asian
Slow
primate
loris.
with toxins that can do very real damage to a human. They have a gland on their arm that produces a chemical that becomes highly toxic when mixed with saliva. So when this imitation lemur sees you and puts its hands up, it's not a sign of surrender, it's a promise to ascend you. We talking straight soul eviction. In 2012, a biologist was bitten by a slow loris, and this was him after 1 hour, and this was Buddy after an hour and a half. Since the toxins contain chemicals similar to cat allergens, this venom monkey can trigger anaphylactic shock in people, making it the first animal here that can perform landscape work on your family tree. We used to think this malicious muppet used venom against predators, but it turns out it's for friendly fire. They usually use it in fades with other lorises, and the flesh-melting toxins can cause necrosis, meaning the loser loris can lose an eye, a toe, their scalp, and even part of their face. It's so bad that one of the most common causes of loris life retirements is getting bit by a rival. An 8-year study done on about 80 slow lorises found that over 20% of them were seriously maimed in conflicts, with some missing eyes, ears, fingers, toes, and more. It's nasty work, and it puts the slow loris on the very short list of animals that use venom against their own kind. And it's no coincidence that one of the others is next. Two things about platypuses the public should.
Oh yeah, they use venom. They do.
Pounds and less than 2 feet long. They're way smaller.
Cute, bro. They are super cute, though.
Violently venomous.
They are.
also have an ankle spur that they use in fights, and like the loris, the consequences of losing are incredibly painful. In 1991, Australian veteran Keith Payne was struck by a platypus, and in his own words, the immediate pain was far worse than getting struck by shrapnel.
Damn.
And it only got worse. The excruciating pain didn't go away after a month, even after he was shot up with morphine.
A month?
How much pain are we talking? Well, according to him, just the weight of a warm towel on the sting caused incapacitating agony. Even 15 years after, he claimed to still be in discomfort, and this guy wasn't sweet or nothing. He actually earned the highest honor of the British Armed Forces for his performance in the Vietnam War. Same guy apparently got folded by a beaver otter cosplaying as a duck. That's because platypus venom manipulates nerve cells to trigger pain in a way that can have you down horrendous for weeks, and not even enough morphine to roofie a rhino can bail you out. That's how you know Perry had love for the doof. He could have had a pharmacist every flavor of up if he wanted to.
True.
That's why if you see two male platypi fighting, you'll often see the loser spend days rolling around and scratching. That's a platypus in crippling agony, and you can expect the same symptoms if you F around and find out with the next animal, even though it's barely an inch long. Most people know why playing with a Portuguese man-of-war is bad for your health.
We have those here in Portugal, man.
You heard me say most. The man-of-war is notorious for excruciatingly painful stings that they inflict on thousands a year.
They are cute though.
Not only can it cause nasty welts like this, in worst case scenarios, it can trigger severe allergic reactions that can block your airways and suffocate you. Most people know not to touch them, but a lot of those same people would do this. This is Glaucus atlanticus, and more specifically,
this animal is sick!
And what
extremely venomous, but it's so pretty, bro.
Animals like anemones by eating them and storing the toxin in those weird fingertips growing out of their back. It's cultural appropriation, but with poison, and the glaucus does it to the man-of-war. That's why even though a 2-inch glaucus is an overachiever, holding one and getting stung can lead to nausea, vomiting, allergic reactions, and you guessed it, pain. In fact, many think because the poison they steal is so concentrated, their sting is actually more powerful than the jellyfish understudy they take it from. Moral of the story, this is what it looks like to put a dent in your family's bloodline. If an animal's that small,
idiots, man.
Way to be seen, touching it's a great way to see your ancestors. I couldn't find a case of someone being seriously hurt by this tiny assault slug, so it's another example of an animal being too small to truly punish ignorance as often as they could. Completely different from the animal up next, because real talk, if you haven't seen them in person, you would not believe how big they actually get. We all know Steve Irwin, may God rest his soul, and his son and shadow clone, Robert Irwin. Just like his father, Robert got the same animal lover's gene, but there is one animal he's terrified of, and you probably never guess it. According to him, the animal that scares him the most and has the most smoke for him, it's crazy, right?
A wombat.
Wombat. And yeah, they really do get that big.
They do.
In the words of the spawn of khaki animal Jesus, crocodiles are apparently easier to work with.
That's a life-size, real-life teddy bear, bro. That's incredible.
While he probably was exaggerating a little, wombats still ain't the ones to play with. At 25 miles per hour, wombats are fast enough to catch
That's a chunky boy.
And more than fast enough to catch you off guard.
Whoa.
They have a tough, cartilage-reinforced butt that they use to crush the skulls of their enemies against their burrows. Yeah, getting your life subscription terminated through twerking is a possibility if you're an op to a wombat.
They are cute though.
They have jaws more than capable of tearing chunks out of your ankles and cats, which is what these furry bowling balls usually go for. Victim Carrie Evans was
with the mouth open, they are not cute, bro.
Bites and lacerations after she was born by the evil bulking twin of the quokka. And in 2020, a family nearly got squad wiped by a wombat after the one they were raising for a TV show turned on them, mauling his owner and handing out work to any kin that tried stepping in without prejudice. Buddy almost folded 4 generations of people, and it took a whole axe to get him to act right. And that's not even mentioning the damage an angry fur meatball can do to your car. Moral of the story, if anyone in this man's bloodline don't rock with him, neither do I. The problem is, 99% of the population rocks with pandas and forgets it's still a bear that was made after the printer ran out of color. It's still a bear, and you can have a panda bear, a goatee bear, or nose candy bear. If it ends in a B-E-A-R, you'll be last seen in an ER. If you even get it. So fun fact, gorillas have a stronger bite force than grizzly bears and can crack a coconut, and that's because they spend so much of their time crushing vegetation. As bamboo merchants that commit 16 hours a day to binging it, giant pandas might have the most underrated bite in the entire animal kingdom.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Comparing the bite force of carnivores relative to their body size using a value known as the bite force quotient. African lions were given a bite force quotient of 124. The jaguar, believed to be pound for pound the strongest cat, earned a 137. And while being smaller than both, African painted dogs flexed a bone-crushing 142. And where did giant pandas fall? With a BFQ of 151, giant pandas scored a bronze medal on the bite force scale. Behind the least weasel and an assault and battery happy Looney Tune. That's strong enough to rip flesh, tear tendons, and shatter bone.
Wow.
The thing is, pandas have all the tools of a predator, but with gerbil software.
Yeah, they eat bamboo, bro, with those giant canines.
Trying, and it's usually in zoos. In 2006, a wasted tourist had a chunk of his head ripped off by a pissed off panda after he tried to pet it. In 2009, a tourist fell into an enclosure and also paid a calf tax. Later the same year, another tourist managed to fall into an enclosure and the barcode bear nearly turned him into a serial number on a police report, ripping off parts of his foot and elbow. And in 2015, Juan Shi sued the government and won for over $80,000. The reason was because officials had chased a giant panda onto his land and a generationally heated bear crushed Juan's leg like a celery stick. And my personal favorite story, a man tried wrestling a biracial black Air Force to impress a woman and appropriately got partially handled. He wasn't hurt, but the bear bodied him and even shredded his pants in the process, which was the closest he'd get to foreplay that entire day. It's no secret there's no end to the copious amounts of bull effery in the ocean, but there's still some animals people let slide.
But people think pandas are for play, they know, bro.
Can do you dirty, and this time the clown's not it. The regal blue tang
not Dory, bro.
Sharp enough to slice open skin, and when threatened, they'll whip.
I was about to say Dora, bro. It's Dory.
Like a junkie waving a broken bottle at you, and the deep lacerations it can cause are almost guaranteed to get infected. Thanks to a certain Pixar movie, there's at least one kid out there that got a bacterial infection just because
for sure, bro.
Not only that, but the blue tang is toxic to humans. It can cause ciguatera poisoning to the people that eat it. An even worse mistake when people try it with the next animal. Because the cute derp guppy is one of the most poisonous things alive.
Balloonfish.
Touch with the toxin in one pufferfish can bury 30 people. It's about 12 times more toxic than cyanide.
It translates directly to balloonfish, that's why I said.
All that and Mrs. Puff's eggs is still considered a delicacy. The fugu blowfish is a prized dish in Japan, but it's also Russian roulette because if the chef misses by even 1/10 of an inch, it's the customer that gets cooked. Here's what would happen if you got poisoned. In about 10 minutes, your mouth would go numb and you would start to feel dizzy and unreasonably tired. You'd get an overwhelming headache to go with nausea and it'd slowly get harder and harder to breathe. Eventually,
it sounds awful.
You'd fall asleep and likely never wake up.
Damn.
And
that sounds
then, you would have been
awful,
conscious
bro.
for everything. It's just that you'd be paralyzed and unable to talk or move. The
Damn.
only thing you could do to save you is pump your stomach, put you on life support, and God on speed dial. It's said that up to 100 people get flatlined by fugu a year, and most of that are people that try it at home. Which means by the time they realize they messed up, they can't run, call, or even scream for help. All they can do is struggle to get air and watch everything turn
bro in flight that said, nah, boy, leave me alone.
Body count than
Look
the
at
last
that.
animal. A lot of people think snails are cute, yet snails are partially responsible for crossing 200,000 names off the census a year.
True,
Schistomiasis is a parasitic disease caused by worms, with millions affected right
Undercooked
now.
snails, bro.
By snails. The sickness is most common in tropical third world countries with limited access to clean fresh water. With about 700 million people living in at-risk areas, it's one of the most devastating parasitic diseases of all time. Only second to malaria. And even if snails aren't the primary suspects, with them taxiing
they're delicious though.
At the very least, they're accomplices. Now you see why folks almost put Gary on a shirt. Mad snail disease wasn't a joke. But that's gonna do it for this video. Be sure to follow my TikTok and Instagram for more consistent content as you wait for the next video.
They're delicious
as well.
Check out my book,
100 Animals That Can Effing End You.
Go support the homie, man.
If you'd like to further support this channel, becoming a patron on Patreon.
Support the brother. He's awesome.
Before I post them, and you can even help vote on what I.
If you can, of course, if you can afford it.
Other than that, make sure you drink water.
Not just subscribe to him.
Yes, parents, we're inclusive now, and I'll see y'all in the next one. As long as y'all don't do something like this.
No, don't do that.
Please don't.
Don't do that.
Peace out.
Peace out, brother. Oh, cute platypus, bro. But yeah, guys, those were some of the cutest but also dangerous animals in the world, man. Another great video by the homie Casual Geographic. I just want to say before I go, man, I hope you had a phenomenal weekend. I hope your week is even better. And never forget how we end videos on the channel, man. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them. And if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
Do you think you're better off alone? I think you better come along. Can you make me feel better?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we are going to be reacting to another casual geographic video called Why This Elephant Probably Wants You Dead. So yeah, man, let's go and check this out. Let's get it!
If you ever see an elephant with this on its face, you're probably going to die. That's because this elephant is
probably.
Must is the time in a male elephant's life where his hormones go through the roof,
Damn.
causing a bull that is incredibly aggressive, extremely irritable, and horrendously horny. Basically, it turns them into 13,000-pound teenagers. And must causes testosterone levels to shoot 60 times higher than normal. It also causes them to smell like 1,000 goats in one room. Right now, scientists don't know what exactly causes must. But that's only because when they're in it, the elephants are too violent and too unpredictable for scientists to study them without the risk of being put in a history book.
Makes sense.
Stuff running down their face isn't sweat. It's a tar-like thing called taporin, which leaks from glands. Which is why an elephant that looks like this is one of the most homicidal things God allows to live. The reason is because female elephants are only in the mood once about every 5 years. When they get a chance to get laid, all the male elephants in the area will
once every 5 years.
To death. For about 2 weeks, they'll actively try to put each other out of commission just to have a shot. The bull elephants that lose and don't get a chance to mate will sometimes take out their anger by bullying baby elephants just to get their mother's attention. And in some parks with not enough females, bull elephants will go out of their way to CSI rhinos for no reason at all. Yeah. This actually happens. Elephants usually stay in must for about 2 to 3 months, which means for 2 to 3 months they are the most dangerous and disrespectful living thing on the planet. There's being down bad, and there's death stroking a rhino that just wanted directions to the watering hole.
What is that? Snapping turtle.
There's no way this
no, it
video
isn't.
Isn't getting taken down. Well,
Bro,
if you're watching
that's
this, it means
crude,
I haven't
that
done it
is.
yet. You probably want to know why this prolapsed anus has eyes. That is a soft-shell turtle, specifically a Burmese peacock soft-shell, found in Burma and Thailand.
Ugly, bro.
From gumball. And yeah, their shell is soft.
Ugly.
Reason for the soft shell is because a light, flexible shell helps them move faster through the water and the muddy bottom of lakes, and it even makes them faster on land. And because they were built for the water, they have long nostrils that work as a built-in snorkel. So looking like an uncircumcised trouser worm helps them breathe while still hiding in the water. And yes, turtles breathe air. I actually got into a legitimate argument about it last week. Like, bro had a degree in biomechanical engineering or whatever and swore with his whole chest that turtles breathe water like fish.
Dumb
anyway,
idiots.
This turtle's been around for 144 million years, making it older than flowering plants.
Damn!
But this foreskin with a face is endangered, so there's a chance its contract might not be renewed. Especially since the biggest threat to its way of life is being traded in an East Asian food market. Which I can't say I understand because it honestly looks like a third-grade dick joke that somebody accidentally gave.
It looks hideous. That's a bat, bro!
So people spammed me that video, and a lot of y'all thought that was some kind of bat or a sugar glider. Someone even asked me if it was a horrifically deformed flying squirrel. But I personally don't think it's any of those. I think that Pokemon was a Kalugo, and if you don't know what that is,
Kalugo?
Most of science doesn't either. They're called flying lemurs, but it turns out they're not.
It has the name of a Pokemon.
They're just related. That weird.
It looks like one as well.
Fourth family reunion. So even though their closest relatives are primates like lemurs,
bro looks lost.
You know, us. This meth squirrel is basically thanks to that stretchy membrane called a patagium, bro. For well over 650 feet between trees. Couldn't really tell where this video was from, but its flying identity crisis is found in the rainforest of Southeast Asia. There's 2 flavors of this furry kite. You got the Sunda flying lemur and the Philippines flying lemur. But I cannot
shout out to you, man, in the Philippines, bro. Come on, shout out.
My best guess is somebody got in God's studio and tried to draw bats strictly from memory, and this was the outcome. Also, they're tiny vegans that eat leaves, shoots, sap, and fruit. By far, their biggest op is the Philippines eagle, which claps them on an agreement.
That's a pretty bird,
somehow
bro.
They're not endangered, so I guess this hammock puppy's doing something right. I'm gonna say some things, and it might upset
a manatee.
Has to be said. I really think Christopher Columbus at least one manatee in his life. Bro was at sea for what, 7, 8, 9 months, and what he thought were 3 mermaids in the Dominican Republic were actually 3 West Indian manatees.
Wow.
I guess if you look at their skeleton, you can kinda see how that happened. Also, West Indian manatees can tip the scales at 1,300 pounds, so I'm guessing they were just really body positive back then. But not that positive, because Columbus actually wrote that he was disappointed that the mermaids weren't as beautiful as streets told him they would be, especially since their faces had too many masks.
Hey yo, bro actually went in a manatee,
like,
bro.
Disappointed doesn't mean he didn't see it through.
Yeah.
So this last fact, dear God. Apparently, a manatee's vegeta is more anatomically similar to that of humans than any other. I don't even know how many laws or manatees got violated for such a fact to exist. Could be capped, but I'm not finna research it because that's one list I do not need to be on. But when you put all the pieces
Columbus
together,
was wild then.
A manatee, an attempt was certainly made. Since manatees are too unbothered, it probably just let it happen. Columbus didn't discover America, but he might have discovered Rule 34. He came, he saw, he conquered.
Hey yo,
just not in that order. You really don't have to see it through, my boy. And now that I think about it, that llama story suddenly sounds a lot more real. God bless America.
Jesus Christ. Yo. Is that a Roo or Wallaby, bro?
That's cute, really. It's adorable.
It's
but
really
I bet
cute.
I can find 3 animals that sound way worse, and just because, I'm gonna make sure they're all from Australia. Number 1, there's 2 types of people in the world. There's the innocent, and there's those who know what
Wallace sound like the devil, bro.
On the outside, you see a teddy bear. That is until they
look
open
at
their
that.
mouth and you hear
That
Satan's
mouth, bro.
digestion. Just in case at least one of you doesn't believe me.
Bro, look. It sounds like he's barfing,
sometimes
bro.
I think if koalas lived anywhere but Australia, they wouldn't be so out of line. Number 2 is the blue penguin, also known as the fairy penguin. They're the smallest penguins in the world. Once a year, they emerge from the ocean and nest under people's homes. It's all fun and games until you find out what a penguin trying to pipe sounds like. Ain't sweet.
Damn, bro. Sounds like a
I've
lawnmower.
personally slandered this hellspawn 1,000 times. I'm gonna do it again, and y'all just gonna have to be okay with it. Cause I would forgive everything.
A cassowary.
Like, everything.
Oh, bro. Menaces, bro.
If they didn't sound like this.
Menaces. Bro, sounds like a dinosaur, dude. Hey, mate. Bro, just chilling.
There's actually a pretty cool story behind this. First of all, these are Japanese macaques, and no other planet lives in a colder neighborhood, especially in the mountains. So they're like almost scary smart. For example, somebody once left a bunch of sweet potatoes on a Japanese beach, and one of the monkeys watched
sweet
the
potato
woman
is
wash
so
her food
nice.
in river water. The macaque said bet, and she started washing her food in the river water, and she would even dip the clean food in salty seawater just for taste.
Damn.
The monkeys watched her do this and then copied her to the point where it was passed on from generation to generation. That's basically what's happening here. Once in the 60s, during a freezing winter night, a female macaque named Takiwa saw a bunch of people relaxing in a hot spring. She said say less, and she joined them, and she just kept going back. And just as you'd expect from monkey society, the others saw her and copied her, basically using the spring.
That's awesome, bro.
Today you can find these snow monkeys taking baths not only to stay warm but to lower their stress level because self-care is essential. So much so that in some places you can share a spring with a monkey. Just keep your phone in your bag because they will steal it and you won't be able to do anything about it. Moral of this video. I don't have one, but tell me this picture ain't violent. If you struggle with anxiety, you and this animal actually have something in common.
A narwhal.
This underwater unicorn is a narwhal, and as painfully shy introverts, they can get panic attacks so bad that it kills them. And it's all because they live in hell with AC, so they have a naturally low heartbeat to avoid losing heat and to slow their metabolism. You actually would do the same thing. If you were to take a really cold shower, your heart would slow down and you would find yourself taking deep breaths because of something called the mammalian diving reflex, which is why a narwhal's heart only beats about 10 times a minute. Problem is, when a narwhal's afraid or stressed, their heartbeat actually slows down even more. A scared narwhal's heart might beat only 3 to 4 times a minute, which is bad. Because while the narwhal's freaking out and trying to swim away, its heart is doing the exact opposite of what you would want a heart to do. Which is why it is very possible for a narwhal to die from a panic attack. The good news is, narwhals aren't afraid of a whole lot of things. The bad news is, most are terrified of us, which makes it difficult to study them because just the sight of us can possibly send them into a panic. So if you have anxiety and you'd rather go shopping for your own casket than interact with people, maybe you're not weird. Maybe you're
just leave the narwhals alone.
Animals that you wouldn't believe were real if cameras didn't exist. This is real, and it's a musk deer. It's technically not even a real deer, and even though it has Dracula's teeth, it's a vegetarian that eats mostly lichen. This hell Bambi uses those tusks to fight and flex for females, and the bigger the teeth, the more attracted they are to the lady deer. Basically, they use those fangs for the same reason normal deer use antlers, for running things and finding females. They also mark their hood with musk, and people often hunt this deer to use their musk for perfume because why the wouldn't we? This is a stock-eye flying proof that even evolution runs out of ideas. Its eyes are social distancing. Its glasses would need a passport.
Why?
Like almost every questionable thing in nature, if you ever see something that doesn't make sense, it usually has something to do with getting laid. These hammerhead flies will size up and compare eye spans. Not even kidding, the males get into eye stalk measuring contests, and whoever has the longest stalk has the best chance at pulling females. The only reason their eyes are in a long distance relationship is because the females have a really weird preference. And now we have the Saiga. I've watched not a second of it, but I can look at this and confidently say it looks like Star Wars, and I don't know what makes me say that. You can find the
It looks like a Star Wars creature, bro.
There's only about 50,000 of them left. That nose job helps them by filtering out the dust.
Look at that.
In the winter, that nose heats up cold air before it gets to the lungs, keeping this Narnia donkey warm. It also makes them the cutest type of ugly.
They
We gotta
are very
protect this
cute.
Squidward pony
Look
at
at
all
that.
costs. This little guy actually has 3 eyes. This dude is a tuatara, and it's found in New Zealand, which is really just Australia's nerfed little brother. It's not even a lizard. It's the only living member of a family that was around 200 million years ago.
Damn.
Which basically makes it a walking fossil. Its 3rd eye is on the top of its head, and it's called the parietal eye. You can only really see it when they're babies, because when they're first born, there's a translucent part of their skull that makes it almost see-through. The 3rd eye comes from a gland called the pineal body, which is attached to the brain.
Can they
Even
see?
though it is an eye, they don't see out that eye,
Oh,
but we
okay.
see through ours. Instead, the tuatara uses that 3rd eye to absorb ultraviolet rays and make vitamin D. They also use it to detect light because a tuatara is nocturnal, meaning they're only active at night. Except
Makes
for the
sense.
babies, they're active during the day. But that's only because the adult tuataras are cannibals that would
Cute.
put the hatchlings on a shirt if they got the chance. But if they don't get turned into a pack, the tuatara has a lifespan of about 60 years, and some can even be around
Damn.
for 100 trips around the sun.
Wow.
Meaning if you get one as a pet, it could live long enough to be at your funeral.
Damn.
Absolutely nothing about this Jurassic reject makes sense. But I'ma let it slide, only cause they're cute.
It's cute, man. But guys, another phenomenal video by Casual Geographic. He does not miss. Bro doesn't have a boring video on his channel. So if you enjoy his content, go support this channel, go subscribe to him. Thank you so much for all the support I'm getting on the channel. It's been phenomenal the last couple of weeks, and I cannot stress enough how grateful I am. So thank you so much. Don't forget how we do on the channel, bro. Come on, keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we are going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called Animal Diseases That Belong in a Horror Movie. So yeah man, let's go check this out. Let's get it. Hey yo.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Damn. Go on.
Ah, spooky
Millie
season.
rocked the
I knew
tape.
this was coming. We're always talking about all the ways nature and the things in it can put you on
Yo!
a shirt. But we never talked about how diseases can have animals permanently parallel to the ground. So that's what this video is.
That's a bar.
Animal diseases that are rated R, for the regret I feel when I see what researching them has done to my search history.
Hey yo.
Of course, viewer discretion is very much advised, especially for disease number 1. What's a Halloween video without a jump scare? This photo was taken just outside the Caribbean Bay Hotel in Zimbabwe.
Nah.
A hairless baboon. The depelted primate appeared to be an outcast, only following her troop from a distance, almost as if she had been rejected from her parents. And according to a nearby vet, the most likely cause for this abandoned baboon's condition, mange. Mange is a nasty looking disease caused by parasitic mites burrowing into the skin, collected feces,
I don't like
causing
parasites,
reactions,
bro.
and an unbearable amount of itching. That's why the main
Poor
calling card of
thing,
mange
man.
is turning animals into the most down bad version of themselves. And while the word mangy is usually an insult
It is.
reserved for dogs, these mites can be a certainty from anything from foxes to bears to porcupines, occasionally birds like eagles, and many, many more. In fact, the legend of the chupacabra was more than likely jump-started by a severely mited up coyote. And in 1996, there was an outbreak of sarcoptic mange that griefed a family of mountain gorillas in Uganda, even expiring one of their babies.
Damn.
The mites themselves aren't a death sentence, but they slowly weaken the target, making them much more vulnerable to infections. And they can easily spread, especially if you're a wombat whose burrow mates with a walking mite mosh pit. The mites are so persistent that in Pennsylvania, a black bear with more than 50% hair loss is considered a lost cause. And not only is it retired from life, it's also incinerated so the past tense bear can't possibly infect any others. And yes, mange is zoonotic, meaning it can be passed on from animals to humans, and when that happens, it's called scabies. To be fair, it's normally easy to treat in people, but those with weak immune systems or those taking immunosuppressants can find themselves gatekept from a life of comfort. There's also Demodex mites, which shack up in hair follicles, and even a couple species that make their home in the human eye. So yeah, mange just might be the most aesthetically upsetting ailment here. The polar opposite of the next disease, where mange is visually visceral, zoochosis is almost purely psychological. You've probably heard of the condition where animals in captivity do the same thing over and over with no goal or purpose, almost like they're in a trance, and one of the most popular examples of this are those videos of elephants swaying back and forth. Except zoochosis is much more than that. Of course, you have your swaying and almost neurotic pacing around their enclosure. But the zoochosis signature also includes excessive grooming, personal punishment like self-biting and self-mutilation, turning puke into an infinite food glitch, and coprophagia, even in animals that wouldn't normally do it. But the disturbing part is, like mange, it's believed that zoochosis can also be contagious. If an animal is housed next to one exhibiting the stereotypes associated with it, chances are that same animal will too. This captive psychosis is likely triggered by a lack of stimulation and enrichment, and it's more common in higher intelligence animals, especially those that would normally have a wider range. Elephants checking both boxes is likely why 40% of captive-turned pachyderms show symptoms of zoochosis. Orcas are one of the smartest non-human creatures alive and can travel well over 40 miles a day for food. And almost a year ago today, in 2022, a captive orca named Hugo tragically resigned from reality after violently slamming into his tank wall until he suffered a life-ending aneurysm. And in 2005, a mother hamadryas baboon groomed her baby so excessively that he looked like he came out the womb beefing with wizards. To be fair, we can't really prove that this was zoochosis working overtime, but bro got the Mr. Clean Cut. That ain't a fade, it's a flea. But the most popular, probably most
not have a fade, bro,
was Gus. Gus was a polar bear that lived in Central Park Zoo for 25 years. At one point, visitors and keepers noticed that Gus would spend all day swimming in figure eights, sometimes for up to 12 hours straight. Keep in mind that polar bears can cover nearly 50 miles in a day searching for seals. Not only did the zoo spend 25 grand on therapy for the bear, Gus went on to make history as the very first zoo animal to be put on Prozac. Speaking of which, 25,000 bones of behavioral therapy basically amounted to the therapist saying, "It be like that." This isn't an anti-zoo video or me trying to morally grandstand to y'all. I think zoos have the potential for a lot of good and a lot of bad. It's just that the bad can lead to a chronically pilled out polar bear. But wait, it gets darker. Because with how far removed humans have gotten from nature, there's a legitimate fear that humanity as a whole could be suffering from zoochosis on a global scale. That joke about us being no different than ants stuck in a death spiral becomes less and less of a joke as time goes on. Do you remember the Will Smith movie I Am Legend? You know, before his wife publicly neutered him and then smoked both his family jewels in 2 packs? Well, the post-apocalyptic movie started with a doctor attempting to re-engineer the measles virus in an attempt to find a cure for cancer, instead infecting 99% of the human race. A pretty good example of what can happen when humans try to play God with the natural order. Another example is what happened in Florida, specifically Silver Springs State Park. It's Florida's very first tourist attraction, famous for having a couple Tarzan movies shot there. And in the 1930s, tour boat operator Colonel Tui was looking for a way to spice up his Jungle Cruise ride. So he brought in 6 Reese's macaques and had them placed on a small island in the park. And it was at this moment, they f***ed up. Apparently, nobody involved was told that the monkeys could swim, and the moment they touched down on dry land, the macaques proceeded to swim out to the mainland. And following lots of multiplying without a calculator, there are now currently hundreds of rogue macaques, with a good number of them carrying a deadly herpes virus. Herpes B is an incapacitating condition that can cause severe brain inflammation, permanent neurological damage, and a permanent lease in a casket-shaped condo. Now, fear-mongering aside, the chances of catching it from a monkey are incredibly rare. But not rare enough to be zero. In 1997, a researcher was working with a Reese's when she was splashed in the eye by indeterminate fluids. Even after immediately flushing her eye out for several minutes, the 22-year-old died December 10th, 1997, almost exactly 6 weeks after first being exposed. According to the Center of Disease Control, since 1932, there have been 51 cases of people being infected with the B virus, with 21 deaths and an 80% mortality rate for those untreated. That same fatal virus is currently being backpacked by up to a quarter of the hundreds of macaques running around the Sunshine State. Worse, it's believed they shed the potent virus through their saliva. So far, there's no known case of one of these Marion County monkeys passing off the virus to a human. The problem is, the monkeys have managed to lose their natural fear of humans, and there was even one incident where the park had to be shut down after a family was threatened and chased by an especially malicious macaque. It's the worst kind of invasive, and it's 100% our fault, and although the virus peddling primates haven't caught a human body, it's definitely one of those cases of F around and find out.
True. Damn, bro. That zoochosis
One of the most
mad,
unsettling diseases in nature is a sickness that affects deer, known as chronic wasting disease. Called so because it essentially destroys the animal from the inside out. In fact, this type of disease is a transmissible spongiform encephalopathy, a name that literally comes from the fact that it causes several sponge-like holes in the brain. It's like the forbidden final boss of trypophobia, and it's caused by a single misfolded protein known as a prion. This prion triggers a chain reaction where the only outcome is a canceled life subscription.
I've heard
and the only
this
thing
one.
the victim can do is wait for the sweet release of death. Here's what the endgame of a deer with CWD looks like. It starts with a misfolded protein affecting and altering perfectly normal proteins. It's almost like a cellular level cheese touch, and the moment it starts, it's already over. Step 2 includes the prions exploding in numbers exponentially and accumulating in the body, the whole time the deer, elk, or moose looks and acts perfectly normal. The deer can walk around with this disease for 2 whole years before the chronic becomes critical. Eventually, it escalates to the point where the prions manage to break into the blood-brain barrier, where they start destroying neurons, putting enough holes in the brain to get it cursed out by an octopus, and slowly wasting the poor, unexpecting deer. Deer with CWD seem unable to process anything around them, including danger, and if predators or playing freeze tag on the freeway doesn't take them off the senses, they die a slow and painful death to starvation as their brains shut down.
Damn.
The worst part is, the nightmare doesn't end once the deer does, since the prions responsible can exist in an area years after the victim, and can even be absorbed by plants in contaminated soil. That's assuming they don't just leach into groundwater. In fact, the only surefire way to eliminate a prion is literally that: fire. Except, it's not as simple as cremating a casualty. That'd be too easy. It's said that it takes heat at a minimum of 900 degrees Fahrenheit or 482 degrees Celsius to properly pack up a prion, and some sources say to hike that up to 1800 to be safe. But the part that makes prions one of the most horrific things not native to a horror movie is where they come from. It's believed there are 3 main factors that cause prion diseases. Genetics play a relatively small part, with only 10 to 15% of cases in people being attributed to them. The second, and by far most common cause, is the disease being sporadic. Basically, that just means that not even science can fully explain where they come from, but that it's like it happens out of nowhere.
That's scarier, bro.
And the third is an infected deer contaminating something like a water source or a feeding station with body fluids and passing it off to the next. And remember, not only can prions insist on existing years after the fact, keep in mind that most infected deer look no different from any other, right until it's time to disconnect from interface eternally. That means that the 3 main causes of wasting disease are completely RNG, and that is remarkably terrifying. And it's not just deer that can get packed up by prions. There's mad cow disease in cattle, and scrapie in sheep, named after the fact that it can cause them to compulsively rub up against things like fence posts until they literally scrape their wool off. There's even a human equivalent, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, and while there's no known reports of a human ever catching CWD, specialists have warned that with the thousands of CWD-infected animals eaten by people a year, there's growing concern that the disease may eventually be transmitted to people. But maybe it's still a lot better than the last, and in my opinion, the most horrific disease in this video. Because not only is rabies one of the harshest death sentences nature can serve, it is 100% transmissible to humans.
It is.
Rabies is said to bury nearly 60,000 people a year, and since the most common way to get it is through dog bites, it's the worst in places with a high stray population. Which is why India, a country that criminalized murking stray dogs, has about 20,000 names crossed off the census a year by rabies. And it's children that are especially at risk, with about 40% of deaths coming from those 15 years old or younger. Here's what it's like to be turned into a statistic by rabies. It starts with the virus entering the peripheral nervous system, usually through a bite. Then, it travels inside you through nerves until it reaches part of the central nervous system, or the spinal cord. From there, it's a straight shot directly to the brain, and at this point, you can start drafting your will cause ain't no way. While you can treat the virus before it reaches the brain, once it does, you're almost guaranteed to become a WUS. The virus then multiplies, then spreads throughout the body, slowly killing you from the brain out. But the underrated and truly sinister aspect of rabies is how it seemingly rewires your brain for its own purposes. One of the telltale signs of rabies is a crippling fear of water, where just a sight or suggestion of it can cause incredibly painful spasms in the throat and larynx. At the same time, the virus attacks the salivary glands, causing excessive drooling and the foaming at the mouth the disease is famous for. And that's because the virus is most concentrated in the mouth, and swallowing or drinking water would dilute it, so the hydrophobia helps keep the mouth and all the nastiness inside as potent as possible. And that's not the only way rabies manipulates its mark. There's believed to be 3 stages of rabies in animals. You got the prodromal stage, and that's where the animal might start showing minor changes in behavior. And then you got the phase likely everyone associates with rabies, the excitative stage. It's been called furious rabies since it's characterized by heightened aggression and random outbursts of violence. Animals that would normally be wary of people, such as foxes, can attack completely out of nowhere with bites, and remember, being a water bigot just makes that bite that much more toxic. And then there's the paralytic or dumb stage, where the animal appears unaware and disconnected from the world around it. This is where you might see a normally introverted mammal show zero fear in humans, but don't be fooled, they're still liable to bite to serve the virus's purpose. The nightmare usually ends with the animal flatlining to respiratory arrest as its body finally just gives up. And your fate is almost no better if you're a human, since rabies has one of the highest KD ratios of any disease, even though it's also one of the oldest. It flexes a nearly 100% fatality rate, but nearly means there's still a chance. In 2004, 15-year-old Gonzii contracted rabies after being infected by a bat, and the moment she started experiencing symptoms, she was, statistically speaking, a walking corpse. Dr. Willoughby, who had studied up on rabies, figured their last chance was to put the teenager in a coma in a last-ditch effort to save her brain and give her body a reasonable chance to fight off the virus. About a week after she was induced, Gina miraculously started producing rabies antibodies, and after Eurostepping death, she would go through the grueling rehab of relearning how to walk, talk, and even stay. Because even when you're lucky, it ain't easy being Gonzii. She became the first person to ever survive the rabies virus without a vaccination, and even went on to start a family. But don't get it twisted, the Milwaukee protocol that saved her has been used on 41 people. And only 6 have survived.
That's the big man up there, bro.
Still run the risk of waking up severely disabled, which is the best you can do when negotiating with death, since
shout out to her, man. That's a warrior right there.
It's a horrifically debilitating disease, and even though it takes about 1 to 3 months to show symptoms after being infected, there have been cases of people walking around with the virus for 7 years.
Damn.
At the same time, if the virus manages to invade you close enough to your brain, you can easily be down bad less than a week after being exposed. With a virtually 100% kill rate, and the thousands that lose their lives to it a year, it's definitely one of the most unforgiving viruses out there. Which is why the greatest basketball player of all time isn't Michael Jordan, LeBron James, or even Kobe Bryant. It's Manu Ginobili. Because during a Spurs-Kings game in 2009, a bat managed to find its way inside the arena, causing everyone to immediately panic. Until the 6'5" Argentinian backhanded the bat and pulled out of commission, and proceeded to help lead his team to a 20-point win, along with a victory by TKO against the bat.
That's a menace, bro.
Potentially solo one of the deadliest viruses of all time, and he wasn't even
That's a G right there, bro.
Never guess what day this happened. Yeah, that's right. Happy Halloween. And stay safe out there.
Damn, bro. On Halloween as well. But scary it, so the chances of catching it are low, but never zero. Yep. Classic. Yeah, man. Rough video, bro. I never thought it would be this rough, bro. Like, rabies, I knew. Everybody knows rabies. It's pretty scary. But zoonosis is... the second one got me feeling all the I got the heebie-jeebies, bro. I don't know, it's weird, man. See the raccoon that was really rocking, bro, it's just sick, bro. He doesn't know what he's doing. That's scary, man. That's disturbing, bro. But yeah, guys, another great video by Casual Geographic, man, on his Halloween bag with the animals. I cannot wait for more content like this. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, and I hope you had a phenomenal weekend, man. I hope you enjoyed yourself with your loved ones and your family, bro, with your missus and your boy, you know what I mean. And don't forget how we do on the channel. Before you go, keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video called One Mistake and This Chimp Lost It All. So yeah, man, let's go check this one out. But before we start, yeah, you might notice on my voice, man, this weekend I've been ill, man, with a fever. I'm still not 100%, but I had to make a video for you guys tomorrow, and I'm feeling better. I'm feeling much better. Yesterday was the worst day. I couldn't even sleep, man. It was that bad. But right now I'm here to record, I'm here to entertain you guys, and I need this as well. So yeah, man, let's go check this video out. Let's get it.
This is what it looks like to F around and find out. At this point, you already know how I feel about chimps. They're
sorry about the coughing, by the way.
Chimps will actually commit coordinated
that
and
might happen
calculated
a while.
acts of violence.
A few times.
I'm talking premeditated in the first degree. Usually they'll do this against rival troops, but sometimes it'd be their own man.
Drink water.
Chimps often have a dominant alpha male, with all the others falling into a hierarchy.
Facts.
This was an alpha male named P-Mew, and long story short, P-Mew was a bully. He was a tyrant top dog and asserted his dominance by beating on his underlings.
Damn.
But like all bullies, one day P-Mew pushed too far. It started with P-Mew being groomed by another chimp named Primus. It was all good, until P-Mew turned around and bit Primus. Primus had enough and a fight quickly broke out. Soon a bunch of other male chimps got involved and basically they jumped P-Mew.
Damn.
Remember, they feared him, but they didn't like him. A couple chimps did try to defend him, but they were quickly chased off, leaving the former leader at the mercy of his troop. And chimps don't have mercy. If you look at people who survive chimp attacks, they have similar
If you know, you know. That is a horrible story, man.
Severe bite wounds.
Yep.
And that's because chimps don't try to murk you.
Nope.
They try to inflict as much pain as possible.
Yep.
And that is exactly what they did. These chimps took turns beating on their former leader, biting at his face and hands.
Damn.
At one point, they even castrated him. The chimps would constantly stop, and it would seem for a moment like they'd let P-Mew go, until one of them would start screaming and initiate the attack all over again. By the time it was over, the former bully was beaten, battered, and bloodied. He had been mutilated and was missing fingers, toes, and even the equipment you need to make babies.
Damn.
Ultimately, it was a rock to the skull that put him out of his misery. Moral of the story, if there is one, nobody likes bullies. Remember that elephant that traveled 100 miles to turn a woman into a hashtag and then pull up to her funeral to inflict more disrespect on her body? Well, it happened again, except this time we know the reason. Elephants are often used as work animals in places like Thailand, and apparently there's no workers union if you have 4 legs and a trunk. A 20-year-old male elephant named Bumpem was being worked in the intense Thailand heat carrying hundreds of pounds of logs, which I'm pretty sure is illegal now. I don't know if it was the brutal heat or the disrespect of taking orders from something 20 weight classes under it, but the elephant snapped.
As he should.
More ways than one. Bumpem used his tusks to split his handler in half and then stood over a soul-divorced corpse for hours. Officials only recovered the body after darting the elephant from 1,600 feet away. But by then, the man was well beyond past tense in a pool of his own Kool-Aid. Look, I love elephants, but even I know the heaviest thing on the planet with legs and a pulse isn't something you want to give a reason. Because an elephant not finna file a labor dispute. They're just gonna make sure the next time your family sees you is in a box.
Facts.
And the more elephants get abused, the more people mess around and make the news.
Deserved it, to be honest. Dickhead. A Komodo dragon, bro, eating a whole meal, bro. That's a menace right there.
The really messed up part about this? Like the part that will never sit right with me? What you're looking at right now? Yeah, that's the nerfed version. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Mega Frickin' Lania.
Oh yeah, Megalanias, bro.
On steroids.
Yep, true.
Megalania was believed to grow anywhere from 13 to 23 feet long and was estimated to tip the scales at well over 1,000 pounds. Like its Komodo cousin, it would have been armed with a mouthful of serrated steak knives for teeth.
Facts.
And like the Komodo, it would have hunted by inflicting a septic, venom-filled bite on whatever was on its
That's a science experience going wrong, bro. Komodo dragons are wild.
Even if you somehow managed to escape the first attack, you'd still likely fall to a slow and painful infection. Not to mention the venom likely contained anticoagulants, which would have nerfed blood clotting, meaning you'd slowly bleed out until your blood pressure got so low you'd
stop bleeding.
Shock. All while this leather bloodhound used its OP sense of smell to track you no matter how far you crawled. That sense of smell is actually why women on their period are strongly advised to stay out of the Komodo's territory.
That's a fact.
Otherwise, you run the risk of getting stalked by this all-terrain land shark. Megalania went extinct about 40,000 years ago, and we can pretty much thank divine intervention for that. Almost forgot the fun part. Since Komodos have been known to dig out people's graves and eat the bodies inside, Megalania more than likely would have had a taste for humans.
Damn. What is that?
It's a salamander.
Okay.
Specifically a giant Chinese salamander.
It's ugly,
The biggest ones can be over 100 pounds and maximum about 4 feet. The biggest one ever recorded was about 6 feet long. I'm not even 6 feet long unless I'm lying to somebody. In China, it's also sometimes called the baby fish. And that's because it can make a sound almost identical to that of a crying
That's a
baby.
funny looking face, bro. Damn. It does sound like a child,
but
bro.
even if they were, at best you'd get a lot of visits from CPS. And at worst, you might just get put on a list. And I low-key spent a minute trying to remember what this thing low-key reminded me of, until I remembered Hiccup trained his more melanated cousin. Me and this off-brand Pokemon have one thing in common, it's that we're both legally blind. But where I have contacts, giant salamanders have these little nodes all over their body that helps them sense vibrations around them. Basically beast breathing like
didn't know that.
And they usually do this while hunting for their worms, fish, crabs, and random shrew they like to eat. They'll also resort to cannibalism. But because they're blind, we'll never know if it's on purpose. Also, they can live to 60 years old, but they're having some stories of salamanders
ugly
reaching 200.
creature, bro.
It's probably cat, but if it isn't, that means they were alive for slavery and chose to do nothing. Maybe that's why they're always crying. Let's talk about the fact that there was a special breed of jacked steroid lions living in Africa. Well, kinda. So there's a part of Africa where the
I've seen the documentary about this. This is amazing.
Resulting in the oasis known as the Okavango Delta.
Yep.
Which is basically a Whole Foods for animals of all kinds. Here's where the lions come in. Basically, some years ago, a bunch of lions got stuck on an island when a river changed course and isolated them from the mainland. But instead of folding, the lions started adapting to survive there. Instead of avoiding the water, the lions would willingly wade and swim through the flooded wetlands.
True.
And they survived by hunting the only animal that was available at the time. Cape buffalo.
Yep, they don't eat anything else, bro.
An assault charge with
they don't
so
eat
that hunters
Cape buffaloes. And the lions, they are huge, bro. They're like 1.5 bigger than normal lions, or two times bigger than normal lions, bro.
Usually do. These
the lionesses have like huge muscles, which is weird.
These lions would swim and hide in the waters at the right spot and then pretty much just jump them. And since buffalo can weigh well over 1,000 pounds, the better they got at hunting them, the more the lions got to eat. All that extra protein meant these lions got swole.
Yep.
And lions are pretty jacked to
Look at that, that's a real photo.
Usually weighs anywhere from 300 to 500 pounds, while females are slightly smaller at like mid 200s to mid 300s. Well, according to researchers, the lionesses in the Okavango could flex nearly 400 pounds.
Yep.
While the males allegedly tapped out at well over 500.
True.
That is a big cat.
It
at
is.
the time, some would even say the biggest cats in all of Africa. SparkNote's version, there are basically lions with SEAL training specialized in murking 1,200-pound temper tantrums for a living.
They only eat Cape buffalo, bro. Nothing more. It's a muxca.
That is the biggest animal you've never heard of.
Muxcas?
That is a taucan.
Oh,
it's basically a gigagoat that can tip the scales at up to sometimes
bro.
over 800 pounds.
A Ronaldo, bro.
Of the muskox.
Yeah, I thought it was that.
Right
the muskox. That's in
Their entire bodies are covered in an oil that smells a lot like burning rubber. They use that to mark their territory by rubbing up against something like a tree. It also helps protect them against the rain. If you've never seen them,
they look like something from Star Wars, bro.
In South Asia like Bhutan and parts of China. Also, they can live 12,000 feet above sea level. They use that big nose to heat up air before it gets into their lungs. It's also why it looks like a moose that lost a fight to a beehive.
Facts, it does.
It's actually how some biologists first described it. They're not usually dangerous to people, unless you give one a reason.
Of course.
In 2007, a taucan broke into a man's house, hit, sticked him, and proceeded to injure 8 more people, including a pregnant woman. That is a taucan with a reason. But for the most part, they're pretty chill. The more you know.
A baby one. Hey, yo! That's a big ass wolf, bro.
Yeah, friendly reminder that wolves aren't just unhinged huskies. They are much, much, much bigger than you think. As big as you think they are, they will find a way to be bigger. This is a husky. This is a husky next to a wolf.
Damn.
And if you're talking about the biggest wolf in the world, you're probably talking about the timber wolf. Biggest ones can grow to 7 feet long. Keep in mind he's 7 feet tall.
Damn.
And they can weigh up to 130-something pounds.
Wow.
And if that number doesn't mean anything to you, keep in mind most German Shepherds, the same one that would probably fold most dogs, usually weigh less than 90.
Damn.
And if you're still not impressed, that is what happens when a wolf has to remind you who he is. You might be from the hood, but he from the wood. He don't play.
He's massive.
Elephants have one huge fear, and it's actually being used to save their lives. And no, it's not what you think. It's not mice. Elephants are actually terrified of bees. They don't mess with them. It's kind of poetic, right? Something that weighs 5 million bees is scared senseless by one. Mostly because they're afraid of getting stung.
Oh, cute.
But anyway, elephants are smart enough to break into villages and steal food, which can get them put on the shirt by farmers protecting their livelihood. Alternatively, the elephants sometimes get their lick back by turning the farmers into chalk outlines. So to avoid all of this, farmers will put up fences with beehives around their property to keep the elephants out. And once again, the same animal that violates the biggest things in nature folds to a family of flyops. And for the most part, it's worked. Farmers are able to keep the elephants
I don't want no problems with bees, bro.
Without having to flatline an elephant. And the bees even produce honey, which is branded as elephant friendly.
Damn.
So yeah, being afraid of bees helps keep elephants and farmers on the census. There's your good news for the week. This horse shouldn't be alive right now.
Damn.
Let's talk about that. This is Przewalski's horse. You can find them in Mongolia, where there's about a little under 2,000 of them.
Cute.
It wasn't always like that, because this horse actually went extinct.
Wow.
This time 50 years ago, you would not find this horse in the wild. Przewalski's used to be all over Asia, but because of competition with humans, hunting, and habitat loss, they eventually got pushed out to East Asia, where they literally went to die. But A few horses were kept in captivity after the species got discontinued in the wild. And by few, I mean 12.
Whoa.
The same horse that used to be thousands strong got cut down to 12 members by 1950. I want y'all to think about how crazy that is. The 12 horses were carefully bred as part of a program that was pretty much their Hail Mary. Zoos that had Przewalskis even started an exchange program, that way the next generation wouldn't be too inbred. In 1979, there were about 400 horses across 16 different breeding facilities, and that number grew to 1,500 by the 90s. Eventually, the populations became stable enough to be reintroduced back into the Mongolian state, where every horse there now is directly descended from one of the last 12. They're still endangered, but you won't find a better comeback than that. This is not
That's an amazing comeback,
the world's
bro.
first and only albino gorilla.
Like
As
LeBron
he was found by
and
a
the Cavs
farmer
against
after
the
that
Warriors,
same farmer
bro.
murked his entire family. That's a whole anime origin. The white gorilla was sold to a primatologist and eventually ended up in the Barcelona Zoo, where the vanilla gorilla went viral. Or I guess the 60s version of viral, because that's when National Geographic put him on the cover in 1967. That's also around the time he got his name, Snowflake. Snowflake became a popular figure for both people visiting him in zoos and scientists that wanted to figure out just how he came out Caucasian. I should have put this earlier. Oh, whatever, here it is.
Hey, say hi, Daddy. Whose goddamn white baby is that?
Turns out it was because of a mutation. One so rare that in the 60 years since he was born,
I can't laugh, bro.
one
It's so
gorilla
sad.
like him. Snowflake ended up having 22 kids with 3 different mothers. Impressive, but still less rounds than Nick's canon. And out of the 22, not one of them came.
Very charismatic, bro.
He also had 22
Something weird
grandchildren,
about it.
none of them sharing the same Caucasian perspective.
21
He was
grandchildren.
literally one of one.
Damn.
He ended up getting skin cancer in 2001, which probably did have something to do with the albino thing. Not wanting to see him in pain, the zoo ended up putting him down. But not before thousands of people visited the zoo to say goodbye to him. He also managed to live to 40, even though he turned out to be inbred. His dad was his mom's uncle.
Hey, yo.
Don't think about it too hard, it gets weird if you do. But overall, Snowflake did alright for himself. This pigeon saved hundreds of lives and might be the reason some
That's
of
a
y'all
G right
exist.
there.
This is Sher Ami, and he was one of the hundreds of carrier pigeons used by the US Signal Corps during World War I. Carrier pigeons were popular at the time because radio wires weren't as reliable and pigeons can deliver messages at 50 miles per hour.
Thanks.
During an intense battle in France, soldiers from the US 77th Division were pinned behind German lines. Over 500 men were trapped without food, water, or ammunition, while taking fire from the surrounding Germans, and even friendly fire from troops that didn't realize they were there. Out of over 500 men, more than 300 never made it out, and anyone who tried to go out for help was quickly put out of commission by the German soldiers.
Damn.
They had no choice but to send out carrier pigeons asking for help, but the Germans knew about this, and they were trained to murk anything with feathers out of the sky.
Wow.
That's when they sent out Sher Ami, with a note attached to his leg begging for help and for the Allies to stop firing. Sher Ami flew to deliver the message, but got lit up by German gunmen.
Damn.
Against every force of nature, he ate the shells and traveled the full 25 miles over to division headquarters, despite being blinded, bleeding, and having his leg literally hang on by a thread.
Damn.
The message was received, and about 194 men survived because of it.
Wow.
So did he, after army medics refused to let the bird pass tense. He lost his leg, but not his life, and the one-legged hero of the 77th Infantry was sent home on a boat back to the US, where he received several awards for what he did, including the Croix de Guerre, one of the highest military honors in France. He passed away about 8 months after his injury, but you can still see him in the Smithsonian. Just know you're looking at a hero.
That's a hero, bro. Damn. Hey, bro, that pigeon is a G, bro. Come on, man. Bro's like, I will deliver this message, bro. I'm gonna save my homies. And it's times like this where we have to realize that animals are actually way smarter than we give them credit for. Like elephants, for example, knowing that a person wronged them, he kills that person and then he goes back again to trump on their body, bro. Like that happened with that case, bro. It's like we have to give them more props, man. But yeah, guys, another phenomenal video by the homie at Casual Geographic. Dude's the GOAT. I've been saying this. I love his content. And yeah, man, guys, I'm sorry if I didn't post too much or anything. It's because I really want a video to go out so I don't mess the algorithms and everything. And right now I'm struggling. I can feel it. The pill effect is trying to come off, and my head is starting to hurt again. So yeah, man, it is what it is. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, and I hope you had a phenomenal weekend. And yeah, man, thank you so much for the support. I love each and every single one of you, man. Thank you so much for everything. But before we go, don't forget how we end videos on the channel, bro. Come on, keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you're here, don't know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
Do you think you're better?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another casual geographic video called The One Rule of Nature School Never Taught Us. So yeah man, let's go and check this one out. Let's get it.
Hello.
What's up, goat? What's up, bro?
She wants to come in and does.
Hey yo. Seen that clip before, bro. Orangutan just swings a raccoon, bro, or a possum.
Your entire life, and the biggest source of some of the most unprovoked lies is school.
Yep,
school
facts.
told us that this dude in '92 discovered America, that quicksand and giant Venus flytraps were way more of an issue than they ended up being.
True.
Writing in cursive was the only way you'd ever be taken seriously.
Facts.
And my personal favorite, whenever a teacher would say, "This won't slide in college." Whole time, your calculus professor at 5 p.m. can end up your beer pong partner by 11. There's one mistruth that insists on being spread, and before we get to that, story time. So back in the 70s, ornithologists noticed something pretty disturbing, even for them. Fola is a remote island over 200 miles off Scotland, and for generations, migratory birds, specifically Arctic terns and one of the ops of Happy Feet, the skua, use it as nesting grounds to raise their chicks.
Oh, cute!
A group of ornithologists noticed a gruesome trend of chicks with pretty graphic injuries. Some chicks looked like they had a leg or two ripped off.
Damn.
Others the same, but with their wings. Some chicks even had their heads divorced from their body, for sure irreconcilable. And while some of the chicks somehow survived being mutilated, scientists had no idea what was causing this sudden rise in amputees. At first they guessed otters or even hedgehogs, but it turned out to be neither. You wanna know what it was? I promise you'll never guess it. I'll even give you a chance to try. Comment what you think. I bet you're wrong. The answer? Sheep.
Damn!
Sheep. Scientists observed
Sheep,
racing
bro.
sheep stumble across a defenseless chicken without a second thought or really even much of a prequel, grab them and eat them. Sometimes the sheep would snap off a leg for a premature drumstick. Other times they might grab them by the head and initiate a permanent separation.
Hey yo!
Skull and all hold. From 1973 to 1980, nearly 700 baby birds have been victimized by the business end of a carnivorous Q-tip. In the grand scheme of things, that's only a dent in the thousands of birds born in that time. Then again, nobody expected sheep to be involved in foul play.
Bro.
And that goes back to those lies I told you about. So in science class, we were taught this rule. Herbivores eat plants, carnivores eat meat, and those with culinary commitment issues are called omnivores. And for a lot of us, that's where it ended, but of course, nature's more complicated than that. It's like a spectrum, and on one end you have obligate herbivores, as in they're obligated to eat just plants or starve to death. Here you got animals like koalas, sloths, and the dead-eyed plush toy, the bear cuscus.
Okay.
Then you have the same concept but obligate carnivores, like cats, of every kind. And smack in the middle are your omnivores. But there's also facultatives, and basically that means most of the time you'll find them at one end, but every once in a while they'll borrow a meal plan from the other side. Polar bears are hypercarnivores, with most of their calories coming from seals, but rarely they'll switch it up to berries, seaweed, moss, and even straight up grass, which makes them facultative carnivores and not an obligate like a lion. And since we're already on bears, pandas are a good example of facultative herbivores. I promise it's gonna get less complicated, but the yin-yang yogi's defining personality trait is being a bamboo merchant. But every once in a while,
bamboo merchant, yeah?
Like when this panda was caught in 4K eating a past tense wildebeest, or when the DreamWorks jockey chased, caught, murked, and ate a peacock.
Damn!
To hunt pikas. That's a pika. So even though most of what goes down its gullet is bamboo, protein in the form of meat is never really off the table, which makes them facultative herbivores. And they're not
damn, okay, I'm learning a lot, bro. This is sick!
Facultative, even the ones you wouldn't expect. That's how the Good Vibes vegan aqua blimp has also been known to snag fish from nets for themselves.
Damn.
You got the normally vegetarian shell jockey, the tortoise.
Tortoise.
A rabbit carcass into a cookie. They've also been known to plot on and consume unlucky birds. To be fair, he can literally fly but get taken off a sentence. No! That's more about you than him. There was even that time India released 25,000 flesh-eating turtles to deal with the whole corpse population problem in the Ganges.
Wow.
It didn't work, by the way. But by far, the biggest culprit of covert carnivory are deer. The same deer that's usually the poster boy for the middle child of the food chain will occasionally get calories from something like a past tense bunny. A couple years ago, researchers wanted to see just what happens to the human body after the soul evacuates, and basically set up these body farms to see how they decompose. As you can probably guess, photos would go viral featuring deer chewing on human bones, scavenging through the man-made remains of vultures.
I didn't know that.
In 2015, researchers in North Dakota set up nest cams for a 24-hour live stream of the hatchlings, and not only did the footage catch deer enjoying an extremely late-term omelet, the cervix actually outdid the foxes and weasels in that area, i.e. the ones you'd expect that from. And it wasn't just them being opportunity merchants, some of those went out of their way to get to them. And in
Bro's
Canada,
actually
scientists
chewing.
study different species of birds and so trap them using mist nets, only for the unhinged ruminants to stroll in and eat the trapped and struggling birds alive, right out of the nets. Growing up is realizing Bambi would have 100% turned on Thumper if times got tough.
Damn.
I believe that a nutrient deficiency and a food shortage is really all it takes for an animal.
A kangaroo, bro, eating a penguin.
About animals, they don't care. A deer not finna pass down a chance for easy protein just because a textbook says they should.
Bro.
The twist is, almost every herbivore on Earth is facultative, meaning they'll take a page out of the book if circumstances call for it. That's how you get normally docile horses treating baby birds like popcorn chicken, or that time cows in Australia were caught slurping pythons like fruit roll-ups, all because they were apparently fiending for phosphorus. Even giraffes. Yeah, they're not safe either. The verticality merchants of the motherland will often feed off the bones of other animals. Not really swallowing them, but more like licking and sucking on it, so there's leech off like calcium and phosphorus. There have also been cases of the camel leopard cosplaying antelope snatching up birds to feed on their misfortune. So far, we've learned 3 things. 1, most herbivores are about as vegetarian as their options. 2, baby birds are really the Kit Kat bars of nature. And 3, now you see why Marty did everything in his power to get up out of there. His entire family would have had his hide if it got to that. Which of course brings us to hippos. And this is
hippos in everything, bro.
Complicated. At this point, it probably surprises exactly none of you that the 4
bro, they are trash compactors, bro.
For flesh. Hippos have been seen eating carcasses
Damn.
and even resorting to cannibalism.
Yep.
It's complicated.
I knew that.
Because for a while, we thought it was the same deal as before, just animals switching it up when their primary food source is compromised, which would make hippos facultative herbivores. There's that word again. Except, more and more scientists are coming to the conclusion that hippos eating meat aren't just scavenging or being opportunists. It's just hippos hippoing, as in hippos will put themselves in a position to catch a body and subsequently feed on it. There have been reports of hippos murking livestock and
12 cows.
Assaults, and some even believe hippos will purposely park themselves in a river migrating animals have no choice but to cross, just so they can turn to casualties. Sometimes that involves punking crocodiles out of food. And of course, you already know, hippos are not above feeding off friendly fire. All this means hippos might not even be herbivores at all, but identify closer to the omnivore side of the spectrum. And that's why it's complicated, because now you're probably asking, what's the difference between a facultative herbivore and a straight up omnivore? And there's an answer. I just really couldn't tell you. Like, you could say facultatives eat mostly plants.
No.
Where omnivores can normally go either
And
way.
he's gone.
If I said I didn't just make that up on the spot. The moral of the story? It's way more complex than just putting labels on things and calling it a day. For example, this. That's a common diker, and it's an antelope less than 2 feet tall found in sub-Saharan Africa. And I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's the only antelope that regularly eats meat.
Damn.
The shrubs and grasses you'd expect, the meal plan for this antelope undertaker often involves combing through corpses, along with lizards, frogs, small rodents, and, you guessed it, baby birds.
Wow.
And because a good percentage of their
baby birds are here just getting eaten, bro.
I'd call the diker an omnivore. But then, you got this. The tree-loving, pretty much acorn hoarders of the world. Many will tell you that with a grocery list of plants, fruits, nuts, and seeds, the squirrel is mostly herbivorous. But squirrels are also infamous for raiding birds' nests and turning preemie poultry into protein. And yeah, they do this a lot. On occasion, you'll see squirrels pack up chickens and snakes.
Wow.
There was even a story of a pack of Russian squirrels ganging up on a stray dog and eviscerating the canine alive, each scurrying off with their flesh. Yeah, not so cute now. They're not the only rodents that go rogue either. Normally, grass-eating prairie dogs have been known to savage baby ground squirrels, and on rare occasions, even eat the remains. In case you're curious, they do this by shaking the baby violently until their existence gets revoked. That's not my worst rodent fact in the chamber. In 1995, a 43-year-old woman was found deceased in her flat with facial lesions and lacerations, and the fact that she was naked from the waist down, first responders thought it was a special victims unit kind of crime. Except it was later determined that she had expired to pneumonia. The desecration of her corpse was caused by her pet golden hamster. Not only did the pet feed on her law enforcement would find the hamster's makeshift burrow containing human skin, flesh, and muscle tissue. That shouldn't even really be a surprise since hamsters are known cannibals, but what you might not know is that sometimes it can be caused by corn. Researchers at the University of Strasbourg found this out by accident when they tried to figure out why the female hamsters under their care kept dominating their own children. Through some likely traumatizing trial and error, they figured out that just a corn diet was even the hamster's missing vital crucial vitamins, specifically B3. They figured that out because once they added B3 back into their diets, the mother hamsters suddenly remembered how to mother. And the crazy part is, that can happen to people. Vitamin D deficiency can lead to pellagra, a disease associated with diarrhea, hepatitis, dementia, and eventually dying. So in a weird twist, an unbalanced diet can really lead to spawn-wrecking rodents, and they're not the only known cannibals in nature. Chimpanzees are a great example of animals don't care.
They don't care, bro. They do not care, bro.
Now, to us, it's horrific and it makes chimps the spawn of Satan. To a chimp with no legal system or a sense of morality, just a will to live, it's common sense.
Drink water, by the way.
Survival to protect your food supply and not letting easy protein go to waste. And before you judge, early humans reportedly made the brains of terminated children a somewhat regular part of their diets. But I think people forget chimps aren't just violent pseudo-vegans, they're legit predators.
They are.
As in, they'll work together in coordinated attacks on prey like colobus monkeys. Which, you know, isn't all that different from getting disemboweled by a pack of Olympic-level parkour zombies. They've also been known to hunt bush babies, that's a bush baby, by using spears.
True.
But with all the chimp carnage on this channel, them having carnivore tendencies should really be no surprise. The plot twist is, even the pacifists of the great apes can be on predatory timing. Most people, including me about 2 weeks ago, see orangutans as a good vibes hippie vegetarians.
They are good vibes, bro.
Which is almost true. Ginger apes eat mostly the stuff you'd expect, you know, fruits, figs, leaves, maybe some termites to go with bird eggs. But then you got this, an orangutan tearing apart a slow loris. The same one known to be venomous, which orangs figured out how to neutralize by using the loris's natural weakness. Blunt force trauma in the form of a bite through the skull. Now, to be fair, a meat-eating man of the forest is remarkably rare. But then again, chances are, before this video, a good number of y'all probably thought orangutans were only a threat to pieces of fruit.
I did.
Same way a lot of people feel about toucans.
No!
Weighted up woodpecker, which is actually what toucans are, the more you know.
He's so beautiful, bro.
Bats on permanent leave from life.
Bats is
yeah,
okay.
That's okay. Show you. They're also one of the many animals on the list of population control for baby birds.
That's the Pokemon, bro.
Two can play that game. Yo, who wrote this? I did. I wrote it. I'm sorry. But birds in general will eat virtually anything that doesn't pack them up in the process.
Facts.
Eagles have been seen scarfing.
Yeah, I've seen those videos.
And I'm pretty sure there's at least one person.
They just cran rats, bro, whole and squirrels.
The example of feathery f***ery is what happens on Malgus Island. This is where we go full circle. This island off the coast of South Africa is a nursery for the thousands of Cape Gannets nesting.
Damn!
Would probably be a good idea.
It must stink in there, bro. It just smells bad, you know it. Oh, pelicans, bro. Garbage disposals, bro. Damn.
Often right in front of their parents. And if one was unlucky enough to have both parents out at sea, that's just an easy link for this attack on Titan terror.
Damn.
It gets worse when you realize the half-digested, fully molested baby birds often end up being regurgitated for the pelican progeny to eat. And you thought they just ate fish. Predators come in many forms, and one island in the Pacific is home to one most unlikely. Because if you bleed on the wrong island, you can attract a pack of coconut crabs.
Oh yeah. Look at the size of those bastards, bro.
Blood. They're more than enthusiastic scavengers. In a study done on Nikomaroru Island, it took the hermit crabs a week to completely undress a pig carcass down to the bones.
Damn.
With pinchers strong enough to humble a coconut, the killer crabs are more than capable of catching their own prey, especially when they can climb trees and ambush sleeping birds. This video was taken of a crab after it had snapped the hollow bones of a seabird.
Wow.
What you don't see is where a group of crabs arrived at the injured and incapacitated avian and proceeded to tear the bird apart. They've also been known to make a meal out of rats, cats, and...
I did not know that.
Because a grisly theory on the disappearance of Amelia Earhart was that a cluster of crabs got to her before anyone else.
It's one of the theories.
The worst part, there's no guarantee she was relieved from life by the time they got to her. Because even though Mr. Krabs on creatine normally goes for fruit, just like most animals on Earth, they're only as vegetarian as their options. Hug your loved ones, stay safe out there,
Come on.
see y'all.
Let's go. So yeah, man, one of the best videos that I've watched from Casual Geographic, man. I learned a lot. I knew like seagulls and stuff eat like whole rats, bro, and squirrels and everything, whole, just push it down the gullet, bro, and pelicans as well. But like deer, I didn't know majority of them, bro. Like the crabs, the chimps I knew. Chimps is well known, bro. Is well known. Orangutans I didn't know. Stuff like that, bro. Phenomenal video. I learned a lot, and yeah, man, as usual, Casual Geographic being the GOAT, bro. He's awesome. He's phenomenal. Go subscribe to the homie. Support this Patreon if you can. And yeah, man, subscribe to my channel as well, bro. We are almost at 500. Please subscribe to the channel, bro. Come on, share with your friends and family, bro. Let's go. But yeah, before you go, don't forget how we end videos on the channel, bro. Come on, keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic banger, this time called Animals That Have Real Beef in Nature. So yeah man, let's go and check this one out. But before we start, I just gotta say thank you so much for the 500 subscribers. You guys don't know how much that means to me. We are only 1k of watch time away starting earning money with the channel, so thank you so much. We are on our way. We are almost there. The hardest part is done, which is the subscribers. Now we have a new goal. Let's try get the closest possible to 1000 subscribers before the end of the year, man. I know you guys can do it. So yeah, thank you so much once again. You guys are incredible and I love each and every single one of you. So yeah man, let's go check this out. Let's get it.
Nastiest beefs in nature. Lions and hyenas hate each other on a very personal level.
That's a fact.
Hyenas will gang up on any lions that they catch alone.
They do, bro.
Apart with jaws strong enough to cripple a rhino, and they prefer to bully lion cubs or old lions that are too weak to defend themselves.
That's a fact.
But lions
well.
aren't pushovers, especially the males, who will sometimes actively seek out the leader of the hyena clan just to fold her. Lions also have a nasty habit of not killing them, but breaking their spines and paralyzing them just so they can suffer a slow and painful death. They have no moral issues doing this to hyena cubs. Not to mention lions will steal from hyenas whenever they can, but since hyenas can usually outnumber and outsmart them, this is beef that'll always have blood on both sides. Unlike this, because dolphins usually beat the brakes off of sharks, and sometimes will even torture and slap around baby sharks. Sharks actually fear dolphins because pods of them can easily batter a shark until it's lifeless. But a shark is still a shark, and this is what can happen if it catches one without its friends. The sharks usually get bodied. Hippos and rhinos are two of the most territorial, aggressive animals in Africa, and they do not like each other. Rhinos are bigger with a horn that can put a hippo in the dirt, but hippos can often intimidate the less intelligent rhinos with those teeth. But once in a while, the rhino will call its bluff and send it running. These walking tanks typically avoid each other, but if they pull up to the same watering hole, someone's gonna step. The animal beefs, part 2. Hippos have a problem with anything with a heartbeat, but they save extra disrespect for crocodiles.
Oh bro, they hate crocs, you know. They hate them.
Crocodiles just for a living. Plus, you can't tell me there isn't hella disrespect intended right
here. Look
at
that baby, bro. Disrespect, bro.
Caught in a hippo pool party is probably not coming out of it alive. But crocs aren't complete victims. They'll snatch and toss around any unaccompanied baby hippos that are just far enough away from their homicidal mothers. One of the greatest battles on Earth happens in a place where nobody sees it.
Also squid and sperm whales, bro. Ridiculous.
Biggest set of teeth on the planet. You would expect this overgrown calamari to be an easy target. But the 46-foot squid is armed with a razor-sharp beak that is tough enough to tattoo even the thick skin of a whale. Most, if not all, sperm whales have scars from their encounters with squids. Usually the whale wins, but not without a fight. One of the most dangerous snakes in the world is the cobra, and some species are venomous enough to put an elephant on life support. Nobody told me to catch that. Gangs will jump the deadly snake and surround it on all sides, and since they don't tolerate
Simone, bro!
Intimidate, they will exterminate.
Are you attacking
They're not
snakes?
totally immune though, and one bad strike from a cobra could put a meerkat out of commission. This beef has bodies on both sides. Nasty animal beefs, part 3, and we're gonna need the whole video for this one. Because the closest thing to on-site in nature is the gang war between the mongoose and the snake.
Oh bro,
this beef is so right
mongoose hate snakes, bro, and vice versa. It's like an anime battle all the time.
Kill and eat snakes because nature gave them venom resistance and they forgot how to. But notice I said resistance, not immunity, because they're not completely immune. If a cobra gets too many hits on it, the mongoose will drop and sometimes a snake will eat it. Meaning this might be the only beef where both sides eat each other. But the worst version of this beef is between the black mamba and the mongoose. The black mamba can flatline a man in 40 minutes and one bite can murk 15 people. The mongoose is a vicious murder weasel that takes lives like he gets paid for it. The gray mongoose was actually introduced to Hawaii because people thought they would handle the rat population, but ironically they seem to handle almost everything but. These stat patterns nearly wiped out the entire population of the island they were on. The black mamba's lightning fast, but the mongoose is pure crackhead determination, which is why these confrontations usually only have one survivor. The mongoose baits the snake into striking by dancing around it and dodging last second. Once the snake tires, it puts it out with a crushing bite to the back of the head. But if the mongoose slips up and takes too many hits, it's curtains. Nasty animal beefs, part 4.
Let's
go.
I
know what you're thinking. This black Air Force with teeth has beef with anything alive.
Skunk.
True, but there's one animal they seem to disrespect the most. Because unlike lions and hyenas who always
that's a honey badger, bro.
Alone. So to avoid getting bullied out of their lunch, they'll carry all of their victims high in the trees where almost nobody can reach it. But of course, this felony ferret is not almost nobody because they'll leopard's meal sometimes right in front of them. And like a true menace to society, if this honey weasel gets caught by the leopard, it'll throw a massive temper tantrum by screaming, rattling its teeth, and producing a foul smell by turning its anus inside out. But leopards are leopards, and they've been known to murk honey badgers. But killing a honey badger is like bending a thumbtack. Even if you succeed, it'll cost you blood. Leopards go for the neck, but honey badger skin is so loose that they can actually turn around and bite the cat's face. And according to urban legend, they'll bite something else. Leopards will try to pick off baby badgers because they see them as an easy target, only to get severely vibe checked by the angry mother. And since leopards don't have a pride or a pack to call for backup, it's not uncommon to see them get bullied by a dog-sized weasel. Doesn't mean a leopard won't smoke a badger pack. Leopards hate badgers, and badgers don't respect. Nasty animal beefs.
They don't respect. There's zero respect on any badgers, bro.
Amazon has a brutal turf war, but instead of reds and blues, it's river otters and caimans. The giant river otters.
That's an anime battle as well, bro. That's facts.
The birds, snakes, and they'll even smoke
just gang up on gator, bro.
They have the
for
most
no reason.
Smaller cousin of the crocodile, the black caiman, and when they see one, it's literally on sight. Adult otters will surround the caiman and harass it with a gang cry that sounds way too much like screaming children.
Bro, that's not right, bro. That's not right.
So soft that any otter that gets too close to its jaws is instantly lunch meat. So the otters use their numbers to have some distract the caiman while the others attack, all while avoiding those deadly jaws. Once the caiman makes the mistake of turning around, the otters jump it, with some holding it down while the others bite its head.
Damn.
Sometimes after they put the caiman on a shirt, they proceed to tear it apart and eat it. But don't feel too bad, because the caiman will snatch up any baby otters that wander too far from their family, which is exactly why they hate them. Even if the otters win, the caiman sometimes takes up the babies with it. Because when these two score up, both sides take losses. That's the animal beefs, part 6. This is probably going to be the most random one.
Okay.
Jaguars are leopards on protein that bully the entire jungle, so who could possibly step to them? Not the caiman, they get their wig split. Not the tapir, they get violated too.
Damn.
Out of all the animals in the Amazon, there seems to be only one that can make a jaguar pump fake. Let me explain why this homicidal vacuum is a menace.
Yeah, bro, anteater, bro.
It's hard and as solid as cement.
Almost
so
blind.
To tear through
That's
the
a
concrete like termite
fun fact for you guys.
Which is why the giant anteater can
almost
jaguar. And
legally blind,
swing
bro.
And one-shot them. They also have terrible eyesight, meaning they overcompensate with a filthy temper and anger issues that means they choose first degree the moment they see something move. It also helps that bushy tail is designed to confuse a jaguar who can't tell which end is the head, and guessing wrong could get it crippled.
Facts.
They're dangerous enough to make a jaguar hesitate when
those jaws can disembowel a human, bro.
But we're not gonna act like
it's happened before.
The third largest big cat, they're the only ones that clap prey with a bite to the head, and they'll still check an anteater if they catch a slip.
Nah.
And a predator's a predator, whether you're a big cat or EDP, minors are always an easy target. They'll snatch up any baby anteaters as a snack. They always have to be careful though, because pissing off a mama ant bear is bad for your health. And as solitary hunters, one serious injury is basically a death sentence. These two usually avoid each other, but when gets active, one of them's probably getting buried. Nasty animal beefs, part 7.
Let's go.
Now you might be wondering what animal is crazy enough to check a 500-pound striped delete button known as the Bengal tiger.
Sloth bear.
Big cats, one of the
look at that arm, bro. We've been lifting.
It takes the world's meanest bear to challenge them. Sloth bears are smaller than grizzlies and polos.
Bro, sloth bears are menaces, bro.
Tigers have given them a
menaces.
And when you have a bear with the morality,
look at that mouth, bro.
Of a power tool, you get a demon yogi that will step to tigers. But the reason sloth bears go so hard is because tigers will actively hunt and eat their cubs.
Damn.
Even though a sloth bear hasn't been known to murk a tiger, a desperate mother will fight to the death, and they've even been known to G-check tigers into going the other way. But tigers are not always finna go out like that, and that steroid with claws can send a bear to God's Dropbox with one swipe, and for some tigers, bears are a confirmed part of their diet. Sloth bears eat termites, so tigers will sometimes wait for them at termite mounds just to take their life when they're not even looking.
Damn.
But sloth bears are relentless and they go for the face, which could be really bad for the tiger, because the bear can injure a tiger so severely that it can't hunt, which is basically a death sentence. Which is why sloth bears can sometimes run them off. Sloth bears and tigers hate each other on a very personal level. This is why Shere Khan and Baloo never with each other. Not only do owls and crows not with each other, their beef is so real that even if they've
I didn't know this.
They will actively try to
owls and crows.
Owls are honey badgers with feathers that'll square up with much larger raptors like eagles and hawks. To the point where even the symbol of America is terrified of them. Owls are very much up, and a lot of species like the great horned owl will decapitate their prey by the time they get to the nest. So if you ever see an animal with its head divorced from its body, it's possible an owl caught it slipping. But the truly messed up part is owls have night vision.
That video is ridiculous, bro.
They can take lives without ever making a sound. Crows will squat up and jump the owl and personally turn it into a feathery pack. Crows are so petty that if one sees an owl out during the day, it'll call for reinforcements just so they can show them why a group of crows is called.
Bro, they are extremely smart, man.
The bird version of lions and hyenas. One-on-one, the owl claps the crow, no question. But if a homicide of crows catches the owl slipping, it's curtains. Crows have been seen
the gang pulled up on it, bro.
During the day, and sometimes they won't stop until the owls straight up past tense. Considering owls like the great horned will raid crows' nests and eat the chicks inside, I'll call it even. It's so bad that you can't have owls or crows anywhere near each other in zoos or aviaries, because even if an owl's never met a crow before, it will still choose first degree and vice versa. The reason for this beef is actually
bro, that's like a generational battle, bro.
Anything, including crows, and crows are smart enough to do something about it. The same crows that can remember a face after 5 years have developed an instinctual hatred towards owls because owl racism is ingrained in crow society. And the same owls that'll harass eagles and hawks see the crow as an easy target. And this beef has been going on for millions of years, meaning both crows and owls wake up and choose bird-on-bird hate crime.
Damn, bro, bird-on-bird hate crime, yeah? That's a wild sentence. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Another phenomenal Casual Geographic video. Animals hate each other as well. It's not just humans, bro. Like hyenas and lions always running phase, bro. Crows and owls, generational fades, bro. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. And before you go, I just gotta tell you once again, thank you so much for the 500 subscribers. And thank you so much once again. It means the world to me. We are one step closer to making this my job. And I cannot be more humbled and proud of you guys. So thank you so much, man. I really do love each and every single one of you. Thank you so much. But before you go, don't forget how we end videos on the channel, bro. Come on, keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody who love them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii. See you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
Do you think you're
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic banger, bro. This time called The Wolf Who Would Be King. Before we start though, ignore this, bro. It's just, it is what it is, bro. Ignore it. It will go away in a few days, so ignore it. Pretend it's not there, bro. It's a volcano, it's Vesuvius. It's weird.
So we've talked about animals that have beef, but these animals have a whole three-way situation.
Drink water, by the way.
So you might know that ravens and wolves have a business arrangement where ravens will lead them to food, whether it's fresh kills or prey, and in return the ravens get to eat the wolves' leftovers.
Yes.
Not only that, but it seems like the ravens will also form relationships with individual wolves in a pack and will even be seen playing with wolf pups.
Damn.
That's where the coyotes come in. Coyotes are opportunists that can hunt, but they'll also try to score a free meal whenever they get the chance. Wolves hate coyotes because they'll steal their kills and will even delete any unprotected wolf pups. Coyotes hate wolves because wolves are everything
better in every way. Wolves will often work them
on sight. In rare cases, packs of coyotes will attempt to harass and bully lone, injured, or old wolves. Ravens don't mess with coyotes because they're competition. So here's what happens. Coyotes will often attempt to finesse some of the wolves' kill when they're not looking, which can result in ravens basically calling for a hit on them by making these loud alarm calls. These alarm calls get the attention of the wolves, who will then attempt to chase the coyote off. Sometimes they won't stop at just chasing. You're looking at about 5 wolves and 1 less coyote.
Damn.
And somewhere in the desert, roadrunners smoking a wily pack. And since ravens are scavengers, they get to eat what's left of the now life-cancelled coyote. So basically the ravens will snitch on the coyotes to their big brother wolves. And if you know about ravens, they're 100% smart enough to do that.
They are.
But keep in mind, coyotes will sometimes put ravens on a meal prep too. Moral of this video, nature really hates coyotes.
They do.
Wolves and ravens aren't the only ones to work out an
bro.
arrangement like that. Coyotes and badgers have every reason to hate each other, with coyotes sometimes turning on badgers and badgers occasionally flatlining coyote pups. But they'll put aside their differences because between the coyote's speed and the badger's burrowing, they make life infinitely more difficult for prairie dogs when they hunt together. Tarantulas will adopt humming frogs to protect their eggs from insects, and in return the tarantula protects the frog from the rest of the world. Even ants have allies. You see, ants and acacia trees have a business arrangement where the ants live inside the thorns of the acacia. The ants pay rent by attacking anything that attempts to eat from the acacia, and that can include other insects like crickets all the way to herbivores like giraffes and even elephants.
Damn.
And this partnership starts when the acacia produces a smell that attracts a queen ant, the same way the smell of pie causes a cartoon character to defy gravity. And these ants aren't pushovers. If an animal like a giraffe threatens their home, then they'll swarm out in mass sting to the point where they can fend off animals millions of times their size.
Damn.
Like I said, ants are about that action. If they were the same size as humans, they would end the entire world in one weekend. The ants' underground kingdom lets you see exactly what a
get the bug, bro.
It's a simulation strategy. Have you ever heard the story of the Druid Pack? If
No.
not, pause this video, get you some food, get comfortable, because this is a whole movie. The Druids were a famous wolf pack that pretty much dominated over in Yellowstone. At one point, the pack was 37 wolves strong, and yeah,
damn,
that's a lot of wolves.
It is.
At the time, it was one of the largest wolf packs ever recorded. The Druid Pack were the rulers of Lamar Valley in Yellowstone, which was one of the most valuable hunting grounds in the entire area. Thanks to the thousands of elk that would pass through Lamar each year, and as a top pack, the Druids got full control of all that real estate. There was also a coyote couple that would scavenge the wolves' leftovers, and the wolves for the most part would tolerate them as long as they weren't too pressed for food. Remember them, they're going to be important later. So for years, the Druid Pack would live comfortably off the elk they'd catch as the dominant predators in Lamar Valley. But in life, and especially in the wild, one thing is definitely true. Nothing worth having is easy to keep. Remember when I said there was 37 of them at one point? Well, 2 years later, the Druid Pack got hit with a severe disease that did a number on them, severely weakening the adults and even murking some of the pups.
Damn.
But everything changed when the Slough Pack attacked. The Sloughs were their rivals, named after the Slough Creek where they originated from. And as the Druids lost members and got weakened by disease, the Sloughs slowly but surely started moving onto their home territory. That escalated to the point where one of the adult female druids got jumped and turned into a chalk outline by some sleuths.
Damn.
Later on, another female got erased, and after a winter where no pups survived, the once dominant druid pack suffered severe layoffs. The pack that once boasted 37 members got cut down to just 4. One of them was a young black male who had only recently joined the pack. He was a lover who made moves on all the females in the pack while also being submissive to all the males. Since he was clearly more of a lover than a fighter, researchers nicknamed him Casanova. Don't forget him, he's going to be important later. At this point, they were clearly outnumbered, and after nearly getting turned into past tense by the sleuths, what was left of the druids basically got evicted from Lamar Valley, and they were forced to move to an area known as Cache Creek, leaving the wolves from Slough Creek as a new top pack in the valley. Now remember that coyote couple I told you about? What I didn't tell you is that they were actually expecting pups in the spring, and with groceries low with pups on the way, that's probably why the father ended up doing what he did next. Viewer discretion warning, this might hurt your feelings. Now remember how I also said the druids would somewhat tolerate the coyote scavenging? Yeah, the sleuths were not about to let that slide. When the father coyote tried picking off their food as usual, the new landlords wasted no time and jumped him. The sleuth pack chased him down and proceeded to maul him into a hashtag, all while his pregnant mate could only watch from a distance.
Damn.
With the sleuths being very much anti-coyote, the now single mother had no choice but to abandon the valley and find a new place to have her pups. Because having them in the valley with the sleuths in charge would just be abortion with extra steps. But don't worry, this isn't the last we're gonna see her. But yeah, with no druids or coyotes, the sleuths were now fully in charge of Lamar Valley. But like I said, nothing worth having is easy to keep. An unknown disease believed to be either parvo or distemper rocked the Slough Creek pack and rocked them hard. Like to the point where out of like 15 pups, I think only like 3 lived.
Damn.
And it wouldn't help when the sleuths would soon get a taste of their own medicine when they were attacked by another pack. Not only did this mysterious pack delete some of the sleuths, they actively kept them from feeding their pups by blocking them from the den. As a result of that and the virus, none of the sleuth pups made it. And with the sleuths numbers dropping the way I was gas prices would, they had no choice but to retreat back to their original territory. And with no wolves in the valley, guess who stepped up? For a short while, coyotes actually became the dominant predators in the valley with no wolves to check them.
Wow.
Speaking of coyotes, you remember that pregnant mother coyote who watched her partner die in front of her before getting run out the valley herself? Well, that story actually has a happy ending. She actually ended up successfully raising all 3 of her pups after she was evicted from the valley.
That's a mama, bro.
She did it as a single mother. But whatever happened to the druid pack? Well, remember Casanova, the flirt of the group? While in exile, Casanova actually helped rebuild the pack with some of the daughters. Like I said, bro was a lover. And since they were forced out the valley, that means they didn't get hit with the same disease that rocked the sleuths. With the druids strong again and the sleuths hanging by a thread, the druids returned to take back the valley, led by Casanova. Battered and beaten, the sleuths didn't even put up a fight, they just left. Allowing it to all come full circle as the druid pack reclaimed the valley they had lost.
Damn, that's the phenomenal story, bro.
So long story short, Lion King with wolves. Long live the druid.
That's
I went to a
awesome,
wolf
man.
farm this weekend, so naturally here's some facts about wolves. They're born with blue eyes that become some shade of yellow after a couple months. Wolves are born blind and deaf and are Helen Keller to the world around them for the first 2 weeks. There is no such thing as an alpha wolf, since a wolf pack is really just 2 mating wolves and a couple generations of their children. And despite what we used to think, the older siblings will actually look after and defend the babies of the pack. Here you got a father wolf and a couple of his oldest children distracting a black bear and leading it away from a den to protect the pups inside. Since more pups means more mouths to feed, the parents will actively knock block their own children to keep their babies from making more babies. Wolves will howl to mark their territory, but they can also change the pitch of their howl to make it sound like there's more of them than there really are. This way, 2 or 3 wolves can really sound like
smart,
to scout for predator or another pack. This is Thor. I like Thor. When resources are high, wolf packs will sometimes temporarily join together. In 2011, a super pack of 400 wolves ran through Russia and allegedly murdered horses in only 4 days. There's never been a case of a healthy wolf murking a human in North America.
Wow.
Like ever. You're more likely to get crossed off the census by a squirrel. Also, I went to Howling Wolves Farm in New Jersey. No sponsor, I just love them that much. Oh yeah, koi wolves are a thing. They're taking over, and that could be a problem.
Yeah, now, it is, bro. Koi wolves, bro. Wolves and coyotes doing the business.
But with the wolf population nearly getting put in the gulag by a certain hairless primate, some wolves decided that a coyote was their last option. To be fair, weirder things have happened. Just ask the Growler Bears. This wolf-coyote collab resulted in a canon with both parents' DNA, which is why we now have koi wolves. And most koi wolves have some dog in them, and that I can't even explain. Now here's why it could be a problem. Wolves are fluffy tanks, but they're naturally afraid of
people. They are huge,
Coyotes are born giving less of a but they're not really big enough to really be a threat, unless you're like somebody's cat. Mixing them together is like playing Jurassic Park with puppies.
It is.
So what you have now is an animal that isn't as afraid of people as wolves and can live around people, while also being bigger than a normal coyote. To be fair, they're not really that dangerous to people and would still rather avoid you than fight you. Your pets are a different story with a worse ending. But in their defense, the only reason they exist is because we drained the wolves' dating pool to the point where they had to start piping coyotes. One thing about nature, she bites back. Don't act like you didn't hear me.
Does.
Yes, polar bears are real, they're coming, and they might just be getting started.
Polar bears,
and yeah, it's
bro.
exactly what it sounds like. Grizzlies and polar bears
That's
fighting each other and producing
pretty,
a
bro.
polar bear. Or a pizzly.
Should exist? Probably not.
Basically, if the father's a grizzly bear and the mother's a polar bear, then you'd call the cub a growler bear. But if the daddy's a polar bear, then you'd call it a pizzly. And just like with the coy wolf in America, this one's on us too. Basically, as temperatures keep rising, grizzly bears keep wandering further up north. At the same time, polar bears have to travel further south for groceries since the sea ice to depend on to hunt seals is becoming just sea.
That's true.
So as the two bears end up in each other's area codes, the more they collab and create these hybrids. Now this hybrid is usually bigger than a grizzly, but smaller than a polar bear. And despite being a hybrid, it seems these mixed bears act more like polar bears. Yeah, that might not be a good thing.
Yep.
Now normally grizzlies and polar bears are on sight with each other, like to the point where one might attempt to eat the other. But just like how coyotes and wolves hooked up and created the coy wolf, again because of us, grizzlies and polar bears might end up making a whole new bear. We effed around and now we finna find out. We've all had this question at one point, and if you say you haven't, you're a liar. That question being, if we weren't here, what animal would run the world?
That's
you
true.
know what? This might be a hot take, but I really think we are one Thanos snap away from seeing crows in the driver's seat. Crows, ravens, corvids in general, they're all too smart.
Maybe, bro. They are way too smart, man.
And it's gonna be bad.
Yep.
I'm not gonna talk about the fact that ravens are low-key domesticating wolves the same way we did. Or that crows have the intelligence and a problem-solving ability of a 7-year-old. And you probably already know that crows are smart enough to drop nuts on crosswalks, pause, let a car run over it, and then wait for the walk sign to go claim their prize.
True.
Not only are crows smart enough to use tools, some scientists say the Caledonian crow has entered its own stone age. And while crows can't recognize their own reflection, they do understand how mirrors work. Basically, in an experiment, crows were able to find an object not in their direct line of sight by using its reflection in a nearby mirror. Not only can crows and ravens remember faces for years, but they'll go on to teach their kids not to mess with you.
Yep.
Both ravens and crows can hold grudges, especially if they feel like they've been wronged. When a crow sees another dead crow, it'll call out to its other crow bros and they'll investigate the cause of its death to make sure the area is still safe for them. They're even smart enough to have self-control. In another experiment, crows were willing to deny a piece of food if doing so meant they got a bigger reward down the line.
Damn!
This, but that also means crows and ravens can plan for the future. Yeah, that's not normal. And we've already seen what happens when crows turn on people.
Yep.
Crows in Tokyo have gotten bold enough to straight up attack people for food.
They are extremely smart, bro.
They'll even go as far as to purposely take aim and drop deuces on people. Those same Tokyo crows have memorized the garbage schedules of different parts of the city, so when crows pull up, it's not by accident. There's a reason why Rick chose crows. One day we're gonna get real life Hitchcocked and it's not gonna be good. I just realized something kind of interesting.
Crows
we all
are
know
awesome,
parrots
though.
can talk. It's not exactly groundbreaking. But way less people know that ravens can do the exact
Oh
same
yeah,
thing.
man, I had a friend who had a raven
Like other
in his
corvids,
home.
ravens can mimic a bunch of sounds, including human speech, and they're more likely to do it when they're in constant close contact with people. You don't even need to listen
Yeah,
to
a
me talk,
crow,
just listen
bro.
to the
It was
raven.
weird.
So ravens are excellent at mimicking sounds they hear. Mischief, can you say hello? Hello. Good.
Hello.
He does all sorts
That's
of
weird,
voices.
man.
Can you say hi? Hi. Good job. What's up? What's up with you? What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
That's awesome, bro. That's so.
What's up?
There's something wrong about it, but I like it though.
I'm alright. You alright?
I wonder how many people got put in mental hospitals because nobody would believe the voices in their heads were actually a bird. Matter of fact, at one point
true.
they'll probably get you a lobotomy.
Damn. So yeah, guys, that was another banger by Casual Geographic, bro. Probably my favorite video he's ever done. That story of the wolf packs. Really, it's really good. It's really awesome. It's like he said, Lion King, but with wolves. I love ravens and crows and everything like that, so that's awesome as well. So I'm a bit biased, but yeah, man. To me, my favorite video from Casual Geographic. Just a phenomenal work altogether, like he always does. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. And yeah, man, I hope you had a phenomenal weekend. My weekend was great. My soccer team, Sporting, won. The team that I support in England won as well, Manchester United. Come on, up the boys. And my Kansas City Chiefs, shout out to Chiefs Kingdom, bro. Come on, we beat the Raiders after going down 14-0. It was looking bleak, but then the boys stormed back and we scored in the second half, which is great. And yeah, man, thank you so much for all the support on the channel. You guys are fucking phenomenal. But before you go, don't forget how we end videos here, bro. Come on, keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody who loves them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii. See you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be reacting to another casual geographic video, this time called How Humanity Gave This Bird the Middle Finger, bro. Okay, let's go. Let's check this one out. You guys know how much I love casual geographic, so yeah, let's get it.
Oh my god, what is that?
Bro, that's not natural, dude.
What is that?
Nah.
No way about this pigeon.
No. No!
You definitely know who this
Pigeon
is and why he was an
suicide,
icon, but did you know there were at least two creatures that Jackie Animal Jesus was afraid of? One,
that damn
hippos.
stingray.
No further explanation needed.
Makes sense.
But also, parrots. Yeah, the same Steve Irwin
Parrots,
that cuddled
bro?
crocodiles, got a hickey from a python on live TV and apologized to the python,
Damn.
and did this, was the same man that experienced legitimate fear in the face of an overgrown parakeet.
Wow.
And the crazy part is, that has nothing to do with this video.
Damn.
I really only brought that up to make my biggest fear sound less ridiculous. Because out of all the animals in the world, I've historically only been afraid of one. I've held 8-foot pythons when I was 6.
Mine is rats,
I had no
bro.
problems with spiders in my house.
Rats.
I've always had a soft spot for sharks. Yet the one
Rats.
animal that could stop me dead in my
Mouse
tracks.
in
Matter of
general,
fact,
bro.
just
No.
guess. What do y'all think I'm about to say?
Keep
Here's
yourself
an ad while you
hydrated,
grapple
by the
with
way.
that. Pigeons. It's always been pigeons. I
Pigeon.
can never fully explain it, but as
Rat
early
with
as I can
wings,
remember,
bro.
these bum doves put the fear of Dante's Inferno in every fiber of my vessel.
Damn.
There's two stories that sum up my feelings towards pigeons. As a kid, I could vaguely remember crossing the street with my dad when one of the spawns of Avian Antichrist popped out from under the car like a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare.
Damn.
The way my dad likes to tell this story, apparently I recoiled so bad that I jumped back and nearly got turned into a speed bump by a passing van. There's an alternate universe where my irrational fear of pigeons cost my folks a dependent and had me heaven sent.
Yep.
So this is really more exposure therapy than an actual video, and the first step is understanding. There are a lot more types of pigeons than
That's
my
a
subconscious
cute
could
one.
ever curse me with. There's over 350 pallets of pigeons populating the planet.
Ew,
You got
I
the
didn't know
Victoria
that.
crowned pigeon,
Whoa.
the biggest bird on the roster, whose headdress got it named after royalty.
Damn.
Then there's the Nicobar, the closest thing to a present-day dodo, and definitely the hypebeast flexor of the family.
Oh, that's
Can't forget the
beautiful.
Karuru, the
Nah.
New Zealand variant, famous for being a crippling alcoholic.
Nah.
As in, they'll get so hammered off fermented fruit that they legit forget how to fly.
Damn.
And you've probably heard the phrase turtle dove,
Bro's
especially this time of
wasted.
year. Well, today I found out that I apparently had no clue what they look like, or that they originated from the Middle East. A hop, skip, and an 8-hour flight to the Philippines, and you'll find a Luzon bleeding.
Shout out to the Philippines, man.
For obvious
Shout
reasons.
out.
You got the silvery wood, the maroon pigeon, and the
Okay.
purple-winged dove, all of which are in danger of being discontinued. And then you got the pigeons humans bred like dogs, which would easily make this the pug of poultry. It's like a pigeon
Why
police
does he
sketch
have
done by a
feathers in
kindergartner on
his
Adderall with no
claws,
prior
dude?
knowledge of anything bird. There's hundreds of breeds of pigeons, and the English powder might just be the nastiest work of all. Although the English carrier might just be a close second, because honestly, what in the
What is
what
it?
even is
Brazen
this?
on his
What was the
eyes?
goal if this was the outcome? All those pigeon remixes go back to the OG, the rock dove, aka the main mugshot that comes up when you Google pigeon.
Yep.
And this is where I stopped hating and started learning. For
Okay.
example, the rock dove was originally
I live
only
right
found
there, for those
here.
who don't know.
Well, actually here
There.
in the dark red.
That
That's
little
right. Any
country
place
here.
outside this red
Right
is a place
there,
people
actually.
uber the scourge of my
Yep.
soul. That includes what might as well be the pigeon capital of the world, New York City. So of course I just had to grow up 15 minutes from it.
Pigeon chilling.
Apparently, pigeons first touched American soil in the early 1600s via Europeans. That means
Of
the
course.
flying city merchant is more natural to the Sahara Desert than to the streets of Manhattan. Which
Wow.
brings me to half the reason I'm making this video.
What's the
know
one
that.
thing you spend way too much time thinking about?
I think
Okay.
all the time about how we domesticated pigeons and then we decided we don't want to use them anymore for like messages. So they are completely reliant on humans. Have you ever seen like a nest of a pigeon?
No, and I didn't know we domesticated them either.
Yeah, their like nests are like 3 twigs and like the egg is just on the cold ground.
Bro,
So
put
Because they don't know how to build a
some
nest because we
effort,
messed them
bro.
up.
yeah,
I did not know how to take this revelation, and after looking
Dang.
into it, she's half right. Pigeon nest is a meme as old
Look
as
at
time. This is
that.
really something only an animal with no access
Nah,
to birth
bro,
control
that's
could come up
sad.
with. It's heavy on the them kids before
Nah.
they're even born. At this point, it's like they're trying so hard not to try that it would literally
twig,
take less
bro.
effort to try. The
Oh
thing
my
is,
God.
they weren't named rock dove for nothing. In the wild, they
Oh.
normally raise their aesthetically challenged children on cliff ledges or
Aesthetically
crevices, which ended up
challenged,
being not
jeez.
that far off from where they shack up now.
That's
and as
an
long as the
insult,
ground's
bro.
flat and the egg doesn't roll away to become a late termination and an early onset omelet,
Yep.
this is really all they need. Minimalism for the win.
at that.
But the other point she made about us pretty much abandoning them, turns out it's pretty accurate. Which actually brings me to my second story. So I had spent the day walking around New York with my mom and was understandably starving. So hungry that we decided to get food from a street side meat vendor. The cardinal sin of the city, but we didn't know any better. The food was immediately off, but let's be honest, not enough for me to stop. I remember the meat tasting gamey and fatty and had this really strong aftertaste that I'd never experienced before. It wasn't until I was 2/3 done that I noticed a small cage halfway tucked under the stand. A small cage with maybe a dozen pigeons squirming around. It was at this moment I realized I was sold a chicken that before I just ate some pigeon wings. Now that story is almost completely made up. But people just the idea of getting calories from a concrete chicken probably disgusted most of y'all. The thing is, pigeons are regularly eaten by people in a lot of places. Squab is a name for an immature prepubescent domestic pigeon, and it's considered a delicacy depending on where you stand. It shouldn't even really be a surprise because one thing about pigeons, they get violated by the entire food chain. I've seen with my eyes pigeons get absolutely bodied by a street-savvy Stuart Little. They somehow manage to find ways to take L's from turtles.
You cannot get caught by a turtle,
there's a catfish that specializes in murking an animal that literally got gift-wrapped the ability to fly.
Bro.
And to add insult to injury, the fish is virtually blind. How do you fumble that bad?
How
Pretty
do you
much the
get
entire cast
put
over
on
the
the
hedge plays
poster like
population
that,
control
dude?
for pigeons, and
Or
we've all
sons.
seen how pelicans conduct themselves in pigeon presence.
Bro.
And humans were no different.
Pelicans
Food was one of
commit
the main
straight
reasons
war
pigeons
crimes
were added
against
to the
pigeons,
American
bro. It's
census.
disgusting.
Another reason was to employ them as messengers before iPhone became a thing.
Yeah, we did.
But another reason was for pets. There was a time when owning a pack of pigeons wasn't just normal.
My
It was a sign of
great-grandfather had
status.
pigeons.
If you had pigeons on your property, it
That's
meant
a
you were
fact.
probably doing well in life. Akbar the Great of the Mughal Empire had not one, but 2,000
He had
pigeons.
pigeons, rabbits,
that
bro.
is a comma. Make that 20,000 pet
all of that.
pigeons.
But
But in
he
the
had
time
pigeons,
since,
bro.
hoarding pigeons went
Nothing.
from a flex to something that guarantees you dirty looks on the subway. And that's thanks to one of the most egregious gaslight campaigns you've ever seen. In June 1966, New York Parks Commissioner Thomas
forehead
surrounded pigeons, blaming them for spreading filth and disease, and used a term you've definitely heard of, rats with wings.
Yep.
And just like that, the pigeon's reputation
No, bro,
went
it's
straight
not
to
worth
hell
it.
with no return
Don't-
trip. A couple things that are interesting though. In the same article, Mr. Hoving also blamed the homeless and homosexuals for bringing property value down.
Oh, dude,
He
he's a
also became the
dickhead.
commissioner
No
January
wonder your
16,
forehead was
1966,
lacking, big
and
man.
resigned March
Look at those
15
ears
of
as
the
well,
next
look
year.
like Dumbo
His
in
actual
that.
term was just over a year,
Idiot.
but the slander he tagged the Metro Tweety with was permanent.
Metro
Then
Tweety?
Woody Allen
It's a
dogpiled
beautiful
on them, and
name.
humanity has hated pigeons
Metro
ever
Tweety,
since.
bro. Awesome name.
It's kind of like how Mark Twain roasted coyotes so flagrantly, not only did it single-handedly earn them smoke from the public, it was directly responsible for the
That's
luckiest
a
Looney
fact,
Tune.
I knew
That's
that.
not a throwaway joke either. Look up what Wile E. Coyote was based on. It's actually wild. But
It
thanks
is.
to these three words, the bird that was more common in royalty than marrying your cousin got typecast as the flying version of the animal whose
They're
hygiene
weird,
allegedly
though.
turned half the
Why are they
population to a
shiny with
hashtag.
colors and that?
I gotta say allegedly because new evidence
Get out, bro,
suggests
that's
that rats weren't even
disgusting.
responsible for the plague to begin
A
with.
rat, dude. Lying.
Pigeons
Why
got lied
always
on too because they're
lying?
nowhere near the disease risk we
Oh
labeled them at.
my
And I
God.
legitimately didn't know that
Stop
before researching.
fucking
They can carry
lying.
disease, but because of their immune system, it's actually rare for them to transmit them to people. I know.
Really?
I don't believe it either. It also
Ah.
turns out the glorified gutter tweety is actually resistant to bird flu. Now
Wow.
they still can catch you slipping,
I did
and
not
usually
know
the
that.
problems come from their lesser half. When pigeons drop deuces in one spot, it can dry up and eventually turn into
Disgusting.
dust. Breathe enough of that doo-doo dust, and you can end up with a nasty infection known as
Don't touch
bird
the
handler's
pigeon.
lung. But even then, it takes a lot. Like on some, you clean birds
Nah,
as a
nah,
hobby
nah.
for
That's
you to be
not
exposed enough to be
sanitary,
down
dude.
bad. So yeah,
Put
pigeons carry
stinks in there.
diseases, but
Yeah.
no more than any
Don't
other
get the
animal.
bird, though.
I mean, by that logic, humans carry disease, but we're still out here raw dogging handshakes.
That's
Dogs
true.
can carry disease, yet I still see people tongue kissing them. Deer are walking Airbnbs
That's
for
weird,
ticks
but
peddling
true.
Lyme disease, and cats done infected half the people watching this.
That's a fact
Yet
as
pigeons
well.
are the ones that got tattooed as rodents with frequent flyer miles.
Dang.
Between 1941 and 2003, there have been 176 documented cases of pigeons passing off disease to a human. And again, it'd virtually take you being Buddy from that one Hey Arnold episode. You know what else I found out? Pigeons don't really spill sugar honey iced tea while flying. They 100%
Wow.
can, but since that could involve hitting their own feet, they prefer to do it on a perch. So it turns out the
Excuse me,
dirtiest
Jesus.
thing about pigeons is the way we've done
Those
them,
are beautiful,
which
bro.
actually sucks because once I started to work past my pigeon prejudice, I realized, I can't believe I'm about to say this, pigeons are low-key broken, like they're mad talented for no reason. Like for example, they're one of the fastest things with wings in the
Really?
world. Pigeons can fly at averages of 60 miles per hour, but can
Whoa.
peak out at nearly 100. There have even been stories of pigeons triggering speed cameras in streets.
Did not know that.
We don't really notice because one of their biggest ops also happens to be the fastest thing alive.
Bro, this video is mad. That bird right there got decapitated, bro. I'm not even joking. Right now, yeah, in that position, bro does not have a head, bro. Got decapitated by that falcon, bro. It's mad.
Which is how they can get packed up by a 200-mile-per-hour falcon punch. But pigeons still have the juice to dodge a peregrine and live to talk about it.
So video was disturbing, bro.
The fastest thing on Earth hunts pigeons.
A pigeon just walked into a falcon's nest and got killed, bro. Which is wandering around.
Their eyes. The only real self-defense pigeons
oh my
practice
God,
is the
this
power
video. I saw this on the internet the other day.
So if they don't see
Look at
danger
this
coming
dumb
or
pigeon,
worse,
bro.
don't recognize it, they just get bullied.
The falcon's like, oh my God, what you doing here?
And can even see wavelengths of light invisible to us. They're so busted that the U.S. Navy once upon a time tried using the chicken of the city to conduct search and rescue missions out in the ocean. Basically, they trained a couple pigeons to recognize random red or orange objects, you know, the colors you'd expect from a life jacket, and then press, or more like peck, on a switch on site. In test runs, the pigeons noticed the target 90% of the time, completely outclassing the human rescue crew, who just barely pulled off 40%.
Whoa,
There's the fact that the pigeons could remain vigilant for hours without falling off. Unfortunately, the experiment was cut short due to budget cuts, and